everybody, and welcome back for the Iame Series UAE. We are live, back up and running at Dubai Kartdrome. You are joining me for round 3 of the Iame Series UAE. Can you believe it? We're already on round 3 out of 10 rounds this season. I am your host today, Jack Johns, as you can see in the corner, and of course, we got some lovely hosts joining us later today, as you had a quick shot of them there, Joanna Bergen and Matt Wells down in the pit lane. Got plenty of sponsors throughout the event to shout out as well, to thank them for providing this amazing series. But before we kick off the day, let's have a look at this lovely country that we are based in for this Iame series. See, in a land built from sand and vision, where every sunrise meets ambition, the UAE stands as proof that limits can be redefined. Between the desert dunes and glass towers, passion takes many forms here, and for most this weekend, that passion is speed. Here, technology, precision, determination fuel progress. On the road, on the sea, in the sky, and in this case, on the track. The roar of engines echoes, the heartbeat of a nation built on drive, and as the next generation takes the wheel, the Iame Series UAE becomes more than just a race. It's a reflection of what this country represents: opportunity, excellence, and the courage to go further. From the heat of the desert to the glow of the city, this is where the dreams find traction. This is the UAE. This is where the journey begins. Okay, so we have plenty of action packed today. It's pretty much the same format as yesterday, actually. Plenty of qualifying action, racing action. We saw loads and loads of strong battles yesterday. Some ended in contact, some ended in penalties. We saw a mix-up in results after the podium, but what a great day it is, and we're only 2 rounds into this fantastically long series. As I mentioned just before the video, I am joined by my 2 co-hosts in the pit lane, Joanna Bergen and Matt Wells. You can see them there. Hi guys, can you tell us that you're excited today? Introduce yourselves, say hello again.
Good morning, racing fans. This is round 3 of the Iame Championship right here in the iconic Dubai Kartdrome. My name is Joanna Bergen, and I'm going to be bringing you exclusive interviews with drivers post-races, so stay tuned. And for now, I'm going to pass the mic to my co-host, Matthew, to give you an intro.
Yes, thank you very much, Joanna. My name is Matthew Wells, and I am going to be bringing you exclusive interviews, whether it's with drivers just before they head out on track, whether it's with parents walking around the grid, supporting the drivers, and even team managers. But that's not all. We've got some fun challenges after the race. I'm not going to say too much, but it includes drivers and mechanics. So that's all that we're going to say, but it looks like it's going to be a very, very fun and interesting day. Now, the weather seems to be getting better day by day. It's early morning. These mini drivers are about to head out for their qualifying session. They've got...
Thank you, Matthew and Joanna. Yes, but before we get started with that mini qualifying, I think it's only right that we have a quick reminder on who is organising this fantastic championship for these young drivers around that are about to take to the track one more time. A quick shout out to Iame, Emzo, Rack Track, and of course Media Friends for bringing the broadcast. And here is an idea of the calendar that you're about to see throughout the rest of the season. So we're on round 3. We're still at Dubai Kartdrome for the first double header of the season before we head to Sharjah Kart Track for round 4 and 5, another double header, and then the famous Formula 1 circuit of Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi, a double header, and then an Al Fassan International Circuit, also in Abu Dhabi, a unique track filled with undulation, another double header, before finally ending the season all the way in February 2026 for round 10, back at Rack Track where we started the season, or what I like to call the Rack Track Sandwich. Now, I want to make that a thing, so please keep putting that in the comments, engage with the stream, say hello. The Rack Track Sandwich is what we're going to call it from now on. Timings for today, we've got qualifying followed by heats, followed by pre-finals and finals. Very similar to yesterday, we have minis, Bambinos, juniors, seniors and senior 170s. Remember, the Bambinos are time trials only. They're the only ones that aren't racing wheel to wheel, but they are fighting for lap times. But the minis, juniors, seniors, and senior 170s all racing for position and points throughout the day. They only score points in the pre-final and the final. And of course, the senior and senior 170s is a multi-class group as well, so you'll see both of them on track at the same time. But let's cut to a video and see our other sponsors for this fantastic series.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes.
Yeah, huge thank you to everyone who's come on board to the season so far. Those in the video and more of the sponsors will get a mention throughout the stream. Don't forget that you can contact media friends if you want to join this roster of sponsors. But now let's talk about Dubai Kartdrome. Look at this fantastic facility. Look at this circuit. 17 turns of, I was going to say carnage, but actually the racing was pretty solid. You've got 17 turns, all different skills required. Turn 1, a fast right into a common overtaking zone of turn 2, which flows into a fast 3 and then a downhill 4. You have to set up turn 4 nicely so that you can chuck it into 5 and 6, which flows all the way around this section before the flat out turns of 7 and 8. Then you have the chicane in the middle of 9, 10 and 11. We saw some fights there, and then the back of the circuit, turn 12 and 13, also common overtaking zones. But yesterday, all the way in those S's, 14, 15, 16 and 17, we saw some people really sending it down the inside of 14 yesterday, which is fantastic stuff to see. A great circuit, a little bit of undulation there, especially in 9, 10 and 11. It goes uphill. You can see the tunnel, the famous tunnel and bridge there with the Dubai Kartdrome logo on top. But now it's time. Look at the minis getting ready. It's time to see who's racing today in the mini category. Okay, so the mini category, a reminder of the specs for this series. The age of these drivers is between 8 and 12 years old. The engine itself is an Iame X30 Mini, 10 horsepower and 60cc, reaching top speeds of up to 95 or 100 kilometers an hour, which is crazy for this age range. You can see the tyres provided for the whole day are Comet, model K1Ds for this series, but Comet throughout the whole day. The minimum weight, 110 kilograms for this category. You can see on the right, they are getting ready to go out. And confirmation of your racing numbers for those that are new to karting or following along for the first time. The racing numbers can tell you what category we're watching. In this case, the minis are any number between 100 and 199. As we see the drivers now head out onto the circuit to start their qualifying. 5 minutes on the clock in the top left there, so not long, and it is approximately a minute a lap. In fact, I can tell you exactly what the pole time was yesterday, if you just give me a second. The mini pole time yesterday was Francesco Lisignoli, and it was a 102.7, so they're roughly doing those times. It's just over a minute a lap, so they don't get many opportunities to put in a lap time. And we did see some people, I don't think it was in the mini category, I think in the juniors, actually no, it was the mini category. It was the busiest grid of the day, the most amount of numbers for this round anyway. But we saw a lot of people get stuck in traffic on their hot laps pushing, and it did mean that some of the big names that we regularly see at the top ended up around the sort of bottom of the top 10 in the mid-pack because they didn't get a lap in. Everyone was scrambling and racing each other. This time, looks like these three drivers at least have gone straight out to find some space to set their lap times. Don't forget, they get the one set of tyres to go through the whole weekend, or the whole day, sorry. So they would have had a set of tyres yesterday, and then today the same thing, which is why it's important to look after them, because you got, after this qualifying session, they have a heat, which is to try and help. I was speaking to Achilles Peruzzi actually, who's on track at number 116. He was telling me, well, the heat is just kind of there to help you out if you did mess up qualifying, because he was one of the drivers dominant in round one who got pole position and then 3 wins in the heat, the pre-final and the final at rack track, and then he got qualified around 9th I think yesterday, and he said, well, it doesn't really matter because the heat allowed him to climb up a little bit more, and the points are scored in the pre-final and the final, which he won both of those, so he's still got maximum points for the day yesterday in round 2. He was the first driver to get a Grand Slam this season. Grand Slam, to explain that to people, it's basically topping the timesheets in every session. So fastest in qualifying, winning the heat, the pre-final and the final. And I think we saw it again yesterday in the Bambino category actually. Sam Testa also dominating the time trials for the Bambinos. He won all day yesterday. But there's a familiar name at the top of the times, Francesco Lisignoli, a 103.1. So already he's around 4/10ths off of yesterday's pole time. But he got pole yesterday and he's on for it today by the looks of it. Well, realistically, it's too early to tell. LBJ Stubbs up to the top of the times, 102.9. That's number 199, LBJ Stubbs. Got an onboard shot here, a nice onboard look, leaning into the steering wheel as he goes down the main straight into turn 1. Fast turn 1, heavy braking zone of turn 2. Nice and smooth on the steering as one of the karts comes through on the inside of 2 there. An Axel driver 109. That is, I can tell you who that is, that's Rayhan Khan Rashid with the Axel kart just in front. And then into turn 5 here, down a hill a little bit into the fast turn 6. Oh, big snap of oversteer which sends the driver that we're watching wide. I think he's going to give up on this lap. Sees another kart on his inside. That's 176, Alexander Freenstein. Into turn 9, up the hill, bouncing all over the curbs through turn 11, and then into 12, 13 and the chicane at the back. So it's Lisignoli, a 101.8, nearly a full second faster than yesterday. Are the conditions that much better, or are the drivers just that much more well practiced today? 101.8 is a fantastic time. I wonder if it's a little bit cooler outside, maybe sort of helping with the track conditions, because it can make a big distance. Augustin to the top of the times with a 101.8. Ilyas Sami up there. Lisignoli now down to 3rd. Liam O'Hanlon in P4, Achilles Peruzzi P5, Schutzman up in 6th, Karajkovic 7th, Theocaris, Preetham and Atika Mir in the top 10. A 101.8, can we see more improvement from your mini drivers? They've already smashed yesterday's timing on the full circuit of Dubai Kartdrome here for round 2 of the Iame Series UAE. And Liam O'Hanlon sets the fastest Sector 1. He's gone purple with a 23.4. And look at these guys. Lizignoli's stuck in traffic with 103. That's Ridan Anil Kumar. So I don't think this is going to be an improvement for Lizignoli, who's also slowing down Liam O'Hanlon. 1-2-2, Liam O'Hanlon's in traffic, so this is not going to be a faster Sector 2. It was yellow. What could have been? Ilyas Sami goes to the top of the times with a 101.5. Augustin only 14 thousandths behind. And look, as I mentioned, Lizignoli and O'Hanlon did not improve. So that's, wow, your top 5 drivers beating yesterday's pole time by a second. Great stuff, and maybe that shows how much they were hindered with traffic yesterday. Or maybe the conditions are just that much better. In fact, you've actually got all the way down to 20th place, Saif Al Khalifa, 102.6. I think that was the driver we were on board with. The 102.6, 20th place, your top 20 drivers faster than yesterday's pole time. So definitely a better qualifying for the minis today. And shout out to Ilyas Sami. Pole position for round 3 of the Iame Series UAE here at Dubai Kartdrome. For those of you wondering how Ilyas Sami's day went yesterday, that young man finished 3rd in every race. So he will be looking to improve on that and keep that consistency. Finished 3rd in the heat, the pre-final and the final. Confirmation of your top 3. Ilyas Sami for GGM on pole then. Baptiste Augustin, who was also up there a lot yesterday for XL Motorsport, is in 2nd. And Atika Mir for Axel GP up in 3rd. So she will be happy with that, a high starting position. A nice confident driver is Atika. And actually, even if she's down the order, you can't count her out because she loves racing through the field and getting up into that top 5 every now and then, just from fighting her way. But Baptiste Augustin, shout out to him as well. A consistent day yesterday, finished 2nd in the final, I believe. So the full result will be coming up very shortly, and we'll get confirmation of your qualifying. Ilyas Sami, Baptiste Augustin and Atika Mir. Then we've got Paul Schutzman, Ben Karaj 8th, but don't count him out because that's similar to yesterday. Mazzali, Preetham, Rashid and Page are your next 4. Then Albi J. Stubbs, Alex Theocaris, Hamad Koramifa, Amar Tabaza, Giovanni Junior Tizani, Samar Chopra, Austin Gray and Saif Al Khalifa rounding off your top 20. From 21st onwards, we have Louis Bataille, Enzo Falzerano, Ivan Bagat, Alex Freenstein, Ivan Svorinins, Ridan Anil Kumar, Vaiko Pajamaki, Saif Alabavli, and then just at the bottom of the field in 29th down, Lucas Sucker, Kshagra Kumar, Jacques Garouche, Max Patton down there, just 4.5 seconds off of pole, and Adam Al-Sheikh with no time by the looks of it on the board. So, a great qualifying so far to start the day. Let's go see who Joanna's talking to in the pit lane.
Thanks, Jack. I'm standing here with Ilyas Sami, our pole position sitter for the mini category post-qualifying. Ilyas, how did it feel out there on the track? How was the car feeling?
It was feeling amazing. I had so much grip on the track. I was just feeling so good.
So, do you feel like the track is meeting your have good conditions today compared to yesterday?
Yeah, very better.
That's awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Ilyas. I hope to see you keep pushing and keep the confidence, yeah?
Thank you.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen, the mini category for the qualifying session. Let's send it back to you, Jack, and see what's happening out there on the grid.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. So up next, then, just as a reminder, we've got the Bambinos up next. And it's just a warm-up for these guys, just to familiarise themselves with the circuit. Of course, they are still practicing for their lap times later, but time trials just about lap time. Before we head to the Bambinos, let's catch up with Matt down in the paddock.
Yes, thank you, Jack. Thank you, Joanna. Congrats to the mini drivers for their fast lap times. As Jack was saying, almost a second, if not a second quicker in the top 5 than the previous lap times. So without a doubt, these Bambino drivers who are only 5 to 8 years old. I mean, can you believe that? 5 to 8 years old, and they're driving on such a big track, 1.2 kilometers to be precise, with a top speed of around 60 kilometers an hour at 5 years old. I mean, that is something. So huge, congrats, and very courageous drivers that we have over here. But they're about to go for their first time trial of the day. We've got 7 Bambinos with a Visit Multicart and Sam Tester right here next to us. If you remember from yesterday, he had the signatures of F1 drivers across his helmet as he's showing the camera there. So he's got 1, 2, 3, there we go, with his name, Visit Multicart. And then we have the the Kart advisor, cart over here, and a Red Bull livery cart, number 88 behind. So that looks fantastic. But anyways, Jack, we are going to be heading it back to you as these drivers are in the zone, they're focused, and they're ready to give it their all out on track.
Yes, thank you, Matt. Yeah, the drivers looking ready, the young drivers, as Matt mentioned, 5 to 8 years old. And this is where the journey begins. There's a nice shot of some of the parents getting ready to watch their young guns driving around on the circuit. And let's introduce the video then to see who's driving today in the Bambino category. And here we have confirmation of the specification then of this series, 5 to 8 years old, where the racing journey begins. An Iame M1 engine, 2 horsepower, 60cc. Remember, these drivers are dreaming and aspiring to be Formula drivers or GT drivers one day, and they're only 5 years old. Top speeds of 50 to 55 kilometers an hour, Comet tires, model K1D M. As I said, they're provided throughout the whole day, and then minimum weight 77 kilos for this category. So, racing numbers, we will mention these quite regularly. We've got numbers 1 to 99, as this is the younger category. They go up, the numbers tend to go up in age order. So the Bambinos are 1 to 99, the Minis are 100 to 199, and so on and so forth. We'll mention this throughout the day for those that are new watching the stream or in the audience. And actually, shout out, hello everybody. I know I've said it a couple times already, but I will check in with you throughout the day. Don't forget, if you are watching live on YouTube, or you're watching clips on Instagram, or you're watching clips on TikTok, hit that follow button, click subscribe, and don't forget to comment. I do catch up with the YouTube chat throughout the day. So subscribe to Media Friends to stay updated with your Iame series throughout the whole season. Because we are at the beginning of this fantastic season, and this new exposure is great for not just the drivers, but the teams, the parents, as we see a nice shot of these two waiting for the drivers to go out on track. Is she watching the stream, or is she texting somebody? I can see that she has a coffee in her hand, and that is the right attitude to have, because we are in the morning. Good morning, everybody, and we've got a long day ahead, but an exciting day ahead. It's round 3 out of 10. The Bambinos warm-up on its way. You can see number 44 and 31. We don't often see liveries, livery being the stickers or the way the cart looks, like 31's. That's Sam Tester, the bright yellow and blue one. Asymmetrical design, meaning that it's not symmetrical. So I don't know how else to describe that word, but it's not symmetrical. But yeah, unique colour set. In fact, I think the blue and yellow, I don't know if this is where he got the inspiration from, but the blue and yellow that he's donning there is very similar to the Fernando Alonso colour scheme. Number 44, Cheyenne Osgomi, is also out of track. I would like to know how these drivers pick their numbers, actually. If it's randomly assigned, or if they pick it and just stick with it, if they have a story behind it, especially at this young age. What a Nice slide there from Yeshwin Kishore Kumar. First lap out on cold tyres, throws it into turn 6, and if anything, that shows you how fast these kids are going, because if you can lose the rear end of the kart like that, that means you're hitting some speeds. The timer on my screen has not started, so I'm guessing it will start closer to when they cross the line. So I hear the first kart go past now. The Bambinos continuing to drive round. I think Matt mentioned it when he was down in the pit lane, but Sam Tester was fastest all day yesterday. He was fastest in time trial 1, 2 and 3. We also had Mark Ristic go second fastest in 2 of the turn 6. Was second in one of the sessions and third in one of the sessions. And then also a shout out to Yusuf Al-Kayat, recovering from a hand injury, but still joining in today's session. And getting 2 podiums actually. He got third place twice in yesterday's results. What was I saying? I was talking about their numbers. Yeah, I was wondering how they choose the numbers, because 44 is obviously synonymous with a certain Formula 1 driver, and I'm wondering if people pick it because of that, or maybe they've got their own affinity with it. Number 6 and 7. There we go. The timing has started. A few minutes left, and Sam Tester goes straight to the top of the times after 2 laps with a 12.4. Confirmation. His little pose in his red suit at the top of your screens. So remember, for these guys, this is just a warm-up. They are relearning the track, but they did do this yesterday, so they know where they're going. Now they're going to try and eke out every 10th they can. There's Yusuf Al-Kayat in the Yas Heat team with a matching helmet, actually. Matching coloured helmet for the Yas Heat kart. There's number 10, Yeshwin. Look at the slides. They are losing the rear through turn 4. I know, like, it's so hard to, as an audience, even from a commentator's perspective, or probably as a parent's perspective as well, I don't think I'm wrong in saying that, it's so hard to actually judge the speed that they're reaching at that age and at that size when you're watching them on the circuit. Like, for me, I didn't start karting at that age, that young age. I don't know, Matt might be different. Matt also has some racing experience, but I don't know what age he started. We can probably ask him that later on throughout the day. But yeah, like, you just can't imagine what these guys are feeling through their bodies at this age, whether it's the G-force as they lean into the corners, especially the long left at the back of the circuit, the bumps also over the curbs. I think this is on your left-hand side, you just got highlights of the Mini, but the the Bambinos really learning the art of the craft at super young age, and obviously as a child, your mind is like a sponge. You're just absorbing all the information. And they have to pick up racing lines, the smoothest and fastest route around the circuit. Sam Tester showing that he's already learned about drag as he leans forward into his steering wheel to try and minimize that drag. Yusuf Al-Kayat bouncing around the turn. And the other thing I was going to say was, sorry, as viewers, that's what I was saying, just remembered my original point. When you see the number 50 to 55 kilometers an hour, or if you see CC, or if you see the horsepower, when you look at the stats, obviously it's great to know, and some people will just reel them off and be like, yeah, it's 5 horsepower, 60 cc, etc., etc. When you're listening to that, as you don't really take into effect how it feels. You just hear the number and you're like, okay. People do it with cars when they say, oh, I've tuned my car, I got 700 horsepower to the wheel. And you're like, okay, but what does that mean? How does that feel? What does that do? This is my perspective anyway. Some people who are more technically minded, the mechanics are probably down in the garages laughing at me. They know more about this stuff than me. I tend to just drive, which was probably a weak point of mine actually, in terms of knowledge. I just get in and drive, didn't really know too much about the technical side, but you do pick it up over time. all of these drivers will be learning not only about racing lines and how to handle the kart, but likely things about, I wonder if the teams actually get them to get involved with some of the mechanics just to understand how to help set up the kart for tracks like this. But the time is up. It's a 1:11.4 for Sam Tester in the warm-up. And look at Kumar in second place, just a second off. The fastest time yesterday in one of the time trials by Tester was a 1:10.7. So they're about 8/10 off. Or 7/10 off, that was poor maths from me. But from yesterday's fastest time, 1:11.4 for Tester then, who wins the warm-up. But no points on offer for this one. Kumar in second, Ristic in third. Yusuf Al-Kayat, no checkered flag next to his name yet. Oh, look how rough that curb was on the exit of 5. Really bouncing around number 10. And there, Al-Kayat crosses the line then. It was no improvement. So that's your order. On the top left of your screens, the Bambino warm-up is completed. And there is number 7, Yusuf Al-Kayat. That is a new helmet design, actually, from what I remember last year. He had I'm sure he had a helmet which had a UAE flag design. There's Sam Tester coming up onto the weighbridge. And now he's got a, Yusuf Al-Kayat's got a Yas Heat designed helmet by the looks of it, to match his famous Yas green, Yas Marina circuit greeny. But there's a question that'll get you talking in chat. Would you call that colour green or would you call it blue? As we look at the confirmation of your top 3. Sam Tester fastest, Kumar in second, and Mark Ristic in third. Sam and Mark regularly have supporters in the chat watching from Malta and Slovenia, so shout out to those guys who are likely watching again today across the world. Let's have a quick slow motion shot of his face. You can see his eyes as he was flying through the middle of the chicane. So more
Position driver and also our winner from yesterday's round 2. How did it feel out there on the track today?
Good, not bad. It's still, the track is still not warmed up, but I did good.
Was it fun or tricky getting your best lap today?
Fun, actually was kind of easy for me.
I love that. Well, I wish you the best of luck in the next session, and I hope to see you back here again. Good luck, Sam.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pass it to Matt, who may be standing out there on the grid getting prepared to see the next category, the junior category, going on to their qualifying session. So back to you, Matt.
Thank you, Joanna. Congrats to the Bambino drivers for finishing their first time trial of the day. Here we are now on the pre-grid with, as you can clearly see, plenty of juniors behind me. This is not new. We had the exact same thing yesterday, and it turned out to be fantastic to watch. So let's see, and let's get going for the qualifying. Yesterday's pole lap time, pole meaning the best lap time of the day for qualifying, was a 54.9. So just under the 55s. Let's see, I mean, Mini's improved by a second. Will the juniors also be able to improve by a second? That's a big ask, but if the track conditions are right, if the car is well tuned and well fitted to the way the drivers like to drive it, plus of course a brand new set of tires, it should be a recipe for a second less and a second faster time. Now we are going to speak to this AK driver right here, number 222, Jasveer. Jasveer, how was yesterday for you?
It wasn't bad. I had a good recovery. Since I was on an X plate, so it's going to be my first race without an X plate today.
So this is it. You heard it here from 222. He had the X plate yesterday, which means he was still a rookie and he had to start at the back of the grid, no matter what his position and his lap time was. But now it's your first ever race without the X plate. Are you looking forward to battling out in the middle of the pack, let's say?
Yeah, I have some expectations for today, so let's hope I reach it.
Perfect. And what's your mental plan? What's your game plan to get the best out of the car, the best out of the U, and the best, of course, out of the tires to get the best possible lap time?
I'll just have to go for it. Yeah. I have to go for it, make moves, stick on my line, and yeah.
Fantastic. Just have to go for it. Stick on my line. Now, I believe a lot of the other juniors will have the same mentality, so this is where it becomes super tight. But we are now going to be heading it back to Jack in the commentary box.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, nice insight there from Jasphere. And actually, the interesting thing about the novice plate, I was actually reading, shout out to Iame, I was actually reading the technical regulations yesterday. That was my Saturday evening. Don't quiz me on it because I can't remember it all. There's a lot of information in there. But they have to complete 2 races with the novice plate, 2 rounds, official rounds, before they can take it off. So Batia now crossing that limit. Let's have a look at the drivers who are going to be qualifying today. And their confirmation of all of your junior drivers on the grid today. And here's a reminder of your specifications. You can see the trend. Here we go. We're going up another age category. It's 12 to 15 years old, these drivers. So this is where they advance from in the previous categories. The Iame S125 junior engine, 29 horsepower, 125cc, 120 to 125 kilometers an hour. Comet model K3H tires for this category. The minimum weight of 145 kilograms, and the numbers, you guessed it, it's going to be 200 to 299. And remember what I said earlier, you never get a sense of the actual speed when I just say it. Top speed 120 to 125 kilometers an hour. That is most speed limits here on the motorways, or the highways, whatever you want to call it, UK or American English. That's most of the speed limits here in the UAE. And these guys are sat 1 inch off the ground, exposed, and racing wheel to wheel at those speeds. That's to give you a bit more of an insight. Imagine driving on the highway at the speed limit in a car, in the safety of your car. These guys are doing the same thing, side by side, 1 inch off the ground. And as we saw yesterday, if they make contact in the same way, which is the likely thing to do in racing, if they make contact in a certain way, wheel to wheel, the karts launch up into the sky. In fact, we see it in Formula categories all over the world. Formula Series, Formula 4, Formula 3, Formula 2. If the open wheel category make contact there, as we see number 272 stopped. I don't know if they're waiting for the right time to go or if there's an issue. I think they're just waiting, to be honest. 272 in the Hive kart, Kalyani Patish. Yeah, as I was saying, yeah, when these open wheel category cars touch wheels in a certain way, it's not uncommon to see them launched up into the air, which we actually saw a few times in yesterday's round. Everyone was okay, thankfully, but yeah, we saw it a number of times in the racing, especially with front to rear wheel contact. As we see the first few AK karting karts, distinctively identifiable by the blue, pink, and white livery, or maybe silver. I'll have to speak to Alan about what that other colour is, but from the cameras it looks like white. And we'll see them first coming down turn 4 and 5. So, as Matt mentioned, it was Matanch Jain yesterday who took pole. A 54.9 was the fastest time in the junior category. Only only a second slower than the seniors, to be honest. Who did 53.8. And a little bit quicker than the senior 170s, who have a little bit less. Sorry, I was going to say less of a weight advantage. But you know what I'm trying to say. They're a bit heavier, so therefore it's a little bit harder to get those times. Weight makes a huge difference in karting, as Debussy is the first driver to take the top spot of the times with a 57.8. Voronov not far behind. Siddiqui Bhatia without his novice plates spoke to 222 in the pit lane. And as they said in that conversation, just a reminder, he had to start at the back no matter where he qualified yesterday. Today, he gets to start actually where he qualifies. There was an example of someone with a novice plate, actually, 287, I think that was. Antonio Passari. You saw the big yellow square on the back with the black cross. That is the novice plate. So if you see that, it means that those drivers are in their first or second round, official round of this Iame Series category. And then the third one, they are allowed to remove that plate and continue on their way as Debussy goes faster and holds on to that top spot. 211 Debussy up there for AK Karting, the Kart Republic Kart. No top threes yet this season. And you'll see now, look, this is where now the train is out there. So a lot of people in this category, we saw this yesterday, the junior category always wait for the last 3 minutes. And then they're like, okay, now it's time to go. There was 255 Matanch Jane in the blue and bright orange car. And Scheigel goes fastest currently with a 56.3. That's 213 for MN Motorsport this season. Antonio Hasari sets a time. He's in P7. But Bhatia already ahead of some of the drivers, so he will be gaining a few positions based on not being a novice so far. But let's see the pace of your front runners then as we wait for them to come around and start setting times. They've done their outlap, and there all the guys filtering through turn 2, down across the bridge into 4. This is the exit of turn 3 we were looking at there. There's 287, Antonio Hasari, the novice plate on the back. Throwing that kart around. Look at him working the wheel. Really like adjusting the steering quite a lot through those corners, making little micro adjustments as he's trying to work out the grip levels of the kart. Actually, we had quite an interesting insight from Sam Tester in the previous one. He said that the track was pretty slippery. Or not up to temperature before. Now, impressive insight actually from such a young driver, but he could be right. We did see the Bambinos sliding around. And Chopra then goes up to the 55.9s. 219 Veer Chopra, currently fastest. And there goes Aryan Singh also, 55.8. We're still 1 second off of yesterday's pole time. So I think more time to find as they get heat into the tyres. I think they're still on a temperature building lap. Confirmation of your best sectors at the bottom. Jane, Seigel and Stevens, different drivers in all 3 sectors. That's a great graphic. Keep that up, guys, in the truck. So you can see 3 different sectors there. The ideal lap, 55.2 currently, is the potential fastest lap if you put those 3 best drivers together. Matanch Jane, fastest sector 2, 17.3. Watch for the number 255 then. He's on a charge, he's going purple, and he's yesterday's pole sitter as Aryan Singh now goes fastest in sector 2, but Jane is fastest overall, the 55.2. Stevens, second place, 1/10 off. Jack Doe up there again. P4 just 3 tenths off as Singh goes fastest, 55.0. Now we're pretty close to yesterday's pole time. In fact, extremely close, not faster, but very, very close. And they're going to get one more lap in then. So checkered flag is out. Can they improve? The time that Singh has to beat if he wants to be faster than Jane yesterday is 54.977. Aryan Singh, he doesn't actually have to beat it right now because he is fastest and currently on pole position. Kappen, fastest in sector 1 then. As we see Seigel complete his qualifying. Londono, Albani crosses the checkered line. They are done. Their qualifying is over. 18th and 19th so far for Londono and Albani. Seigel in 8th. Here comes the main train. Connor Clancy and Jane. Oh, Chopra, 54.8. A late shuffle round. Qureshi, 54. Kappen, 54.7. They're all towing each other. What a late shuffle up. Nathan Joseph Kappen then, a 54.7. 0.2 seconds quicker than yesterday. Qureshi, Chopra, Stevens, Jane down in 5th. You've got, in fact, you have, is there 2 drivers there with the exact same time? I think there is. Connor Clancy and Savile Kagay in 6th and 7th have both done a 54.955. That's really impressive. Johansa Senanayaki just shy of yesterday's pole time. Your top 7 faster than yesterday's pole time. So maybe the conditions, that's 2 sessions out of 2 now, where the qualifying times have been quicker than yesterday. So maybe the conditions today lending themselves a hand and improving the lap times today. Maybe it's a bit cooler, maybe the track is a bit nicer grip-wise. One of the drivers earlier mentioned there was plenty of grip out there. I think it was pole sitter for the minis, said that it's feeling good. There's confirmation then. Kappen for Mumbai Falcons on pole. Qureshi for Mumbai Falcons in 2nd. And Chopra for MN Motorsport in 3rd. Let's have a quick look at the highlights of the junior qualifying. Okay, so junior qualifying is complete, and let's have a look at confirmation of your overall running order, provisional order. It's Kappen, Qureshi and Chopra are your top 3, followed by Harrison Stevens, Matanch Chain, Connor Clancy and Savile Kagay with the exact same time. Johansa Senanayaki, Jack Doe up there in the top 9. Aryan Singh rounding off your top 10. Leonidas Peruzzi in 11th, with Luca Portaro from Australia in P12. Mohamed Al-Qassani, Henry King, Leo Aina, Gabriel Barracordi, Ari Kallenberg, Ant Seigel, Giuseppe Montanari and Aaron Mason rounding off your top 20. Then it's Derek Rivera, Ethan Rilstone, Brando Londono, Ryan Albani, Jasfir Bhatia will be starting 25th, Malek Debussy, Ivan Borinov, Iham Siddiqui rounding off your top 28, and then Antonio Hosari and Essa Al-Hamadi and Kalyani Pratish does not have a time. So Kalyani, we saw at the beginning of that session, stopped on the exit of pit lane, and then confirmation, I guess, that there was an issue with the kart because no time set for Kalyani. Essa Al-Hamadi also not taking part in today, and I don't think that's an issue with the kart for him. He is also a young driver that has an injury with his hand. So not taking any risk, making sure that his injury is recovering properly before he comes back to racing in the Iame series. I'm sure we'll see him back in the next round, round 4 and 5 at the Sharjah kart track. It hasn't stopped Essa from taking part in any sim racing though. He's been still taking part in championships with his thumb injury, and actually won a race not too long ago. Here's a couple of the seniors then, 300s and 400s. We'll go through the specifications shortly, but first, let's have a look at the drivers for the next category. there is the full senior lineup then, and the senior 170 category, where the age is now unlimited from 15 years upwards. The Iame S125 engine, 37 horsepower, 125cc. Top speeds increasing yet again, but not by much. 125 and 130 kilometers an hour. The Comet Model K3M tyres are fitted to these karts, so similar. Minimum weight 158 kilograms, unless you're in the 170 category, where, you guessed it, the minimum weight is 170 kilograms. The numbers 300 to 399 and 400 to 499, because this is technically a multi-class race. If they've got 300s, they're seniors, 400s, they're senior 170s. They'll be both sharing the track. But before we get started, I'm going to hand you over to Matt by the dummy grid.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jack. Here we are on the senior grid. Not much time, but we're going to get a small interview with Nathan Pope. Nathan, a roller coaster of a day yesterday, mixed with highs, mixed with lows, change in results. What are your plans today to ensure that you get a clear result and a good start for the day?
Honestly, just try to get good track position for quali, and want to work our way from there, see how we do.
Fantastic. Okay, and now what's your plan? Are you going to stay a bit in the pit lane, wait till the others clean the track, and then head out?
No, I can't tell you all the secrets. Come on.
Fantastic. Well, you heard it there from Nathan. He has it figured out, but he's just not going to tell us. We'll head it back to Jack for the qualifying.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, a roller coaster day for Nathan Pope for sure. We'll talk more on that during the qualifying, but for now, let's go over to Joanna in the pit lane.
Thank you, Jack. I'm standing next to me here is Nathan Joseph Kappen. He is a pole position driver for the junior category post-qualifying. How'd it go there on the track? Did you get the session you were aiming for?
Yeah, definitely. This is my first proper session because I didn't drive yesterday. So it was really good coming with the P1. I was definitely not expecting it, so I'm really happy.
And how much did the track grip affect your session today?
Definitely, I think it looked a lot grippier compared to yesterday. The time definitely looked a bit quick. So I think it was just adapting quickly to the grip.
Awesome. Well done, Nathan. I wish you the best of luck in the next session. And hopefully we'll see you again here. All right, good luck. Thank you. Jack, I'm going to send it back to you to see what's happening there with the senior category for their qualifying session.
Thank you, Joanna. So yeah, confirmation again from a driver insight there from Nathan Kappen. Driver insight being a driver's insight saying that the track is grippy. Yeah, unexpectedly grippy, so, which is probably, that's going to be contributing to seeing. That's going to be contributing to the faster times that we're seeing today. So Nathan giving his steering wheel a bit of a wobble. We were talking about his day yesterday. And yeah, roller coaster of a day. He actually effectively inherited P1 again, a repeat of round one after seeing some penalties with your top drivers. And ended up getting disqualified due to a kart issue, a technical infringement essentially, which can happen in karting. Sometimes it happens to drivers. It's very unexpected. I don't know if it's. I don't think any of the teams. Well, I could be wrong. I'm not sure what it's like from the teams, but I don't think people do it on purpose. But sometimes the rules just get crossed over a little bit, and that is what happened to Nathan Pope. But as I said earlier, I was reading the technical regulations, and I believe in the season. And correct me if I'm wrong. You can jump in chat, or any of the officials can come and tell me if they're listening. I believe that the drivers get one drop round final and one drop round pre-final throughout the season. So it's not the end of the championship when you get a disqualification or a mechanical failure, or if you go on holiday for one of the rounds, for example, because you do get that little bit of leeway. As we're on board here with a J&KD driver, throwing it into turn 2, exiting the pit lane. And now cutting to down. It's pretty much on track. Just a few left in the pit lane, waiting to come out and set their times. Saw a nice couple of shots there of Andre Curie in the senior 170 class, driving in the green suit with the number 400 and 44, 4444. That was 4,444, but we'll ignore that. 444. There we go. He's currently second overall behind Alexandros Anibas in 459. So your senior 170s topping the timesheets in qualifying right now as we wait for the seniors to set their first laps. 3 minutes remaining into turn 1. Nice sweeping shot. Saw a lot of overtakes in turn 2. Jules Dumont slots into P3 in between your senior 170 drivers there. Jose Nagoma up to second, but it's Al-Qasemi currently fastest with a 56.9. Haddad, Hartman 55.4. El Bassioni 55.1. So the times, again, similar to before. I think the tyres requiring a full lap of warm-up before starting to see the lap times that we saw yesterday. Could this be the first qualifying session that we see so far today where the times are slower than yesterday's qualifying session? 53.8 is the time to beat. It's basically a 53.9. It was an 8.96 by Rayan Dharmadasa. Rayan Dharmadasa is number 321, so keep an eye on yesterday's pole sitter. 54.7 for Max Dexter, yesterday's inherent winner after being promoted late after the podium ceremony, actually, with the 10-second penalty being given to Qureshi, I believe, after some contact. I think it was Qureshi. If I've got that wrong, I apologise, but I'll double check that later. So 53.8 yesterday's time to beat. 54.1 is the current fastest time by Adam El Bassioni, who did finish on the podium yesterday in second place overall. And you've got the onboard just showing how vicious this track is. Look at the vibrations that the camera is going through. Qureshi up into second. Jules Dumont goes fastest with a 54.1 also. Nathan Pope in third. Rayan Qureshi currently fourth. Dharmadasa up to sixth. Look at this, throws it into turn 1. Smooth on the steering wheel. We saw one of the novice drivers earlier really working the wheel. You can see here on board with the, I think this is Jeremy Montgomery Swan we're on board with. Nice and smooth with the steering. Over to the left to open up 5. Into the right-hander, down the hill into 6. Chucks it in. JNKD driver getting a little bit of a tow through 7 and 8. But he's going to be hoping he doesn't get hindered as they enter turn 9. He's catching up to the driver ahead. Bounces over the curb through 10 into 11. This is 340 ahead of Montgomery Swan. That's Stefan Yamin. Down into turn 13. And now Montgomery Swan fully closed in. 14. Now he's going to get hindered through 15, 16, 17. And this won't be an ideal lap for the JNKD driver. Yamin looks over his shoulder and sees currently 19th place is Yamin. 6th is Jeremy Montgomery Swan. So a little bit of a pace difference between the two that we're watching on the left. An overtake was definitely coming, but we've got 5 seconds left. 53.4 for Dharmadasa. Another confirmation then that the conditions are grippier than yesterday. Dharmadasa sets another faster sector 1. Pope is currently in second, just 0.3 off. He'll be driving with a different mindset today. The number 354, but 3-2-1 Dharmadasa. Qureshi's crossed the line in second place, finished his qualifying. De Troja, Dumont, Dexter, Mohan also finished their qualifying. Pope can't improve. He's in third currently then. Dharmadasa has done it. It's 53.3. Is there anybody else that can improve? Watch El Bassioni. He's 0.5 behind so far. Can he improve? He can't. He's going to stay in fourth place. Now it's up to Volonvicious or Piri or Bray or Busanad, which is unlikely with where they are currently. I think it's done. Rayan Dharmadasa then. Fastest in all 3 sectors, a 53.3 for that man. Qureshi second, Pope in third. And we'll get confirmation of that shortly when it comes up on the screen. In your senior 170 class, it's Oscar Bray who takes the fastest time, 55.2. Was that quicker than senior 170s yesterday? Only just by 0.1 seconds. But that is a 100% hit rate then. Every qualifying session today, apart from Bambino's, has been faster than yesterday. Dharma Dasa, first place. Qureshi in second, and Nathan Pope in third place then. That's your top three, and let's have a look at highlights of your qualifying seniors. Okay, so there's some highlights of the day so far. Qualifyings are done. We've moved on from the first block of the day. So now we've got 3 blocks left. You've got your heats, you've got your pre-finals, and then your finals. So up next, anyone that's messed up their qualifyings, they have another chance to climb up the grid for the pre-final later on into the day. But before we talk about that, let's head over to Joanna in the pit lane.
What a start for the senior category during the qualifying session. Standing next to me is a pole position driver for the senior 170 category, Oscar Bray. Also the winner of round 2 yesterday. How are you feeling today, and did you get the lap that you were aiming for?
It's good to get back on the track. Definitely got the lap I was aiming for, faster than yesterday. So yeah, I'll be keeping the pressure on the rest of the grid.
It feels a bit hotter than yesterday. Did the track grip affect your session at all today?
Yeah, it definitely improved track conditions, which helped me get, I think it was 2/10 faster than yesterday's time, so it's good.
And do you feel like in terms of strategy, are you going to do something similar to what you did yesterday to keep that position going for the rest of the day?
Yeah, definitely I'll try and continue the success of yesterday. Just try to keep up with the back of the 160 grid again and keep the pressure on the rest of the guys.
Awesome. My last question for you, what did you do yesterday after the celebration?
I slept.
Me too. The heat was just absolutely too much. Well, thank you so much, Oscar. I wish you the best of luck for the next session. I do want to speak to our pole position driver for the senior category who's heading my way, Rian Dharmadasa. He did an incredible job yesterday, and he seems to be having a great start this morning as well. Welcome, Rian. Well done. How did that lap go? Again, did you feel like you got the session you were aiming for?
Yeah, just got clean space at the end and just went for it and just got a good lap in.
And I wanted to ask the same question as Oscar. Did the track grip with the heat today, because it's a bit hotter today than yesterday, affect how you performed today, or did you feel like you had a control over the session?
I think the heat's quite similar to yesterday, but the track was definitely more grippy than yesterday, which is better for us.
It's an advantage for you. Well done. Well, best of luck. Rian, I hope to see you again here after the heat session, and we'll talk soon. Thank you so much. And back to you, Jack, to see what's happening out there on your side of the track.
Thank you, Joanna. Great to hear from your pole sitters. So let's have a full look then at the senior grid. It's Dharmadasa, Qureshi and Pope, your top 3. El Bassioni, Dumont, DeTroja, Max Dexter, Louis Hartman, Shivan Kartik Mohan and Jeremy Montgomery Swan are your top 10 drivers in the senior category. You've then got Linus Volonvicius, Antonius Haddad, Amani Kanua, Biren Piri and Rain K. Ruse, the next 5. It's Krishay Gut, Koze Nagoma, Sakir Al-Qasemi, Stefan Yamin and Oscar Bray, your next 5. Oscar Bray being the pole sitter of your senior 170 class ahead of Yusuf Musanad, Alexandros Anivas and Andre Curry. And that rounds off all of our qualifying sessions. So up next will be the heats, but before we go and watch your heats, I think it's time to shout out our sponsors for the Iame UAE series and your media friends broadcast.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Okay, so good to see all of the sponsors on board. Feel free to reach out to media friends to join this amazing lineup. Of course, don't forget to shout out to Iame, Emzo, Rack Track, the organisers of the season, media friends and Media Mania for their technical support. But let's catch up with Matt in the grid area.
Thank you very much, Jack. And yes, another very tight qualifying session for today, with the fastest cars of today being the senior grid, again improving on yesterday's lap time. So there's no doubt that the track is more grippy and quicker. But now we are on the pre-grid for the mini drivers, the first race of the day, the first heat of the day. And the mini drivers, as you can see behind me, are getting some last little bits of information and motivation from their mechanics. Some are even being protected by the sun with these JKND umbrellas. Some, on the other hand, don't even have their helmets on. So everyone has a different, preparation, pre-race ritual before. Some people like to be sat in the car 5 minutes before to really get in the zone, and some people would rather wait till the last minute and then get dressed up and head out on track. It all depends on the driver's preferences. But in first place, we've got Ilyas Sami, number 126 with the GGM, another very tight qualifying, followed by second place, Baptiste Augustin with the 134. So these drivers were able to bring it into the 101s. Now, if we go over here on the second row of the grid, we've got Atika Mir over here, third place, so much better starting position for her. And then in fourth place, Paul Schutzman. Now, that's it from me. We're going to hand it back to Jack in the commentary box.
Thank you, Matt. Let's have a look then, as we see more audience fueling up on coffee. Let's have a look at the confirmation of the grid for our first heat of the day, the first racing action. It'll be coming up shortly, but don't forget this, as I was mentioning earlier, the qualifying, sorry, not the qualifying, this first heat is an opportunity for those that have messed up in qualifying, or maybe didn't get their ideal lap in. This is where it gives them another chance to climb up the order in a race scenario. It doesn't come without its hazards, though, because you do have the potential to make your qualifying worse, also with the risk of contact during the race, which of course is not what you want. Now, what do I mean by this? The result of this preheat, or this heat, sorry, will determine your starting position in the pre-final. And you can see here the coaches getting some last words of wisdom in. That's Ilyas Sami sat there. At least the coach is staying hydrated. And then all the parents watching, waiting. They are either watching the live stream and subscribing to Media Friends, or maybe they are checking the timesheets and waiting for the race to begin. Atika, top 3 start today. Great job from her, and like I said, this is risky. The higher you qualified, the riskier it is for your preheat. Now, there's 183. Let's have a look at the confirmation of your grid then. Ilyas Sami and Augustin on the front row. Atika Mir and Schutzman on row 2. Karajkovic and Lizignoli, yesterday's pole sitter, on row 3. Then it's Liam O'Hanlon and Achilles Peruzzi, yesterday's winner, on row 4. Mazzali and Preetham there in 9th and 10th, with Rashid and Page in 11th and 12th. Then you've got Stubbs and Theocaris in 13th and 14th. Koramifa, Tabaza and Dizani and Chopra there down in 17th and 18th place. Gray and Al Khalifa round off your top 20, followed by Bataille and Falzerano in 21st and 22nd place. Then it's Bagat, Friedenstein, Voronins, Kumar in 25th and 26th. Then Pajamaki, Alabavli, Kumar and Garushk. And rounding off the field will be Patton and Al Sheikh in 31st, 32nd, and Suka in P33. A 9-lap race about to begin. Everyone sat in the audience waiting. And just to finish what I was saying, basically the result of this will decide the starting positions of your pre-final. So it's risky if you crash, or it's beneficial if you climb up the order, because the pre-final and the final is where you're scoring your points. And this man, Mr. Peruzzi, will be aiming to climb up because he is currently starting in P8, and you cannot count him out no matter where he starts. The Predator Motorsport driver looking relaxed. There's number 100 for Axel GP. That is Rivan Dev Prefum, shaking the hand of his coach. Yeah, let's. He's saying, "Yep, I got it. I'll press the accelerator and I'll go for it." And I will, when the green light goes, I will go. Oh, there's Charlie Page. He's saying, what do we reckon that could mean? He's tapping his helmet. He's saying, "Watch this," or is he saying, "Think about where I'm going to finish"? I don't know. Maybe Joanna or Matt can ask him that later after the race if he gets into that all-important podium position. YouTube chat has now filled up a little bit, so I can have a quick catch-up on that. It was pretty quiet earlier, so a reminder, another good morning to our viewers in the stream. Please jump in there and say hello. It helps not only keep me entertained a little bit, as much as the racing does, because it is great racing, but also it boosts the chances of your little ones being watched as well as the live stream gets pushed. So we've got Go Hamad, good luck Sam, Auntie is praying. That'll be Sam Tester's auntie in chat, Ingrid. Then it says cheering for you, Harry Stevens from Australia. Good luck Aryan. Waiting for the mini class with best wishes for kart number 100. Indian national karting champion Rivan Dev Prefum, says Kishav. Come on AK, says DS Karting. What time will the junior final start today, says Harry Warren. I'll get back to you on that question. Louis with the Denmark flag, 100. Let's do it, Rivan. Let's get the race going with the minis, says Goramifa. And Rona says hello. Oh, good. So me saying say hello in chat has prompted some people to say hello in chat. Great to see. Obviously, during the race, I won't be able to watch it as much, but feel free to jump in the chat as much as you can. If you have any questions, if you just want to have a conversation with me, then let us do that. I'll try and do my best to keep up with that throughout the day at different points. But right now, it is mini time. It's formation lap time. So we won't build up the excitement too much just yet. They get to do a full formation lap to prepare their tyres. And then we actually saw people yesterday spinning on the formation lap, making contact on the formation lap, which was very unusual. I don't often see it. Yesterday we saw the track a little bit grippier today, maybe from all the rubber laid down in yesterday's round 2 action. Here we are, round 3 at Dubai Kartdrome. Shout out to Dubai Kartdrome for hosting this first doubleheader of the Iame series. Been to Rack Track already, one of the organisers of the Iame series, by Maxi, manager of Rack Track. I think we heard from David Bright yesterday. David Bright, the manager of Dubai Kartdrome. And then I'm sure we will hear from Sharjah Kart Track manager for round 4 and 5, Yasmin Marina. Circuit will likely have a representative later in the season, and Al Fassan Resort. And then back to Rack Track for the finale. Round 10 all the way in February 2026. So, they've done their first formation lap, which means on the second half of this lap, they will start to slow down and line up alongside each other. Place your bets now, chat, audience. You know what I love about this pre-formation lap vibe? You can't see this, maybe I don't know if the cameraman will be able to show a shot before the race starts, but the parents and the teams all fill up the gantry ready for the race start. You can see the mums patting their chest as their heart goes in their mouth as they're about to watch their child start the heavy grid race. And now Ilyas Sami then backs up the pack, slows down. We've got Rinku in chat saying good luck, Dev. They're coming round the final turn now. Everybody watching, waiting. The first race of the day for round 3, Iame Series UAE at Dubai Kartdrome. We're on for the first heat in the minis. They come round the final turn. They're in the tram lines and down towards the start-finish lights they go. And there's the international signal for let's do that again. I think the gap in the mid-pack too big. And it's a repeat of yesterday then. It's a false start according to the driver signals. And there in the background I can see the green and yellow flag. Confirmation of the full start. So they'll go round again. They'll line up again and try and slow down a bit more and have another attempt at our first race of the day. It's a flag we don't often see in motorsport. So for those, again, that are new to watching or maybe not aware of the flags, that's a yellow flag. We know what that means. That's slow down. That's international. But the green and yellow, we don't often see it. It's a green flag with a yellow point, like a yellow arrow, means false start. And in this case, they go round and they do it again. You saw the drivers, all of their right hands went up and they did this little twiddle of their finger. They all wave it round. That was the signal that cued me up for the extra formation lap. But here we go, Ilyas Sami and Baptiste Augustin. Once again, Atika Mer and Schutzman on row 2. Who can come out on top into turn 2? They come round the final turn and the first heat is about to get underway and the lights are out. And away they go down towards turn 1. This looks like a legit start. No one waving their fingers down, swooping into the fast right-hander of turn 1, into the braking zone of 2. 3, 4, 5 wide, into 3, swooping in. I can see Atika Mer definitely held on to 3rd. It looks like it's Sami. Then 183, Benjamin Karajkovic has found himself in the top 3. A great start from the JNKD driver. There's a cart there off on the left-hand side. So it's Sami, Karajkovic, Atika Mer, Baptiste Augustin down into 4th place. Don't worry about the timing screens. Atika Mer up the inside of turn 9, up into 2nd place. The timing screen will update when they cross the line at the end of the first lap. So keep an eye on that, but trust me on this. It's Ilyas Sami, Atika Mer, Benjamin Karajkovic and Baptiste Augustin, your top 4 at the moment as we see more drivers side by side down towards turn 13. 114 fighting off drivers. That's Charlie Page, who we saw tap his helmet before the race start. And it looks like Augustin is back up into P3 and Karajkovic down into P5 with Liam O'Hanlon slotting into P4 in that last sector there. So another swap around in sector 3. Karajkovic looking to get back past Liam O'Hanlon in 1-2-2 down towards turn 4 into the sweeping right of turn 5. Look at all these carts, this gaggle of carts going down across the bridge into turn 4. Down the hill they go. Augustin 3rd. Achilles Peruzzi is up into 4th according to the timing screens. He's just passed Karajkovic. He started this race in 8th place. He's gained 4 places. Alex Diakaris in 7th place. He's gained 7 places. And Anil Kumar in 16th has gained 10 places. Can you believe it? There is Ilyas Sami and Atika Mer. Augustin down the inside of turn 14. Passes the number 113 Atika. Gains P2 then, and now he can begin his charge to chase down Ilyas Sami, who finished 3rd every race yesterday. And look at all the parents and the teams on the wall on the right hand side there on your screen. International signal for go, create a gap, keep pushing from some of the team managers and the mechanics there. Emmanuel in chat says let's go Dev. Half a second between your top guys as they cross the line. Atika Mer, she is well within range still to attack Baptiste or Ilyas. It's early days though, the race has only just begun. It's a 9-lap race, but the longer these guys take to sort themselves out, the more chance Achilles Peruzzi has to close in on your top 3 and get involved in this fight. And we know he's not shy of making any moves. P4 has been a good starting spot actually here at Dubai Kartdrome. Always seems like the P4 driver tends to make their way up through the order into turn 2 at the start. There's a big old gap here between Thea Karas and Lisignoli in P7 and 8. Lisignoli leading the back train, I think, or the second train, with Charlie Page, Shootsman, Mazzali, Preetham and Rashid in tow. But the close fight is at the front. There's number 172. That's Kushagra Kumar. And here, Karashkovic up through 10 and 11, under pressure from O'Hanlon. 5th and 6th place here. JNKD versus GGM. Down towards turn 13. Will Liam O'Hanlon make a move? Not this time. Into 14 they go. They've got Thea Karas behind. Ilyas Sami is down the order, 1-2-6. Something has happened to your leader. Augustin leads, Atika Mer and Peruzzi is up. Ilyas Sami down to 4th. 1-2-6 then in 4th place now, just ahead. And look at Atika Mer, just been attacked by Peruzzi, who's now up into 2nd place. And Karashkovic says, come on, look, that's 2nd place up there. Stop fighting me, let's focus on them. He's talking to Ilyas Sami in 1-2-6. Peruzzi swoops into turn 6 with Atika Mer just behind. Baptiste Augustin has a 1.5 second lead halfway through this race. Atika slots back into P3. Peruzzi goes to defend. And you got O'Hanlon, Karashkovic, Sami, and Thea Karas now. Your top 7 all in this fight. Lisignoli still a little way back, leading the other train ahead of Page and Shootsman. O'Hanlon, though, a strong performance from Liam today so far. He's in P4 and he's holding on to it. Karashkovic will be looking to get that position, but look at Augustin. Does the gap increase or decrease? It's about the same. Augustin's done everything he needs to do so far. Keep an eye on Atika. She'll want to take P2 back, I reckon. She definitely doesn't want to come under attack from Liam O'Hanlon, who has a quick look down the inside of turn 3. Didn't pull it off, though. Into turn 4 they go. Take a nice wide line into 5. Swoop back over to the left there, or the right from their perspective, to open up turn 6. And Karashkovic under pressure. They were side by side there. And now look at the switch back. Thought Sami was going to go for a move in turn 9, but he didn't go for it. Thea Karas is just watching and waiting. In P7, he's up 7 places though, so he's already had a great race, has Alex Thea Karas, on the back of this train of 7. Ilyas Sami though, he's had the worst deal of the hand so far. He's down 5 places from where he started. Started this race in pole position. The gap increasing. Augustin pushing. Atika looks to the outside of Peruzzi, but Peruzzi defended it. They had a little bit of contact into 2. So Peruzzi, a stern defence. He's no longer focusing forward and he is watching behind him. Achilles is not wanting to let Atika through, and Liam O'Hanlon will be trying to take advantage as he goes down the inside of 6. Atika with a switchback will have the inside of 7 and the inside of 8. But I think she's going to have to back out, but keep an eye behind on the inside of 9. Here comes Benjamin Karashkovic and Sami. Atika loses 2 more positions. So Liam O'Hanlon up into P3 and Atika down after Karashkovic, and Sami down the inside of Karashkovic into 13. Another position swap. Now he's on the inside of 14. Karashkovic can't do anything there. Into 17 they go. And now Ilyas Sami taps his steering wheel, says, come on. Atika lost another place to Alex Thea Karas. So either she has an issue, or she's just not wanting to take any risk in this heat race. But Augustin, a 2.5 second lead from Peruzzi. Half a second back is Liam O'Hanlon, who's on for a P3 finish at the moment. But he's got Ilyas Sami behind him now, who finished 3rd in every other one. There's a couple laps remaining, and he is close enough to Mr. O'Hanlon. The GGM teammates There's Ilyas Sami, a nice zoomed-in shot of the number 126 there. Liam defends turn 14, through 15, 16, and into the final turn, 17. Look at the gap that Augustin has. Peruzzi looking over his shoulder. Down towards turn 1. And the order remains as is. Thea Karas, great race, up 8 positions. Patton is the only one that's gained more in 9 positions at the back, but Krajkovic down the inside of turn 4. Gets the move done. So Krajkovic ahead of Sami now. Liam O'Hanlon also down. Well, actually, no, I think that's Liam O'Hanlon that he's passed. 1-2-2. So Sami, that's come as a result of Sami regaining P3. 1-2-6 then, up into 3rd place. Liam O'Hanlon getting pushed down the order. It was Krajkovic passing O'Hanlon then. So it's Augustin from Peruzzi. Ilyas Sami in P3, Krajkovic 4th, Liam O'Hanlon in 5th. Atika Murnau 6th, who has got back past Alex Theocaris. And the checkered flag is waved. Baptiste Augustin then wins the first race of the day, with Peruzzi looking somewhat disappointed even though he's finished 2nd. Ilyas Sami crosses the line in 3rd. Krajkovic holds on to 4th. Liam O'Hanlon 5th. Atika Murnau 6th. Down 3 places. Alex Theocaris up 7. And there we have it then. Baptiste Augustin. What a strong race for the XL driver. There he is, 1-3-4, bringing it round, looking over his shoulder. Zero two, giving everybody a wide berth, and 1-3-4 comes back into the pit lane then. Your current victor of the day, Baptiste Augustin. So they're going to come in, say hello to the scrutineers as they walk around the carts, have a quick check. Oh, did he just trip up? Don't think so. He's just watching where he's stepping. Confirmation of your top 3. Baptiste Augustin for XL Motorsport. Kilias Peruzzi up from 8th into 2nd. Ilyas Sami makes it a 100% record of 3rd places this weekend at the double header of Dubai Kartdrome. Let's have a look at the highlights of the mini category. Okay, so there's the highlights of our qualifying session, our heat session, sorry. Let's go to Joanna in the pit lane.
Well, that was a quite action-packed heat session for the mini category. Standing next to me is the pole position driver, Baptiste Augustin. You put up a fight out there on the track, and you were able to gain your position from P2 to P1. Walk me through what was your strategy?
I didn't really have one. I just really went with the flow. But I dropped down to 4th at the start, and then I managed to get back to P2 and then P1.
Are you feeling a bit more confident going into the pre-finals now? And do you feel like there's any improvements that you have to make to maintain your position?
I feel extremely confident, and I'll just try to do the best I can next race.
I love that, as you should. Well, best of luck, and I hope to see you back here again in the pre-finals. No problem. Thanks a lot. So back to you, Jack, to see what's happening with the Bambino category before they head out to their heat session.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. Let's head over to Matt in the dummy grid and see what's happening on the other end of the paddock.
Yes, congratulations to the top 3 place drivers for the first mini race of the day. And now the Bambinos are about to head out on track, but we have an important interview with a parent of the Bambino, Bambino number 10, Yeshwin. So, Yeshwin, how has it been going for him? You know, you're the mother. Tell us a bit more about the experience so far and the motivation you give to your son. They're so young to be starting at this age. How does it come across in your family?
Oh no, he's the first one into racing from our family. So for his love for speed, which we found out too early, right from when he was 2 years old. So we thought this is the right sport for him. So just giving it a try, yeah.
Fantastic. From 2 years old, his love for speed. Wow, that's amazing. And so he's been racing now for a year, if I'm not mistaken? So 1 year. And what do you think so far of, you know, the event, the way it's handled, the driver interviews, the opportunity this gives your son? You know, he can go back home, watch the videos, find himself, look at the screen.
Yes, very much. He loves to watch the way he's driving. He's really happy with it, and we really like Dubai for that. The exposure is really good here. So very happy.
Perfect, great. Well, thank you very much. I know it's a bit stressful right now as a parent, so we will leave you to it. We wish you and your son the best of luck, and hopefully a successful weekend. Perfect. Thank you very much, and we will head back to you, Jack, in the commentary.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. So up next, the Bambinos. We're just seeing the recovery truck there in the background collecting the last couple of carts before they head out onto the circuit. So I think a nice time to quickly shout out some of our sponsors, not just the organisers here today. We've mentioned them a couple of times, but let's not forget 800 Sport for all your gym equipment and Align Pilates, a Pilates class based in JLT. We've also got Drivers Lab, who are here with us this weekend, and they were with us last weekend as well, providing simulators and driver training. They've got challenges here this weekend where the drivers can drive around Silverstone in an F4 car. You've also got Dan Wells Driver Management, one of the co-owners of Drivers Lab, who is offering management services to help with such things as fitness contracts or PR. I mean, there's many more. That's just a few examples. You then also have Dia Design helmets. We've got some Predator Motorsport flags out there, actually. Got Comet Tires, of course, providing all the tires for this weekend. But Almeida Racing Academy is one of the new sponsors for this weekend. Suelio Almeida, a popular sim racer turned real racer. And they've then got Minerva Virtual Academy, offering educational services for athletes who can struggle in the normal school system and not struggle in the normal school system, but struggle to do both the school system and compete in their chosen sport. So Minerva filling that gap to help them still complete education. You've got K. Roos and Associates and Key Soul as well. DrakeCart.com as one of our sponsors. But now we've got 10 minutes and the Bambinos are out on track. Let's have a quick look at the chat from the last race. Good luck, Ethan Bear. Let's go GGM. Let's go Ethan. Come on, Sam. Sam. So, Sam's family jumping in chat to watch the Bambino driver. Number 44 currently driving round. Number 44, Cheyenne Asgomi. Now, Sam Tester, speaking of Sam, with his fans and his family in the chat, as we see Yusuf Al-Kayak go down towards turn 1. Sam Tester had a dominant day yesterday as he was fastest overall in all 3 sessions. Can he do it again today? What do you think? Chat, those of you watching on YouTube live, tell me in the chat box, do you think Sam Tester can go fastest in all 3 sessions today? Or where's Mark's fans and family in the chat? Number 88, Mark Ristig. Can he catch up and close in on Sammy to take some of the top spots today? Or will we see one of the others? Yusuf Al-Kayat, Cheyenne Asgomi, Robert Oganyang, Zayad Al-Ansari, or Yeshwin Vinay Kumar. Who will come out on top in the first time trial of the day? Now, they score points in every time trial, does the Bambinos. I've mentioned earlier that all the other categories, minis, juniors, seniors, and senior 170s, they only score points in your pre-final and your final. But your Bambinos score points in time trial 1, 2, and 3. As I see some of the parents outside cheering on, showing emotion. Hey, we got some people in chat. DS Karting says, let's go, Mark. I told you Mark's fans are out there somewhere. Morn Slabbert says hello from Malaysia. That's the spirit. Jump in chat, say hello, shout out where you're watching from to show how truly international not only the stream is, but where, I mean, the grid has got such a mixed bag of nationalities. Alexandra says, let's go, Mark Ristic. Now, talking of the mixed bag of nationalities, it's let's talk about the UAE briefly and the UAE season of motorsport. Now, around this region, this GCC region, our motorsport season, as you can tell, as we're only on round 3, is only just beginning. And this is unique, and I'll explain to you all why. So, we're on round 3 of the Iame Series UAE. Round 1 was only a couple of weeks ago, and it started in October. We also have some F4 series starting. We'll have most of the real, like I said, real races. Most of the races on the real circuit, the big circuit, the Autodrome or Yas Marina will be starting up soon. Our motorsport season starts in winter, effectively, for the rest of the world. And the reason this is unique is because, as you see from our various nationalities on the grid, it allows some of the younger drivers who are starting their career and throughout the ladder almost a full year of experience as they're trying to get as much seat time as possible, because seat time equals more practice time, equals better lap times, more consistency, equals better at the skill itself of driving. So just to paint the picture, let's say they start at the Iame Series UAE. Once this season finishes in February, which is effectively the end of winter for most other countries, it's still hot here, don't get me wrong, but it's cool enough. That's why we do the motorsport season now. When our motorsport season ends in February, March time, you guessed it, the rest of the world, their motorsport season begins. For example, Formula 1, which would kick off around February, March time. But it's the same for everywhere in Europe. The main European series will start around that time, and then when that finishes around September time, they can come back over here and compete during these winter series effectively. We've got, see, now this is what I like to see. I will say this, shout out to the families who watch the Bambino category, because actually you guys are the most verbal in chat. You guys are the ones that are jumping in to the YouTube conversation. Go Mark Ristic, we read that one earlier. Coming to support my team today because I couldn't race this weekend, sadly, says DS Karting. Come on Sam, Uncle Richard from Malta is watching. Mark is number 1. Go number 88, Mark Ristic. At the moment, it's not only a competition on track as Yusuf Al-Kayat goes quickest with a 1:10.5. That's quicker than the fastest time yesterday, actually. Both Testa and Yusuf have gone faster than yesterday's quickest time, proving yet again that the grip is better out there. There's a secondary competition going on here, and I'm going to say it. It's the family competition in the chat. Sam Testa and Mark Ristic have got the most comments, I think, across all of the grids in the YouTube chat throughout the weekend. It's constant, watching from Malta or Slovenia, and now it's actually quite fun to watch. Not only the lap times here, but seeing who can get the most comments in that chat. But realistically, it's not a competition. It's just great to see so much support. Yusuf Al-Kayat, great, strong lap time there, 1:10.5. And Sam Tester is only 0.03 behind. That is a minimal amount of time. If you measured that by distance, we're talking centimeters, really. They would have crossed the line relatively at the same time. I believe we have got an interview, so let's head over to Joanna in the pit lane.
Thank you, Jack. Standing next to me is Asif, the father of the only female driver in the mini category, Atika. She is honestly an inspiration to so many other females that want to be in her position one day. And as her father, what advice can you give to other parents out there who want to motivate their female young kid to become more confident on the track?
Well, all I'll say is come and watch her drive, and you can see that they can be as good as the boys. So,
mentality-wise, does she never see a difference between, I guess, obviously, when it comes to being on the track, it's not about your gender, it's about the skill set that you have. So what does she do behind the scenes to prepare herself on the track?
well, it's a lot of fitness. I think the only place I think where females would have a slight disadvantage to the men is the fitness. It's the way the body reacts to a workout or the muscle development. So it's a bit harder for us to do double the work of what the boys do. The rest of it is just the same. It's no difference.
That's amazing. And you've told me some of her accomplishments off camera. Can you tell everybody out there some of the accomplishments that she's achieved in the last few years?
But it's, she's starting out. Obviously, she's won a few races. She's won a race in Europe. She won a few races last week. Last month has been very good. So yeah, she's part of F1 Discover Your Drive program. One of only 3 girls in the world. So a lot of accolades, but honestly, you've got to prove yourself on the track. I think that's what matters.
And she was the first female to win the Vice Championship for Iame as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, a couple of years back, we won in Mini Rookie. She got Vice Champion, so yeah, it's okay. Like I said, accolades don't matter. What matters is how you perform on the track and how you develop. And, there are a lot of years in karting. Mini is just the beginning, so you want to keep getting better and better. Peak sort of at the right time.
100%. Well, thank you very much. One last thing, I want you to tell everybody where they could follow her journey when it comes to motorsports.
I'm sorry?
Where can people follow her journey? Does she have any socials where she's, what's her Instagram?
Asif Mir, Instagram, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Asif. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much. Back to you, Jack, to see what's happening out there on the track.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah, so Bambino's just coming to a close with the checkered flag waving, and Yusuf Al-Kayat is still currently fastest. He's on another flyer by the looks of it. Look at him flying through the chicane up the hill into turn 11. I'm wondering, it's a yellow sector 1, so he's not up just yet. It just looks fantastic as you see the vibrations going through the car. Kumar has finished, as has Sam Tester, so it could be fastest for Yusuf Al-Kayat then in the Bambino Time Trial 1 as he comes through the final sector. Can he improve even further? It wasn't a purple sector 2 either. It's a 1:10.512. What was this lap? A 1:11.1, so 6 tenths off, but he's done it. It is Yusuf Al-Kayat on top, Sam Tester in second, and Yeshwin Vinay Kumar in third. Yusuf will be over the moon with that. He'll be full of beans in the paddock. Yeah, I mean, he was yesterday. Always filled with energy. There's Mark Ristick coming off the weighbridge. That was a fantastic interview also with the father of Atika Mir, and actually a really interesting outlook into the mindset of one of the parents. It was quite a humble answer, I think, to not just list her accolades, because she has achieved quite a lot so far, as have many of the drivers in their current young careers. And yeah, he didn't just list them off. He said actually they don't really matter. Obviously it's impressive, but what matters is the performance today and the present performance on track. And I think that's a really, really interesting outlook. Confirmation of your top 3. Yusuf Al-Kayat in first. Second was Sam Tester, with Kumar in third. we will have a quick look at the highlight reel. Okay, there's the highlights of the Bambinos, just showing what they went through there. As we see one of the carts being put up the gantry at the top. As you know what's coming next, it's going to be the juniors heat. Another interesting insight, actually, just to go back. We didn't mention that. I love his outlook on female racers there. He said the only difference really could possibly be fitness, but it's not impossible to overcome. And there's plenty of girls in the region actually, but there's definitely room for more who are competing with all of the boys on track. But let's hand over to Matt down in the dummy grid, see who he's talking to.
Yes, thank you very much, Jack. And here we are now for the first race of the senior category. And we are here with our pole sitter, Nathan Capin, for the Mumbai Falcons. Nathan, fantastic lap over there. And, you know, the track looks like it's got loads of grip and very responsive, your car as well. Tires are still in good condition as it's the first session of the day. So tell us, how are you feeling for the first race?
Feeling really confident. Just trying to build a gap and make an easy race. So hopefully we can manage the tires and prepare for the final.
Yeah, as you said, it's a very long day. You know, you've got 10 laps now and then more for the pre-final and then ultimately the big final where everything counts and the podium and, of course, the championship points. So what's your plan to, you know, make sure the car is well maintained and you as well, physically, you still have all of that energy throughout this long day?
Yeah, definitely. Just trying to keep the car in good shape and myself as well, staying hydrated so we can be in a good shape for the final.
Okay, perfect. Well, there's not a lot of time left now, so we're going to give it back to Joanna with the interviews for the first place.
Well, that was an incredible session for the Bambino category in the heat. I'm standing next to Yusuf Al-Khayat, who just secured the fastest lap on the track. Yusuf, walk me through what happened there. And are you happy with the results?
Yeah, because the racing line is the fastest thing in the track. So you must go on the racing line. If you go on the dirt, the tires will be have some dirt and everything. So that's why.
And what advice do you have for other kids your age who want to follow your path? I mean, you're very strong and confident on the track. What do you do to practice?
I practice because when you practice, you learn a lot. And then when you go to a race, maybe you come third, something like that.
That's and then you have a great team supporting you here. Yasti and your team manager Gilbert is on behind you, always pushing you to do your best. Do you have any words for your team that you want to say?
I would say thank you to my dad who supported me for 2 years maybe, something like that.
That's amazing. And anything to your team? Do you want to thank your team?
Yeah. Thank you for the team.
Well, thank you so much, Yusuf. You are an incredible, young, talented boy, and I wish you all the best. I hope to see you here again for the pre-finals.
You know what? Last time, I came first here, and then now, in time trial 1, I came first.
That's incredible.
And do you know what? Never celebrate too early.
That's right. You're absolutely right. Thank you so much for being so smart, and you are incredible, young, talented boy. Thank you very much and good luck for the next session. I hope to see you back here, yeah? See you. Thank you very much, and back to you, Jack, to see what's happening on your side of the track.
Thank you, Joanna. I told you Yusuf Al-Kayat would be filled with beans after that victory. And I think my favourite quote there was that his dad has only been supporting him for 2 or 3 years. And Yusuf obviously being a little bit older than that. But I'm sure that his father has been supporting him for a lot longer than 2 to 3 years. But there we go. I mean, he probably was just thinking that he's been karting for around that long already. Or coming up to that, because he's obviously in the younger category, so he's only just sort of starting his journey. He is, I mean, the passion definitely comes from his dad, who also drives on circuit. A beautiful, beautiful car of the Dodge Viper ACR. He used to take part in various competitions across the UAE. Let's hand over back to Joanna for a quick interview.
I'm standing next to me here is Nawaf, the father of Yusuf Al-Kayat. I just want to ask you, what an incredible kid you have here. He is very smart. How do you keep him motivated, and how do you keep him so confident behind the scenes?
So thank you first of all for everything. I'm really glad that he came back from losing yesterday, but I always encourage him and emphasize him that you never, like, even if you lose, even if you get penalties, even if you get whatever things happen, technical issues in the kart, you always keep motivated, and it's not the end of life. You should keep up and keep pushing.
At what age did he start racing, and did you have a passion for motorsports before? I believe you're Emirati as well, right? Well, the whole country is proud of you guys, but would love to hear more about your experience as well.
And first of all, when you say Emirati here in UAE, everyone is Emirati. That's what our leaders always say. And for me, I usually race with Jack in time attack, and that's the startup of the spark for him. So he was trying to tell me that I want to kart, and I took him like when he was 4 years old, and that's the start of the thing. And he's really improving a lot, and he's focusing a lot. He's learning a lot, especially when there's the young kids. They're always like distracted, but they are doing really well, yeah.
That's incredible. And my final question to you, to all the parents outside watching you guys, what's the first step you can put your kid into to see if they have passion for the motorsports?
For everything, start with the first step. If you start with anything, regardless of your sport, in karting, you should keep up and you should motivate him. The more seat time you are carrying on this type of motors or type of sport, it gives you more and more challenging and more experience, especially here in karting, since they are especially here in heat in UAE, and they are really doing good.
Thank you very much. That was very nice, and best of luck for Yusuf. He's amazing, so thank you. Well, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you, Jack, to see what's happening.
Thank you, Joanna, and thank you, Nawaf. I got a shout out. Did everybody hear that? He said he races with me on the track. That is sometimes I do take part in those things. Yes, thank you very much. But today is not about this. It's about this race that we're about to watch. We got the number 200s going out, and the starting grid is going to be as follows. Just waiting for the starting grid to come up. I think it's Kappen definitely on pole position, as we heard. Here we go. So 10 laps are about to get underway as they start their formation lap. It's Kappen and Qureshi on row 1, Chopra and Stevens on row 2, Jane and Clancy, followed by Kage and Senanayaki for GGM. Then it's Singh and Peruzzi there on the 5th row in 9th and 10th, followed by Pitaro and Al-Qasemi, King, and then Leo Aina in 13th and 14th. Baracordi and Jack Doe end up in 15th and 16th, with Kallenberg and Seigel the next up on row 9. Montanari and Mason round off your top 20, with Rivera and Realstone side by side on row 11 in 21st and 22nd place. Then you've got Londono and Albani, followed by Bhatia, Debussy, Boranov, Siddiqui in 27th, 28th, then Pratish and Hasari rounding off your field in 30th place after not setting times earlier. I'm not sure if Antonio is on track Oh, no, I think he is on track. I've just seen it pop up now. It did say in on my timing screen, but it is now showing that he's out there. So the full grid ready to go, about to complete their first lap of tyre warm-up, and the audience filling up the side again to watch our first qualifying heat of the junior category. We are about to get some more racing underway then. Here we go. 10 laps. It's a Mumbai Falcons front row. It's an M&M row 2. Very nice to see 2x2s. Here we go then. First qualifying heat. Not qualifying heat, sorry. First heat of the day. Junior Iame Series UAE round 3. Dubai Kartdrome. Look at 255 getting all sorts of in the bumper of Chopra there. Saying, come on, move forward. Let's go round this final turn. And round the final corner they go, and they head down towards the main straight, down towards turn 1, and lights out, and they are on for it. It's not a full start. They go sweeping down towards turn 1. There's an issue for one of the carts near the back there who's looking down at the engine. There's 2 off at turn 1 there on the exit. Down towards turn 2 as they exit turn 3, in towards turn 4. They're all jostling for position in the mid-pack, into 4, into 5, down the hill, into 6 as they exit now into the fast turn 7. Look at that, great move down the inside of 6 in the mid-pack there for one of the orange and white carts. I think that might be Al Qasemi, I'm not too sure. Number 210 Al Qasemi, but let's go back to your leaders as they enter turn 12 along to the back straight then. Down towards the braking zone of turn 13. It was 299, I think, the orange and white cart. That's Luca Potaro who pulled off that move in the mid-pack. Down through 14, 15 and 16. And here we go then, we're back caught up with your leaders. It's Kappan leading the way from Chopra, from Qureshi, Stevens, Clancy, Senaniaki, Peruzzi, Aina and Qasemi. So there's some people in there that have had an absolutely blistering start. I can't wait to see the positions gained when they appear, because I'm sure that there are some people that have absolutely climbed up the order in that first lap. But Nathan Joseph Kappan then, a dream start, fastest lap so far. Chopra slots in between your 2 Mumbai Falcons drivers. Qureshi will want to get P2 back as soon as he can, as they now drive down towards turn 13. Can't have a look just yet. Thought he was going to do it on the brakes, but not quite. Matanch Jain has had a poor start. He's down in P10 and lost a few positions, but here they come then. It's a Mumbai Falcons 1, 3, 5, I believe. All the odd numbers. Down towards, it's the fastest lap for Chopra in P2 then. Chopra yesterday had a second and a first. Currently in second place, 2/10 behind Nathan Joseph Kappan. There's a warning flag flaring up on my screen for Londono, on the timing screen on my right. There it is, 2:09. Confirmation from race control. Brandon Londono, 2:09. Currently in 23rd place, getting a warning flag. 2:02. Leo Aina is behind Peruzzi in P7 and 8. Oh, 281 down the inside then. That's Senaniaki overtaking Harrison Stevens into turn 14. It's always a risky move, but he did it. He's pulled it off, and now Peruzzi and Leo Aina will want to take advantage as we look at Jack Doe come sweeping around turn 2. Look at this, Leo Aina down the inside of Al Qasemi. I think defending from Al Qasemi there, as he was showing ahead when they crossed the start-finish line. So Leo Aina holding off the number 210. Al Qasemi through turn 2, down through 6, exiting into the flat out left of 7 and 8. There's a bit of a gap now between your top 4 and these guys, and there, confirmation that Leo Aina and Al Qasemi have gained 6, 7 places each. 251, 249, Kappan and Qureshi. Oh, swapping over in turn 14 again. Qureshi going up to second place. But Chopra is now leading. There's another warning flag for Londono showing up on the screen. Didn't see it on the timing screens, but there it is from race control. Yeah, Qureshi and Kaplan then. And now it's a Mumbai Falcons 2-3-4 as Connor Clancy starts to get involved. But Chopra takes the lead, and now he's going to work on chipping away and trying to extend it. He's gained half a tenth in Sector 1 from Qureshi. And Senanayake can see them just up the road as he tries to close in and join in on your top 4 fight. And Mohamed Al-Qasemi, who's leading Peruzzi and Leo Aina, is also going to want to get involved. There's Senanayake in the GGM cart, and then there's your next train of Al-Qasemi, Peruzzi, Aina and Singh and Jain trying to catch up to your top 4. We're halfway through the qualifying heat. Peruzzi sets the fastest lap in P7. Down towards turn 4. Someone pointing ahead, I think that's Peruzzi. He's just passed Al-Qasemi. So Peruzzi now saying focus forward, let's try and get the next guy, which is Senanayake, just up the road. As they finish Sector 1, you'll see the names swap over. There we go, Peruzzi ahead of Al-Qasemi, ahead of Leo Aina and Mr. Singh. Harrison Stevens, a poor start, down 7 places. Also Henry King in 20th, down 7 places. Kallenberg up down 2. Bhatia up 3. The newly crowned not novice. But Veer Chopra currently leading the way by half a second, still holding that gap. Not really extending it, to be honest. So the pace pretty much being matched. In fact, the last laps were 55.0. Well, now it's 54.7 and 54.9. The last laps were about 0.0 something apart. Now it's 0.1 apart as Veer Chopra extends his lead by 0.1 of a second. This is the consistency being shown from all of your top 3, really. Connor Clancy's got past Kaplan and moved up into P3. He was happy yesterday, inherited a victory after all sorts of calamity in the penalty zones. No, not penalty zones, sorry. It was the leaders just crashing into each other, I think. Connor Clancy very happy with the result. He ended up winning overall yesterday, I believe. Arhan Qureshi, I think, was 3rd. And he's currently in 2nd. Fastest lap to Peruzzi yet again, a 54.5. So Peruzzi really putting in the lap times, trying to close in on Senanayake. 0.6 ahead. We're on lap 7. So he's got a little bit of time to try and close that 0.6 second gap. In fact, it's now 0.3 between Peruzzi and Senanayake, so it is possible that 6th place, 227, can pass 281. Here it is then, here's your fight. Peruzzi, Leonidas Peruzzi, chasing down Senanayake for P5. This is probably your highest and closest fight so far. Keep an eye on the orange car. He's not shy to make moves, neither of the Peruzzi brothers are. And there's the gap between your leaders. Extends again, does Chopra, 0.2 of a gap improved. But there's Peruzzi down the inside of turn 2. Peruzzi then up into P5. I think he's going to run out of laps to catch up Kaplan, but I've been proved wrong before, and I could be proved wrong again. He's currently got around 0.6 to find, but only 2 laps to do so. So can he do it? I tell you what, it'll be a hell of a P4 finish if he can, and he'll deserve to be happy if he can pull it off. But it's going to be a tough job. He's got 0.7 to find in just 2 laps. The only thing that might be able to help Peruzzi is if Kaplan and Clancy fight, but there's also a 0.6 gap between those 2, so I doubt it. There is the real-time gaps on your screen as they come through the final chicane. 1 second now between Chopra and Qureshi. And here they come then, down towards turn 1. This is the last lap. The last lap board has been shown. Chopra leading, Qureshi in 2nd and Clancy in 3rd. Kaplan holds on to 4th so far. Peruzzi can see them. And he is trying. There he is. The orange car in the background chasing down the blue and orange car of Kappan. There's Chopra, 2:19 through turn 11 into turn 12. This is your current leader, MN Motorsport, down towards turn 13, a 1 second lead. Pretty much a perfect qualifying heat for this man. Round the final turn, and the qualifying heat is about to come to a close, and it's Veer Chopra then taking the checkered flag and victory here in the first race of the day. Qureshi in second, Clancy just 2 tenths behind, Kappan a little bit further back, and Peruzzi got within 0.3 of a second of Kappan. Senaniaki P6, Kasemi, Leo Aina, a strong race, up 6 places, matched by Derek Rivera actually, down in 15th. Got Singh holding station in P9, Matanch Chain down 5 places in your top 10. Action-packed. Let's have a look and see. We've got Joy in chat saying, let's go, Ethan Reelstone. Ethan, go, 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 Ethan Reelstone. We've got some Ethan fans in the chat. Ethan Reelstone finished 21st place. Fastest lap of 55.3. Rona says, let's go, Aryan Singh, who finished in P9. The fastest lap of 54.8. So the chat getting involved. Make sure you subscribe. Confirmation of your top 3 on the screens. Got Veer Chopra, Aryan Qureshi, and Connor Clancy. Mumbai Falcons in second and third with an MN Motorsport P1 to start the day for round 3 of the Iame Series UAE. Let's have a look at the highlights of your junior category. Go the highlights of your junior final. We got one more, your junior heat, sorry. We got one more heat to go before we head to the pre-finals. But let's have a confirmation then of the full result of your juniors. Your top 3, Chopra, Qureshi, Clancy. Then you got Kappan, Peruzzi, Senaniaki, Al-Qasemi, and Leo Aina in P8. Then you got Aryan Singh for GGM and Matanch Chain for Mumbai Falcons rounding off your top 10. Savli Kage in P11, Harrison Stevens, followed by Jack Doe in P13, and Luca Portaro in P14. Derek Rivera was up 6 places into P15. Aaron Mason in 16th place with Ari Kallenberg in 17th and Henry King in 18th. And Seigel, Barakordi, Reelstone, Bhatia, Montanari, Londono, Siddiqui, Borinov, Albani and Husari round off your top 28, with Pratish and Debussy having issues and either not starting or retiring after 1 or 2 laps. Now, let's head to Joanna down in the paddock.
That was an intense session for the junior category during the heat race. Standing next to me is our pole position driver, Veer Chopra. You went from P3 to P1 in this race. Walk me through exactly what happened with the tension between you and the other drivers.
Like in the start, I just had to keep myself like right behind Nathan, and then I got straight up to P2, and then as soon as I got a chance to overtake for P1, I went in, and I just led the race from there. Do you feel a bit more confident now? Do you feel like your strategy is more clear going into the pre-finals? Yeah, I do.
And any changes you're going to be making? And do you feel like the grip on the track is causing any challenges for you at the moment?
Not really, not right now.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck for the pre-finals of Veer Chopra. Thank you very much. Let's just take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, and we'll be right back with an exclusive interview.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Okay, there was our sponsors. Another shout-out video. Let's go to Matt down in the pit lane.
Yes, thank you, Jack. Here we are now for the first race of the seniors. Now they're about to head out. But before we do so, we have to talk about qualifying. Almost, I'm not entirely sure, Jack will have to fact check me with this, but a lap record, if I'm not mistaken, with 53.3 for the senior qualifying. With our pole position here, Ryan Damadas, a fantastic day for him yesterday until the final. It was looking so good, but he had to retire 5 laps prior to the end. Now, it's a new day, it's a new round. He's starting on pole, so the recipe is looking good for a successful day. But let's see. Ryan, what are your thoughts so far, and how are you hoping to go ahead with this first race?
Yeah, I think good quality, good yesterday. If we can just build on where we left off, I think it'll be a good day.
Okay, and so 53.3, 4/10 clear from second place. I mean, that's a stonking lap. Where do you think you gained? If you could just share a little bit, where's your strongest sector?
Yeah, I think the first sector I'm really strong. Just drive the corners really well, and yeah, good in the other two as well, which was enough for a really good lap.
Fantastic. So the first sector, very technical part. You're coming at loads of high speed, around 120 kilometers an hour. Brake hard into the second corner, which is an uphill corner. So, you know, really uphill and tight. You really have to get that right to prioritize the exits. But anyways, we are going to be passing it back to Joanna for her interview.
Standing next to me is Sofia Nikki. Her father is the founder of Kart Advisor Academy. I would love to hear a little bit more about your experience in motorsport. We were talking off camera and I was really impressed, starting from karting to what you're doing now. Can you tell everybody a bit more?
Yeah, so I started go-karting when I was only 5 years old in Italy because of my parents. Both of my parents have been huge motorsport fans, working in the industry as journalists, coaches, racing driver themselves. So it was kind of inevitable for me to end up here. So yeah, I started at 5 and raced in Italy, and then I moved here to Dubai. I did Iame, and now I moved on to cars, but I'm also helping out my dad. Just like today, you know, I'm helping out, replacing his role for a bit, coaching, everything. So yeah, very long life in motorsport.
You're doing incredible things, and you're helping so many young drivers. What is the goal here? What's the drive behind you stepping into this role and trying to help other drivers?
Yeah, so obviously with our team, it's a family business, so we're not interested, you know, only on the business side. We like to see drivers reach their goals. We like to see an environment where parents, drivers are happy. So the overall goal is to make them improve. That's why we also have our academy side that focuses on training them, and then obviously have them race here, you know, just about their development.
Yeah, that's great. And my last question to you is, what are the qualities that you see in a very good potential young driver? And finally, tell us where everybody can find you guys and reach out to the academy.
Yeah, so usually whenever we have our, let's say, assessments for a new driver, we look at someone who isn't scared, but yet is cautious. We don't like drivers that, let's say, do things randomly, okay? So we want someone that is responsible, fast, obviously, consistent, because it's important, and obviously, you know, they have to have that personality of that drive to want to win. You know, they can't settle for less. So we like someone that when they don't get the right lap time or they don't do the overtake, let's say they don't, yeah, exactly. You know, they don't become really sad and upset, but you know, they want that push.
That's awesome, exactly. Keep pushing, not be let down by any of the failures that they go through, because that always happens and you just have to keep pushing. And finally, one last thing, where can people find you guys and reach out to the academy?
So you can find us on Instagram at Kart Advisor Academy, and yeah, there's also our website, which is just thename.com, and yeah, you find us everywhere here.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Thank you for everything you're doing. I'm going to send it back to Jack to see what's happening with the senior category on the track, as I can hear them in their heat session.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Thank you, Sophia. Yeah, we're back to it. They're on the formation lap are the seniors and the senior 170s, and they are just about to complete their first lap, so they will now start to sort of back off and realign, ready for the start of the race. Matt mentioned about a lap record. I'm going to have to look that up when I can, if I get a spare moment, because I'm not sure. I'm not even sure how to find the lap record or what consists of a lap record in racing situations. Is it qualifying? Like you said, it was a 53 second lap, but it's, yeah, I'll Google that later, because right now we have, we got a senior race about to exit the final turn. They're in the tram lines and the lights are out and away they go. Oh, that was a swift cut across on the main straight as they go down towards turn 1. Very lucky not to end up in a spin there as they go in towards turn 2 now. Into the third turn as a bumper to bumper as they're all forcing their way through. Oh, it's a full start. You can see the flag in the background and you can see the twiddle of the hand. So we get to do that all over again. God, that was a... who was that in second place? That Qureshi or not? No, Qureshi's from the last category. It's one of the Mumbai Falcons carts, maybe Dasa. 386. Oh, it could be Qureshi. Rayan Qureshi. One of the Mumbai Falcons carts near the front swooped across on the main straight, but we get to do it again. Slowing down before the final sector. It is 386. It was 386 in second place, which is Rayan Qureshi. Watch him again. He has to do it all over again. You've got Dasa on pole, Nathan Pope in third. I think just signaling to Nathan Pope, give us a push, would you? Come on, get a good start. Let's go. Into the tram lines, they have another, oh, they did it this time. Look at that for a start. So the two GGM boys straight into 1-2, Nathan Pope into second. So not this time did Qureshi sweep across and manage to slot into P2. And look as they fight their way through turn 2 and 3. Now weaving down towards turn 4, down the inside of turn 4. There's a fight in the mid-pack, into the sweeping into the outside of turn 5. Everyone's sort of defensive into turn 6 as they hold the inside line. Through 7 and 8, everyone tries to sort themselves out into a single file line. And now keep an eye on your top 2 as the GGM boys come through 12. Qureshi is going to be trying to send an overtake down into turn 13. The timing screen not updated yet. Hopefully by the end of the first lap we'll see the order on the left-hand side as they start coming through 14. Here they come then across the line. It's still a GGM 1-2. And the Mumbai Falcons car looking to close in. And now we have into turn 3. Nathan Pope is defending from 386, Rayan Qureshi already into turn 4. Qureshi down the inside of 4, late on the brakes, up into P2. Nathan Pope tries to go down the inside of 6. That's going to make him vulnerable to the other car behind, the Telios Racing Team car, which I think is 337, Jules Dumont, as he comes in towards turn 9. There we go. Now the timing screens are up, and you've got Dasa leading from Qureshi and Pope and Dumont, and Dexter in P5. Down towards 13. Pope now in P4. Dexter down the inside of 14. Opportunistic. Exits the final turn. And he's going to have to keep an eye behind because I think that's Adam El Bassioni in P6. Also close enough to make a move on Pope. Fastest lap goes to Darmadasso. El Bassioni down the inside of 2. Gets it done, and now they can chase the leaders. Axel de Troja now behind Nathan Pope. Darmadasso into 6. Qureshi in 2nd. Dumont 3rd. Dexter. It's the Telios Racing Team 3-4. Darmadasso still leading for GGM. Mumbai Falcons in P2. It was a nice kick up of the rear wheel there from the Axel car of the Troja as they enter turn 9. I mentioned it yesterday, it's reminiscent of like Renault Clios when they're throwing it around some of the UK circuits where the rear wheel lifts off the ground as the chassis twists. I sent a little director challenge, I'll say it again, I don't know if it's possible, but into turn 13 or turn 9, you can get a slow motion shot of one of the rear wheels coming off the ground as they break into the corner. That would be, that's your challenge for the day, we'll try it again. And actually, a quick shout out to the director. There was a great shot earlier of one of the Bambinos, I think. As you could see the focus in the eyes of the driver behind the visor. There was a move down the inside there into turn 6. Threw it down the inside. It's quite a fast corner, turn 6. It's not really a heavy braking zone. And it was Nathan Pope down the inside of El Bassioni, regaining P5. Great move. Like I said, not a common overtaken spot, and it does kind of ruin your run to chase down the next couple of drivers. They got 2 seconds to find to catch up to Dexter and Dumont. Another fastest lap for Darmadasso, who's fully in control of this race so far with a 1.4 second lead. We are on board with Jeremy Montgomery Swan in the J&KD car, who is chasing the Troja, number 363. He's got a great view of the fight for 5th, 6th, 7th, and he is currently 8th. In towards 5, over to the right into 6, open this up, chuck it in, bounces over the curb on the inside, don't run too wide on the exit. And look at the Troja's exit speed as they go through 6 and 7. And now, down towards 9, there was a move there for 9, I think it might have been the Troja, overtaking in the chicane. No, it was not. I'm sure they were side by side though into 9. And here we got a mix of the onboard and the offboard shot of the same fight. Great stuff. So look at this, look at the bumps and the vibrations on board with Jeremy Montgomery Swan. He's in 8th place and he is chasing down 363 de Troja, El Bassioni and Nathan Pope, who's currently in 5th at the lead of this train. Into turn 4, chuck it in, hold it to the left, open up this 5, over to the right to open up 6. Not really a braking zone. So impressive to see an overtake there, and now flat out through 7, flat out through 8, over to the right-hand side. On the brakes into 9, get over the curb on the left, open up the right into 10, right over the curb. Don't touch the curb on 11, keep the cart settled, carry the speed through 12, over to the left-hand side. Hard on the brakes, down into 13, chuck it in, try and get over to the right to open up 14, 15, 16, into the final turn of 17. Exit super important as you've got a long straight and a flat out turn 1 into the braking zone of turn 2. Pope still holding on. That was 334 Jeremy Montgomery Swan for J&KD Racing that we were on board with. In terms of senior 170s, Oscar Bray is leading the way ahead of Yusuf Busanad, and Alexandros Anivas and Andre Curie are currently out. Kanua with a black flag, number 317. Kanua, a black flag there coming up on the screen. He's currently in 13th place. I believe that means he's going to have to go into the pits. Not sure on the reasoning. Darmadasso, Qureshi and Dumont and Dexter. The gap spreading out at the top. Nathan Pope still trying to hold on to that 5th place, down 2 places from where he started. El Bassioni is in the same position. De Troja is up 1, Montgomery Swan is up 2. Louis Hartmann down 2, Haddad down 1. Rain K. Ruse up into P11 as Montgomery Swan has a quick look at De Troja. He really wants to gain that P7. And here's your Telios boys, up through 9, 10 and 11. Into the right-hander, Dexter ahead of Dumont now in P3. Heard from Luigi, the team manager, yesterday, in towards 14. And Dexter, don't forget, winning yesterday's round after all the penalties given out. Into turn 1 they go. I wonder if Jules wants to fight and try and get it back, or is he just going to settle for position in P4, play the team game. Damadasa doesn't care because he's 1.4 seconds in the lead from Qureshi, who's also 1.4 seconds ahead of Dexter and Dumont. There you can see it, pretty much next to each other. And now the next train. And I think Hartman is about to join the fight with Swan and Pope, who's now down in 7th place. So Pope has lost 2 positions after Adam Elbassioni has overtaken him. So a lot of changes for position in that P5 to P9 fight. Pope is now down to P9. Louis Hartman has just gone through. Still focusing on the P3-4 fight at the moment, but the battling is all behind, which is now spreading out, and we're approaching the final lap. Here we go, Elbassioni to Troja, Montgomery, Swan, and Pope is now on the back of that train, just ahead of Haddad in P9. So Hartman, I wonder who started that chain. Adam Elbassioni likely attacking. Now, yesterday on lap 9 or 11, the checkered flag came out. So is this the final lap? We'll wait and see if there's a checkered flag coming out. Here comes 3-2-1, round the final turn. Rayan Damadasa, a dominant performance, exits the final turn. Where's the main straight shot? Is the flag waving? No. So there's no, does not happen today. That's good to see. We got another lap going round. There's 386, Qureshi chasing him down as they go down the hill into 5 and 6. There's a car stranded and abandoned there on the exit of that corner. I'm thinking that's Nkosi Ngoma, because he's also out of this race, currently 2 laps back in 21st place. And Nivas and Kuri didn't start by the looks of it, maybe saving tyres for their pre-final and final, whilst Oscar Bray and Yusuf Busanad say, no thank you, we'll go and race in 19th and 20th, but 1st and 2nd in their class. And the checkered flag is waving then, and Damadasa wins by 1.2 seconds from Qureshi. Dexter and Dumont hold 3rd and 4th, with Adam Elbassioni, De Troja and Montgomery Swan all gaining positions up to 5th, 6th and 7th. Hartman, Pope and Haddad. Not a great qualifying heat for those 3, but this is not where the points are scored. This just sets the grid for the pre-final later in the day. So as we wait for these drivers to come back to the pits, you know the routine by now. They'll come onto the weighbridge. There's Damadasa for GGM, your current victor. Into the pits and onto the weighbridge. There's the scrutineers. I think this is the right time to shout out the scrutineers, the marshals, and all the unsung heroes of what makes a series like this run. Damadasa there for GGM then, 1st place. That's a geography test. That's the Sri Lankan flag, by the way. I know that one. Qureshi, Mumbai Falcons in 2nd, and Max Dexter for Telios Racing Team then in 3rd. Let's cut to the highlights of your Senior and Senior 170 race. Okay, so there are the highlights of the senior race. We got some more people in chat. Yes, good race, says Echo. Let's go Yusuf and Andre in senior 170. It was a very good race. Real Stone, a load of hearts. Let's go Louis Hartman. And here is the full result. Damadasa, Qureshi, Dexter, Dumont, Albacioni, DeTroja, Montgomery Swan and Hartman, your top 8. Nathan Pope down to 9th with Antonio Haddad rounding off your top 10. Then it's Linus Vollung Vicious, Amani Kinua, who appeared on the screens as receiving a black flag during that race, and Rain Kayrouz and Sakir Al-Qasemi in 13th and 14th. You've got Biren Piri in 15th, Crochet Gut, Stefan Yamin in 16th and 17th, Shivan Kartik Mohan in 17th and 18th. Then you've got Oscar Bray, Yusuf Busanad rounding off your finishers, and of course first and second in your senior 170 class. And Kose Nagoma out, Alexandros Anives and Andre Kuri not starting the race. 317 was getting a technical flag, by the way, confirmation for Amani Kanua. He was being called in. But let's head over to Joanna in the paddock.
Standing next to me is Rian Darmadasa. He's been having a strong lead today so far, in pole position after the heat session for the senior category. How's your mindset going to the pre-finals now that you're leading the pack?
Yeah, good. Pace was good. Yeah, just controlled the race well and drove away a bit at the beginning, and the gap was good enough.
Do you feel some challenges that we can't see here on camera that's happening to you on the track?
Yeah, just tired. Deg is bad because it's hot, but that's quite about it.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Rian, and I hope to see you back here. Keep pushing and keep that confidence up for you. Thank you very much. Up next, I do want to talk to Oscar Bray. He's been also having a very strong lead for the senior 170 category. For those who don't know, the senior 170 category races alongside the senior team on the track. So although they are a smaller team, they are racing alongside a massive team and a very competitive one indeed. I see here Oscar walking by. Well done, Oscar. Great efforts there on the track. What's your mindset now going into the pre-finals leading your pack?
Just do the same as what I just did. You know, just stay ahead of the guys behind me and head down, only look forward.
And as I was saying to everybody, you are in the senior 170 category, which is indeed racing alongside all the other senior drivers. What are the challenges that causes you on the track, having all the other drivers around, especially when they're having such a competitive lead between each other?
Definitely on the first few laps, I get slowed down. It provides an opportunity for the guys behind me to get past, but other than that, for the rest of the race, it's pretty much just alone out there.
And my last question to you, for those who don't know, can you explain to everyone the difference between senior and senior 170 category?
So senior 170 is, it's in the name, it's your cart weighs 170 kg collectively, which is a 12 kg difference to the senior the senior class. And that affects your braking, your acceleration, your turn-in speed, and you just gotta try and cope with that.
Well, thank you so much, Oscar. You've been doing such an incredible job yesterday and as well as in round 3 today. I wish you the best of luck and hope to see you again in the pre-finals. Good luck. Thank you. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We just want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, and then we'll be back.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Yes, a great thanks to our sponsors who are making this whole event possible. And a fantastic race over there for the seniors. Rand Amadasa still in first place come the checkered flag. But now we are ready for the first pre-final of the day, which is the mini pre-final. Loads of fighting going on. We can always be sure that this category will be super, super exciting. And now we have driver Hamad for the 146 Teleos, who's starting 17th, so not the exact way he wanted it to go, but regardless, he had a very eventful race. So let's get his opinion and his perspective on the previous race. Hamad, you said you had a very eventful race, a bit chaotic. Can you tell us a bit more from a driver's perspective how it was?
Yeah, it was very chaotic, especially turn 3. It was very chaotic. Everyone was all over the place. Surprised no one crashed. It was really surprising that it was clean. And also at one point I had some kid go on my side. It's so crazy because I could see forward and I could see him on my side. So what happened was some kids pushed me and then he went on top. It was more like a racing incident. And it's just really hectic in the minis because we're small and everyone's just trying to go everywhere, trying to pick our own lines. So it's really hectic, the races. But usually in the start, towards the end it gets more like relaxed. Yeah.
Yeah, and as you said, very hectic, especially into the first and second corner. It tightens up a lot. As a driver, how do you make sure to try and avoid as much carnage as possible? Because you can never win a first race in the first corner. So how do you make sure you get past the first corner, get past the first lap, and then boom, it's head down to the end?
To try and make sure I just feel the surroundings. I see, okay, I just quickly check behind to see if anyone's there. And if I'm clear, I just don't go for the dive. I'm not too aggressive because I know I have pace, and with that pace I can overtake. So I just don't want to dive bomb and have a crash in the first. So just because I know I have pace, and with that pace I'll use it. But yeah. Okay,
fantastic. Well, it looks like you clearly have it figured out. And we'll just ask you one final question that we've been asking throughout the whole weekend. We've had similar responses, and I want to make sure with you if you think the same way. So we've asked drivers which is their favorite corner or their favorite sector on this iconic Dubai Kartdrome track. Now you, tell us a bit, what's your favorite part or the specific sector or even a specific corner where you're like, wow, this was great?
Depends for overtaking, for defending. In general, I would say Nando's corner. It's like the corner after the back straight. It's my coach. He used to call it Nando's corner and just stick with me. Sadly, my coach left the team, but yeah, it was called Nando's corner because there was a Nando's and it smelled exactly like it. It was just so nice, and he was a nice coach, so he just stuck with me, and that just always keep in my head.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we wish you the best of luck for this pre-final, and we hope to see you further up the grid for the final. Well, there we go. We heard from Haddad, number 146 for Teleos. And what he means by that to any people who haven't necessarily driven on the track, Nando's corner is at the far end of the track, right after the back straight and before the S's. So around turn 14 to turn 17, there's many restaurants from the main road. And so sometimes if you're lucky, especially around 1 or 2 p.m., you'll be able to smell the actual Nando's, and there's a Lebanese restaurant. So, for these drivers, it's more motivation after so that they can have a fantastic meal. Anyways, now the drivers are about to head out. We've got around 2 minutes left, so we're going to pass you back to Jack in the commentary box to explain a bit more.
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, great to see the mini drivers ready for the race. A great mention of the restaurants over there on the back of the circuit. Actually don't know if I recall seeing that particular chicken restaurant still open at the moment, but because they've been going through some renovations in Motor City, or Ribbon Mall I think it's called, with the big red arch over there. And of course Dubai Autodrome just opposite this facility of Dubai Kartdrome. We heard yesterday many cars going around the circuit. There was a loud engine towards the end of the day, which I assumed was a Porsche, but it was some sort of GT3. Actually, we'll probably hear some engines again in the next couple hours, because I believe that the competition that Nawaf mentioned earlier, that me and him have taken part in before, is about to start their first round of the season for the motorsport season here in the UAE over at the Autodrome. But we are here for round 3 of the Iame Series UAE. Thank you for joining us on the live stream. Thank you for joining us on track. Thank you for joining us in the paddock, supporting all these young drivers, families, teams, mechanics. Look at this guy, he's happy. This mechanic is happy, sitting with Tika. Is it mechanic or coaches that sit with them? Maybe they can clarify that. He's wearing an Icon hat, sat on an Icon's cart. Can you hear me? Hey, thumbs up. Yeah, you can. Okay, great. There is Tika then getting ready. 170 JNKD kart here. That's Schützmann, Paul Frederick Schützmann, sorry, for JNKD Racing. Nice purple helmet, matches with the blue and white and black livery. There's number 109, Rayhan Khan Rashid. He's sticking his thumbs up for Axel GP. Can they actually, I can hear my own voice a little bit out there, so can they hear me? If you can hear me, wave 109. Maybe I'm just talking to myself. I don't think they can hear me. They're busy focusing on the race. He's just looking at the camera like, this guy's still looking at me. This guy, oh, thumbs up, yeah. I think they're a little bit out of my range, just about down there on the dummy grid. Look, I can see a speaker in the background. That's technically me. That was in the top left of the screen. Here's 114 Charlie Page for XL Motorsport with the white, pink and blue livery and the bright green helmet. Behind is 111 MN Motorsport, Samar Chopra. And there is the speaker of Jack Johns in the background that we can just about hear on the stream. It's only my voice. I've got a voice for the radio, apparently I've been told, or a face for the radio, whatever that saying is. I'm sure it's offensive on some level. And then I don't know if that's the cameraman agreeing with me, saying that I've got a face for the radio as the camera was moving up and down then. How rude. There's the XL boys on the pit lane wall. I don't know if they're watching the stream or if they know that they're on camera, but they should be able to hear me because they're right. Oh, wait, hang on. Watch this. That's my room. No, go back to that camera before the race starts. I'm going to say hello. Ready? There you go. I had to... Oh, the director just called me handsome. I don't know if that's flirting or what, but we're all waiting for the mini pre-final to start. The XL boys were, I don't know, they're that interested. they're just watching and waiting for the race to start. Here we've got some more audience members. We've got more coffee drinkers. Not enough compared to rack track at round one. We had plenty of water drinking shots and staying hydrated. It was quite hot at that first round. Dharmadasa saying it was hot this weekend, actually, and the tyre deg is pretty high out there on track. We've got a lot of people drinking coffees here this time round rather than staying hydrated. The caffeine levels being topped up throughout today. The minis get their final handshakes before they go and start this race. Just a quick mention on what tyre deg is for those that are watching at home that maybe aren't used to the racing lingo. Tyre deg is tyre degradation. And it's talking about the wear or the wear rate of tyres. If someone says that there is high degradation, it means that the tyres are wearing out quicker than expected. Or if there is low degradation, it means that the tyres are lasting longer and, you know, keeping the grip up for a bit longer than they expect. Some arty shots of the mosque behind the Dubai Kartdrome here in Motor City. One of the more built-up areas on the calendar. We were out there in the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah for the first round. Now we are pretty much central in the heart of Dubai in the Motor City. And of course, next time we'll be heading to the desert dunes of Sharjah Kart Track before the famous F1 circuit of Yas Marina. And then we'll be heading to Al Fassan Resort, which is also in Abu Dhabi. Fantastic looking circuits. One that I actually haven't driven since I've been here yet. Kartdrome I've driven, Rack Track I've driven, Sharjah I've driven. But Al Fassan, not yet had the pleasure. But yeah, the Iame Series UAE, driven by passion, driving all over the UAE. And forgot to mention, just after Al Fassan, of course, we go back to Rack Track. I'm going to keep saying the joke. The Rack Track sandwich is the Iame Series UAE. Starts the season, ends the season And I'm sure by the time we get there in February 2026 for round 10 of this fantastic series, 118's got an issue. Yellow flag's being waved. That's JNKD. Enzo Falzarano. They're only on their formation lap. Obviously, the formation lap. Here's the grid to show you where he was on that grid and why he stopped. You got Augustin and Peruzzi on the front row, Ilyas Sami and Karashkovic on row 2, Liam O'Hanlon and Atika Mer on row 3. Then there's Lizignoli and Schutzman, 7th and 8th, Preetham and Rashid for Axel in 9th and 10th. You've got Theocaris and Page on row 12, then Stubbs and Chopra, Mazzali, Falzarano, Koramifa and Gray. So Falzarano there losing out quite a lot if his car has stopped. Anil Kumar, Freenstein, Patton and Tabaza, Bataille and Alabaivli on row 12, Voronins and Al Khalifa on 25th, 26th, then Baggett and Kumar on row 14. Junior Tazani down in 29th with Garouche in 30th, Pajamaki in 31st, Al Sheikh in 32nd, and Sukar rounding off the grid in 33rd place. They should be completing their formation lap now and slowing down as they enter Sector 3. So are you ready, guys? Everybody out there on the side, everybody watching the stream, it's pre-final time. Points are on offer. This is where the racing starts to intensify, and this is where points means prizes. Peruzzi and Augustin should be on the front row, but I can't see 1, 3, 4 Augustin. I can see Peruzzi. So I'm wondering if Augustin is out there somewhere or not starting this race, because it's Peruzzi on the front row next to Ilyas Sami then. And the green lights are out and away they go down towards turn 1, and I can't see anyone twiddling their fingers, so I don't think it's a full start as they all go down towards turn 1 and into turn 2. Then they throw it into the left-hander of 3, and there is no green flag being waved in the background, so we are racing for the pre-final of the minis for round 3 of the Iame Series UAE, and Peruzzi leads once again. He is aiming to make this a 100% maximum scoring streak so far, as he's won both the pre-final and the final in round 1, the pre-final and the final in round 2, and now he's leading the way in the pre-final of round 3 here at Dubai Kartdrome. I think I saw Atika Mer up in the top 3 as well. She's had an absolutely blinding start to get into that zone, but can she hold on? She's actually in second, I think, there. Actually, she came around turn 14, so we'll see that when they cross the line for the first time. Here they come, Peruzzi, followed by Atika Mer, I believe. But 1, 3, 4, Augustin, I don't know where he is or if he's on track, to be honest. He is out there. He's down in 19th place, according to the timing screen. So Baptiste Augustin, who was on the front row, down there somewhere. They're 3 wide. There was a big hit down into turn 4 there for one of the ones in the red car. You can see their neck get thrown backwards, but look at this, up 1 position, Peruzzi, Mer up 4, Karajkovic up 1, Schutzman up 4, Rashid up 5, Ilyas Sami is down 3 places, Charlie Page up 5, Lizignoli and O'Hanlon down, Chopra and Gray up 7 places, as is Freenstein, 12 places for Sukar in 21st place, started 33rd, is up in 21st place. Sukar is number 151. Not a novice, it didn't have to start at the back, but the Hive Kart driver climbing up the order. Schutzman now up into 3rd place, and this is your leaders. Atika Mer right on the bumper of Peruzzi, and she's just set the fastest lap. We heard from her father earlier, giving a pep talk. She's going around the outside of 3, going down the inside of 4. Peruzzi comes right across to tighten the line of 4. Down the inside of 4, Atika Mer takes the lead. No, she doesn't. Peruzzi got it back into 5. Now she's on the outside line of 6, under threat from, is that Sami already back up into P3? 1, 2, 6, Sami. And now down towards turn 9. Peruzzi's looking over his shoulder, trying to defend, trying to force Atika around the outside of every corner, which will create an overtaking opportunity for the train behind. And now you got 8 karts fighting for P1, down towards 13. Peruzzi is a strong defender. Down towards 13, Atika on the outside, goes around the outside of 14. Sami not taking advantage. Karajkovic getting frustrated in fourth there. Waves his hand at Sami saying, come on, go, go, go. They're fighting. Peruzzi is about to get swamped down towards turn 1. He's still holding him up, but he's going to hold the inside line for 2. Down the inside goes Sami on Atika Mert. And now it's his turn to try and attack the Predator driver of Achilles Peruzzi. Atika's going to come straight back down into turn 4. Opens up turn 5. Goes back up into P2 then. Down towards turn 6. And look at the gap Peruzzi's got from that little fight. It's a couple of attempts, 3 attempts, 4 attempts nearly after that little scrap. They need to be careful. This is what I talk about so often. If you end up fighting for P2 too much, you will lose the lead. This is what the leader wants. This is what Peruzzi needs. The more you fight for this position, the further away Peruzzi will get, and no one will get the chance to attack. Sami, contact into 13, drives into the back of Atika, and Karajkovic goes through. Up into P3 for J&KD Racing. Karajkovic in third. Down towards turn 1. Ben says, no, come on, let's focus forward now. Points to Atika Mert, come on, I won't attack, but he said this yesterday and did attack. There's Peruzzi, and he does attack into turn 2. Karajkovic now second. Ilyas Sami tries to get a switch back. Augustin sets the fastest lap. He's back up into 14th now. Into turn 6, Atika holds on to third. Karajkovic second. The gap now 6 tenths to Achilles Peruzzi. Exactly what he needs. Look at this, the train's coming round, but the lead train is the biggest one. They're still holding each other up here. Karajkovic now defending into 12. Atika trying to get a good exit. Does get a good exit, actually. Here's a replay of the contact from Sami and Atika. And Atika's about to go down the inside of 14, retakes second place. So Atika back up into second. They need to stop fighting. Peruzzi is having an easy day right now. The more they keep swapping positions, the more Peruzzi gets away. You can't even see him in that camera shot. There's Peruzzi. 2.5 seconds in the lead. And I think this might be done. Unless they start working together. Look at Charlie Page, up 8 places. Francesco Lisignoli also entering the top 5. Liam O'Hanlon and Ilyas Sami down the order. But Peruzzi masterfully created these guys a little fight by backing them up into each other, knowing that they would just scrap around and give him a chance to get some clean laps in and a 2.4 second lead in the halfway stage. That's a big gap to try and close down now, but has Atika got the pace to catch up to Achilles Peruzzi? 2.2 seconds the gap. Round the final turn they come. 1-3-3, Lisignoli behind the XL driver, Charlie Page. Into turn 2. There's the gap in real time. She sets the fastest lap, 101.2. It's 2 tenths quicker than Peruzzi on the last time round. So Atika's got the pace, but at 2 tenths a lap, and with only around 4 or 5 laps to go, that's only a second. So I think, based on that, unless Peruzzi makes huge mistakes, or Atika and Ben dig deep for some extra time. Ben's defending into 9. Karajkovic holding them up, trying to hold on to P3. J&KD Racing then showing a stern defence on Charlie Page, who's now got Ilyas Sami for company, who's just past Lisignoli. Down towards 13, Benjamin looks over his shoulder, defends 13. Page around the outside, into 14. Sami, no, that's O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon goes through, up into 5th. Ilyas Sami behind. Lisignoli behind that. And Schutzman down in 8th. Stubbs and Theocaris rounding off your top 10. Defending again was Karajkovic. Page down the inside of 3. Karajkovic gets a switch back down to 4. Page tries coming across into 4 side by side. Yes! Benjamin Karajkovic runs Page out to the right-hand side. Holds on into 5. Smart driving. But that's going to ruin his run. Round 6. He took a tight line into 6th, expecting the Hanlon to get a switch back. Hanlon just swooped around the outside. Goes up into third place then for Iame Uae. A great, smart move. Karajkovic attacked again by Charlie Page. Gets a switch back, down towards 13. Page says, focus forward. Stop attacking me. Karajkovic will attack who he wants, when he wants. And then it goes through 14. Slotting in behind the XL driver of Charlie Page. But Iame Uae, smart to not try the switch back in 6th. He just committed to the outside. Atika Mer sets another fastest lap. The gap down to 1.4 seconds. So I said it might not be possible, but she's given it a good go. 1.4 seconds. She might get within a second by the time the race ends. Ilyas Sami now behind Charlie Page. Iame Uae running away as they're all defending and scrapping for these last few positions. Might I remind you that each position in this area is only worth 1 point. They are fighting 1 point per position. 1, 2, 6. Ilyas Sami attacking Page. Karajkovic looks down the inside of 12. Goes down the inside of Sami and gets it done. Suka gets a warning flag, I believe. Got a few people under investigation and some 3-second penalties out there according to my timing screen. 183 Karajkovic defending from 134. Baptiste Augustin. It's a 3 seconds for Suka and Rashid. So there you go, that's what I was mentioning. But Augustin has all of a sudden appeared in your top 7 after meant to be starting the race on pole. Ended up down in the near the 20s region. He's now back up in 7th place, so this is a great drive from Baptiste. Karajkovic keeps telling people to focus forward. Someone just lunged it down the inside of 5. And look at Iame Uae chilling in P3 now. And Atika Mer gets to within 1 second of Peruzzi. But they are coming up to the final lap. It's 8/10 now between them. There's 114, Charlie Page in 4th, ahead of Sami, Augustin, Karajkovic and Lizignoli. There's Sami into 14. There's your leaders. What's the gap now? 0.6. Could she do this? I thought an impressive drive if she can. I mean, we can hype it up, but 6/10 of a gap in 1 lap. I think this is the final lap now. 113 versus 116. Atika Mer versus Achilles Peruzzi, the Axel driver versus Predator Motorsport. Down into 5 and 6. The gap now at the end of Sector 1, what is it? It goes down to half a second. In through 7 and 8. Now through the chicane of 9 and 10. Keep an eye on Atika. What can she do in the red suit Axel team? In through 11. They're going to come to the end of Sector 2 now. What's the gap? End of Sector 2, the gap goes down to 0.4. She's still closing, still pushing. She's not giving up. Into 14, not close enough to make a send. I think this is done. Around the final turn, Achilles Peruzzi then makes it 100% point scoring record and wins the pre-final of round 3. And Atika Mer, give that girl a round of applause for climbing up and closing a large 2.5 second gap to 0.3 in the last few laps of that race. Iame Uae as well, 122, P3. And Karajkovic, after all that, managed to find himself back up in P4. And Baptiste Augustin, that was a race of the comebacks. Augustin up into P5. Lizignoli, Ilyas Sami, LBJ Stubbs, Rashid and Schutzman, your top 10. That one, for me, that is hard to pick a driver of the day, because there's multiple reasons people deserve a driver of the day in a race. Some people base it on most positions gained. But a race like that, yeah, all the kids are winners. Obviously, they don't see it that way because points means prizes, and the higher you finish, the more points you get. But honestly, what a great race. Peruzzi, does he get driver of the day for being ever dominant? Another first place for Achilles. Atika Mer for closing a large gap with limited laps remaining, down to 0.3. Liam O'Hanlon for reading the situation perfectly against Karajkovic. Round the outside of 6. Finishing 3rd place. Or was it Karajkovic managing to get back up to 4? Baptiste Augustin from going from 19th to 5th after a poor start, or whatever happened on the formation lap. Too much to talk about. Let's have a look at the highlights of the mini pre-final. Well, there we go. The highlights of a fantastic first pre-final of the day. The first point scoring round of the day. Oh, no, wait. I'm going to fact-check myself there because it's not the first point scoring round of the day because the Bambinos get points for every time trial they do. But the first pre-final scoring round of the day. Let's go through the full results of our mini pre-final. It's Peruzzi, Atika and Liam, your top 3. Benjamin Karajkovic in P4. Baptiste Augustin for Excel in P5. Francesco Lisignoli and Ilyas Sami for GGM end up in 6th and 7th. LBJ Stubbs for Excel in 8th. Rashid in 9th and Schutzman P10. Then you've got Chopra and Page, Thea Karas and Preetham, Koramifa and Junior Desani, Mazzali, Voronins, Pajamaki and Patton. Rounding off your top 20. Patton driving for Synergy UAE. Ridan Anil Kumar for Axel GP. Louis Bataille, Sukar, Al Khalifa, Alabaivli, Bagat, Garush and Freenstein. Rounding off your top 28. And then you've got Tabaza, Gray, Kumar and Falzarano rounding off the field. Falzarano retiring and Kumar being out, and it did not start for Adam Al-Sheikh. So Kumar 9 laps down, Gray 4 laps down, so I think those guys also pulling off the race halfway through. Let's cut to Joanna and hear from the drivers.
That was a very strong and competitive race out there for the mini session pre-finals. Standing next to me is our 2nd position driver, Atika Mir. You have done an incredible job fighting for your position from P6 to P2. What an incredible job, but was that part of your game plan?
No, like the start was pretty solid, and I fought a lot, and I made some good overtakes.
That's awesome. And now that you're in the front leading the pack for the finals, what's your mindset going in?
To win the race.
I love that. Keep the confidence, and I wish you the best of luck, Atika, and I hope to see you again for the finals, yeah? Well done. Awesome, thank you very much. I do want to speak to our first position driver who's been doing such an incredible job. If we can just call him over. Achilles Peruzzi, he has been fighting very strong with a very well done accomplishment there on the track. You had a very strong fight behind you there, no? Did you feel the tension that was going on in the back between Atika and Ilyas Sami in the beginning, at least?
I felt like they were going to overtake, and I defended, so, and then I just saw a gap and I went.
Does that pressure increase, change your plan, or do you feel like your confidence is changing as you feel the pressure rising behind you going into the finals for the next session, or are you confident with everything?
Confident.
Confident. I love that. You've been saying that all weekend, and I love hearing it coming from you. Well, I wish you the best of luck, okay? Keep pushing strong, the same thing you're doing, just do that for the finals, and I hope to see you there on the podium. Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm going to send it back to Matt to see what's happening out there on the grid for the next Bambino session for the pre-finals.
Yes, thank you, Joanna. Now here we are about to get out for the Bambinos. There's still a couple of things that need to be checked on track to make sure it's safe for these Bambinos to go out, as they are very young and we want to make sure that they are all safe. But with me now is a Bambino parent, David, father of number 95, Robert. So they are originally from Russia, if I'm not mistaken.
We are originally from Armenia, but we came from Russia because we live in Moscow.
Okay, so Armenian came from Russia because they live in Moscow, and this is the start of their Iame UAE karting experience. And I'd just like to get a few opinions on how it's been so far and your thoughts for the future.
For sure. Thanks a lot, guys, for having an interview with me. So we came here to participate in our winter season because, as you know, the Russian in the winter season, it's pretty hard to race well in the kart. So it was a main decision why we should be here. So I hope we will pass all rounds up to the final season and we will get our prize. That's it.
Fantastic. As you know, in Russia right now, it's what, -5 degrees or something. It's really cold. And here,
I think it's more or less. It's like 3, maybe Celsius.
Wow, wow, really, really cold. And here it's the complete opposite, you know, I'm fully red right now, we're getting the sun.
It's absolutely different experiences for all of us, for all of the team, of course, and especially for Robert as well.
Yeah, and so Robert, you said, has been racing for 6 months now, and how old is he, if you don't mind me asking?
7 years old.
7 years old, 6 months already in a kart that goes up to 60 kilometers an hour on such a big track. Now, was this your dream? Was this his dream? I mean, could you tell us some more?
To be honest, all of us, all of parents, especially all of fathers, have the same dream. But now it's absolutely his decision to participate in different races, especially in the UAE. So it's his decision at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we wish him the best of luck, and you're going to be here for the entire season. So hopefully it's just improving step after step. And how's it been so far this weekend? We've had a very busy weekend, a lot of driving.
Because we prepare everything by ourselves. It's pretty hard for us, but I hope in the next rounds we will be more ready to be in race, because some challenges are always coming, but it's okay for us. We will pass everything.
Of course, and how do you manage to keep him motivated? You know, it's hard, it's tiring.
To be honest, except the kart experience, he has a different experience in other sport categories like judo, swimming. He always challenging. He always in the challenge, so it doesn't matter which type of sport he can participate. But of course, the karting is one of the most lovely.
Yeah, I have to agree on that. But anyways, we are going to be passing it back to Jack in the commentary box and wish the Bambinos the best of luck for their pre-final.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, Bambinos up next for their second time trial of the day. I can see Sam's fans are already in chat trying to big him up, passing on their love and support for Sam Tester, the Maltese driver, who was second earlier today, hoping to get another first based off of yesterday's performance of all 3 firsts. Yusuf Al-Kayat will be looking to repeat his win from this morning and his fastest lap of 1:10.5. Speaking of lap times, actually, I got a text during that little interview section from an anonymous tipper, and I remember Matt mentioning a lap record earlier on of 53.3. Something along these lines. Now, I don't want to say that this is 100% absolute, because you know what AI is like these days. Sometimes it likes to make it up. But apparently, the Dubai Kartdrome official lap record is a 53.2, set by Filippo Parmigiani in a KZ shifter kart. So the person that sent me that, it sounds like that's the overall lap record. If anyone wants to fact check that and get in contact with me, then please do. So it was very close to being an all-time lap record there. If it was a 53.3, like Matt mentioned earlier, that was in the senior class, I believe. Anyway, Bambinos up next, time trialing their second point-scoring race of the day. Let's have a quick look at the chat and see what I've missed. It looks like a lot of support for drivers in there again. Louis Hartman, Max and Jules, go Austin Gray in the minis. Finally, 170s getting exposure of course, we like to chat with all the drivers. Oscar Bray in the interview earlier. Come on, Sam, P1 says Orlando. And Go Amani, uncle from Kenya, is watching. Mark, good luck, number 88 from Dorinka. So the Bambino support coming out in force in the YouTube chat. Feel free to jump in there and say hello, guys. If you are watching the live stream or if you're listening to me out there in the paddock, sounds like I can hear some engines starting, so the 10-minute time trial will begin shortly. If not now. And there we go. Who's this out on track? Number 95. This will be Robert Aganyang. Just heard from Mr. Aganyang in that last interview. Parents also getting a little bit of the limelight. I would love to hear their perspective, not just a brief answer really, but the parents' perspective on what it takes actually to be a karting parent or an athlete parent. I know that Mr. Doe with the MVA Academy, the Minerva Racing School, which is one of our sponsors, shout out to them, is an advocate for education whilst being able to compete in competitive series like this, whilst remaining in the education system. But yeah, the parents often don't get a chance to say their sort of side of the story. Oh, contact in the Bambino category between 17 and 6. That's not 17 because there's no 17 on the list, but number 6 is Zayed Al-Ansari. I'm guessing is that 10? Yeshwin Kumar for Synergy. Don't often see contact in the Bambinos category. It is number 10, Yeshwin Kumar. That was a big old hit. Maybe just a misjudgment there as he came back over to the right to open up the corner. But the kart looks fine and he will continue. But yeah, the parents' side of things in terms of getting up early in the morning, getting their kids to the track, helping to support them mentally as well as physically. I'm sure it's no easy task. I can't speak from experience, but here's a replay of number 10 and number 6. Do you know what? It's hard to call who would be at fault for that, because it also looked like number 6 was coming over to the left down the middle of the straight. Number 6 looks to have an issue as he's stopped. I believe we've got another interview lined up, so let's cut to Joanna whilst keeping with the Bambinos on the time trial.
Standing next to me is Federico Rossi. I mean, he's the one we have to all thank here for the web development and social media management of Media Friends. He's been there since day one, helping grow Media Friends to what it is today. Can you tell us more what was that partnership that you have with Media Friends?
Hey everyone. Yeah, so basically Giovanni reached me out. He was looking for someone, for a company willing to help him on, let's say, all the social media and website, all the internet things. So we've been working since March now, and the partnership has been doing very good.
How important do you think is social media and this media coverage for the young drivers that we're doing throughout the Iame Championship?
Actually, in my opinion, it's very important because Media Friends can really help those young drivers to enhance their image, especially like online presence on social media and advertisement.
And how can people that are watching this find you in case they need help in their own businesses when it comes to social media and web development?
Okay, so basically they can just reach out to Media Friends and ask for Federico, and I will help everyone out.
Thank you so much, Federico. Thank you for everything that you're doing, and I wish you the best of luck. Do you want to say any final words? Okay.
Good luck. Who the best will win. I don't know, something.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to send it back to you, Jack, to see what's happening out there on the track for the Bambino category.
Thank you, Joanna. So, yeah, wise words from Federico there. The best will win. Short, simple, and a great quote for 2025 in general. The best will win. Sam Tester, top of the times with the 110.9. Yusuf Al Kayat second place currently with a 1:11.3. Nice little chat about social media and the importance of it. We've actually, it's been mentioned a couple times over the weekend, training these young drivers for like PR and media. I think it was Mr. Doe again, actually, who mentioned this, how important it is, not just performance on track, but also if you can't talk or manage yourself in front of a camera. And he said you can't get very far in the motorsport world based on the current trends. But there was a great shot of 44 coming around turn 2. The rear wheel bouncing. Director, clip that, slow motion that. I want to see that again. But yeah, speaking of social media, I mean, Joanna is one of the best to speak about that, because Miss Joanna Bergen, obviously, one of her focuses is social media, one of her main action points. Here we go. Have a look at this. Bouncing the rear wheel off the ground. That's what I was talking about. Challenge complete. That's what I mean when the chassis is twisting as you turn into the corner. You saw the rear wheel off the ground as he went through turn 2. Even in the Bambino category, which is crazy. That's, again, just showing you the speeds that they're reaching. Look at 31 going down the inside. Sam Testa pulling off an overtake into 13 against Asgomi there, entering the final sector. But yeah, shout out to Joanna Bergen, who also has a focus on social media, does some great car videos, motorsport videos, and hosts many events across the region, actually, including a certain car brand that's coming up that hosts a little festival. That's iconic, shall we say. And we'll leave that one as it is. But yeah, says to me that I also need to improve my social media presence, which I cannot argue with. It's extremely important for everybody in all aspects of all businesses these days, and I think people underestimate how much it's a full-time job. In fact, I bet the people in the truck can attest to this, with the directors and the people watching the stream. But yeah, social media these days, many avenues to advertise yourself in many different strengths, many different categories of job. Commentary being one, racing being another. Boils down to everything, even the sponsors. The sponsors are here getting exposure. So shout out to them as well. Emzo, Rack Track, Iame, Media Friends, Media Mania, 800 Sport, Align Pilates, Drivers Lab, Downwells Management, Comet. I should have looked at a list before I did that. I was doing that all from memory because I've shouted them out so much. You've got Dia Designs, Keysol, K-Roos Associates, Drake Kart. I'm really hoping I haven't forgotten anyone. Yeah, thank you, but the director's saying I got it wrong. Almeida Racing Academy, that was one of the new ones. Can't forget them also. But yeah, shout out to all the sponsors for this series. Media Friends bringing us the broadcast and helping people get exposure. I'm going to shout out myself again because I haven't seen my name since this morning. I'm Jack Johns, your host. I'm going to try to do what Joanna's given me advice to do. I need to self-promote. But no, we are here watching the drivers self-promote themselves on the circuit. 31, Sam Testa is still fastest, and Yusuf Al-Kaya is actually showing is in the pits. So I reckon with a minute and a half to go, Sam Testa's in a good position to take a victory here again. Let's see if his fans are in chat. I know I saw Mark Ristic getting some shout-outs as well. Currently in 4th, 8 tenths off. Let's have a look. Come on, Sam, P1, go Armani. We read these ones earlier. Mark, good luck. I saw that one. Go Ethan, says Joy. Harry Warren, what time does the finals start? I want to come down. And then Iame have responded and said 1:30. So come on down, Harry. And watch, say hello. Yusuf says go Steph. Yusuf Yamin. Joy says Ethan, go, go, go. And Junior says go Luca Portaro. Of course, these comments get caught up every now and then, so they might be talking about different categories that aren't on your screen right now, which is fine. I'll still read them out to make sure that you guys on YouTube that are interacting get a shout out as much as I can. I will try and do that. So, Kumar, who had a bit of contact earlier in the session, is holding on to P3 at the moment. But Mark Ristic, the number 88 in the Red Bull car, who's just swooping down the corner into turn 5, is currently only 1/10 away from that podium spot, sliding round turn 6. losing the rear. 5 seconds remaining. And you can see the parents watching on over the main straight. Into turn 9. What can Ristic do then? Sam Tester's going fastest yet again. Look, he's just set another fastest lap, a 1:10.528. Oh, I wish I wrote down the lap time from earlier, because that might be the fastest lap time of the day in the Bambino category. If it's not, it's very close. So 1:10.5, I'm pretty sure, was set earlier on. Yusuf Al-Kayat still in the pits, so solid second place for Yusuf, unless Kumar or Ristic can improve. They're currently 1 second off the fastest time, Sam Tester. And we're waiting for them to complete their final lap. 1:12.6 for Ristic, so he holds on to 4th, which means Yashwin Kumar is likely going to bring it home in 3rd, unless Oganyan can shoot up the times. I don't think Zayed Al-Ansari came out during that session. He's not showing any times. But there was number 95 bouncing over the curve, checkered flag waving. 1:11.8 for Kumar. So no improvement there. 2 tenths off of his fastest time. And that is your Bambino time trial 2 complete. So they have only one more time trial later in the day. And up next, so that you don't go anywhere, we have the junior pre-finals and the senior pre-finals. Some more point-scoring entertainment for round 3 of the Iame Series UAE. We're seeing this gives you a good representation of how small the karts are and these drivers when they're stood next to the scrutineers. But there's Sam Tester, first place, pointing up in the sky. Yusuf Al-Kayat second, but pulling out halfway through the session, and Kumar in 10th. For Synergy UAE, sorry, not in 10th, he's in 3rd with the number 10. Let's have a look at the highlights of the Bambino. Okay, so highlights from the Bambino there, and actually some on-track action for a category that is not racing wheel to wheel. Let's have full confirmation of the results just after. There we go. Sam Tester in first, Yusuf Al-Kayat in second, Keshwin Kumar in 3rd, not 10th like I said a second ago, he's 3rd place. Mark Ristic in 4th, Shayan Azgomi in 5th, Robert Oganyan in 6th, and Zayed Al-Ansari with no time on the board in 7th place. That's your Bambino category. Results for that one with some overtakes and some wheel-to-wheel fights. Let's cut to Joanna speaking to Sam Tester.
Thank you, Jag. These Bambinos are small, but yet they're big in talent. Standing next to me is Sam Testa, who's been going on a strong lead today and yesterday. You picked back up your position, and now you've got the fastest lap in the pre-finals. How is your mindset now going into the final?
Good. I'm more confident. I think now I can push.
And are you going to change anything in your strategy, or are you going to keep doing the same thing you're doing?
I don't know.
You're going to see how it is when you get on the track, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, Sam Testa, I wish you the best of luck. Before I send you off, do you want to say anything to your family that's watching you online?
I want to say hello to my friend Sam. He's currently sick, watching me from home.
And one quick advice for your friends or other young drivers watching you. How do you stay confident?
Good.
How do you stay? Do you practice a lot?
Nah, I didn't practice in summer.
This summer, no, but you're still doing amazing, which is incredible. Thank you so much, Sam, and I wish you the best of luck for the finals. You're almost there. Give me a high five. Well done. I do want to speak to our second fastest lap that was done by Yusuf Al-Khayyat. He's done an incredible job. He achieved the fastest lap in the heat session and dropped down a little bit for the pre-finals, but still he's done an incredible job today. So I do want to speak to him and hear how he was managed to do that. But what we can do is just cut over to Matt to see what's happening on his side, or Jack to see his opinion on the other side of the track while I get the driver ready on my side. Off to you, Matt. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Johanna. Yeah, not a lot happening at the moment on my side. We're just waiting for the junior pre-final, and I'm sure for another action-packed race. There they are on the grid, the number 200s, getting ready for another adrenaline-filled fight. Great to hear from the drivers, and thank you, Joanna, for your questions to those guys. Getting some insight from all of them today, actually. We've had so many interesting comments about the track grip, about tyre degradation, and here is confirmation of your junior grid then for the pre-final. It's Chopra and Qureshi on row 1, Clancy and Kappan on row 2, followed by Peruzzi and Senanayake. And then Al-Qasemi and Aina and Singh and Jain are your top 10 for your junior pre-final. Then it's Kage and Stevens, Jack Doe and Derek Rivera, and Mason and Kallenberg, rounding off your top 16. Then you got Henry King, Pataro, Seigel, Realstone, your top 20, Batia, Barracordi in 21st and 22nd, Montanari and Londono in 23rd and 24th, followed by Siddiqui and Burundi in 25th and 26th. Sorry, Buranov. Then it's Albani and Pratish in 27th, 28th, and Debussy and Husari in 29th and 30th, rounding off your 30-car junior grid. Fantastic to see so many drivers in these categories, so many drivers on the grid. Like the minis is around 32, I think 33 for this round, 30 juniors, and a healthy amount of seniors as well, with your 7 Bambinos that we just watched on their second time trial. But place your bets. Is Veer Chopra going to be able to take another victory, or will it be Arhan Qureshi alongside on the front row, or will it be somebody behind them all? Will it be Clancy, Kappan, Peruzzi? Can Aina get up there again after a great display yesterday? Made it to the podium overall. I think second place for JNKD Racing. I think Joanna's found her driver, so let's cut to the pit lane to hear from them.
All right, I'm standing here with Yusuf Al-Khayyat. He achieved the second fastest lap for the pre-finals in the Bambino category. Yusuf, walk me through your mindset. What happened with you on the track?
Because I was just coming out of maybe, I think, yes, turn 6, and then I hit the curbs, and then the chain fell off. So I was mad, and I was like, I didn't like it. So that's why.
All right, but your confidence is still up because you still got one more try to give it a go for the finals.
But thankfully I came P2.
Of course, P2 is an incredible position to be at going into the finals. Are you going to do anything to change your strategy?
But do you know what is incredible? P1.
That's right. They're both incredible because you are, anybody at your age to be on the track doing what you're doing is an incredible job. It's a talent, it's confidence, it takes a lot of effort. So everybody is very proud of you. Do you want to say anything to your friends and family?
I want to say my friend, you're very good. Push up, push, push, push. Keep it up. And I want to say to my dad again, thank you for supporting me.
You're the best. Thank you so much, Yusuf. All right, wishing you the best of luck in the finals. Give me a high five. Awesome. We're going to send it back to Jack to see what's happening in the junior category in the pre-final session. Let's see.
Thank you, Joanna, the ever energetic Yusuf Al-Kayat there in his interview for P2. I believe they would be tied at the moment, Yusuf and Sam, on points, as it's a first and a second place each so far today in the Bambino time trial. So whoever wins time trial 3 out of those two will likely take victory overall today, which we'll find out later on. But right now, we're going to go back to your junior pre-final. 12 laps of intense racing. The first point scoring race of the day for your junior category. They've all slowed down, started getting in line. Veer Chopra is starting on the inside line for first place. Arhan Qureshi in second. Round 3 of the Iame Series UAE here at Dubai Kartdrome. Who will take victory for the first point scoring round of the day for these guys? Bit of contact there as they all bump their way through this final section. Nothing too feisty. Now they're really backing up, look, through 16 into 17, just rolling on the biting point. Everyone just giving a little nudge to the carts in front, and around the final turn they go, and it's lights out, and it's go, 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 down towards turn 1. No twirls of the fingers, meaning that the start is legit. Round through the fast right-hander, and Veer Chopra leads into turn 2 and to turn 3. Nicely done by Veer Chopra, the pole sitter. There's contact in the background there as we see a couple of carts stopped at turn 2, but they're all coming sweeping down into 4 and 5. Veer Chopra still leading into 6, and he's done everything he needs to do so far. I think Qureshi still holding on to second place as we see Kalyani Pratish there getting a good switchback through turn 6 on the inside of 8. That's the Hive Academy car, easily spottable in the black and yellow livery. And there is 287 and 211 who looks to be out of this race. 287 is Antonio Hassari, the novice, and 211 is Malik Debussy for AK Karting, out of this race by the looks of it. Now, down towards turn 1, lap 1 is complete. Chopra leads from Qureshi, from Clancy, from Kaplan. It's a Mumbai Falcons 2-3-4. Senanayaki in 5th, Peruzzi down a position in 6th. Aina up, Jane up, Stevens up, Singh down. Green flags waving after turn 3, which is where we saw those carts earlier. 209 getting all sorts of feisty there with, that's Brando Londono. Here's a replay, look in the background. The apex of turn 2, just too many carts into one, and the AK kart up the back of one of the other carts. And there, yeah, so that will be Malik Debussy, whose front wheels came off the ground as he drove up the back of somebody else. And then I think the other kart, which was Hassari for XL Motorsport, 287. That's what it's showing on my list. Didn't quite see why he came to a stop. But there we go. They continue. And it's looking very close between your Mumbai Falcons 3. As they go down into 4, and keep an eye on, I think that's Senanayaki, 281, who's just behind them in the GGM car. No, it's not. It's Peruzzi. I thought it was Predator. I saw the orange livery. So Peruzzi is now behind. Senanayaki's dropped to P8 at the end of Sector 1. So Leonidas Peruzzi closing in on Nathan Joseph Kaplan, Connor Clancy and Arhan Qureshi, who are all trying to hunt down Veer Chopra, who's been showing real consistency and speed here at Dubai Kartdrome, pulling away ever so slightly. He'd done it in the qualifying heat. He seems to be trying to do it again in this pre-final. Is he going to have any tyres left for the final later on today? But Taj Jain reminds everybody that he's the fastest on track right now with a 55.3. He's currently in 7th place, up 3 positions. Didn't have a good qualifying heat. And Al-Qasemi pips him with another 55.3. Number 210, Al-Qasemi. What position is Al-Qasemi in? I can't actually see him on my timing screen. I actually think Al-Qasemi is in 28th place off the screen. He was one of the carts that was stopped at turn 2, as we see Peruzzi up now past Kaplan into 14 now. So Peruzzi is on a charge here. Leonidas Peruzzi Leo Aina is in this fight as well. Look, he's J&KD Racing Kart behind 251. Kappen into turn 1 they go. Who's going to come out in front in turn 2? Didn't make a send there into turn 2. Chopra sets the fastest lap, goes 2 tenths quicker, 55.1, and ekes out a 0.6 second lead. And now he's going to be hoping that these guys try and fight for P2. Clancy is ahead of Qureshi now, and the gap is now 1 second, so they have been having a little scrap, the Mumbai Falcons pair. Connor Clancy, who won yesterday, now in second place for your pre-final. Arhan Qureshi has been passed by his teammate. Peruzzi, though, is on the back of 249. Arhan Qureshi down towards 13. Is he going to have a look? Not this time. Into 14? No. Swoops into the left-hander through 15 and 16. The final turn now, 17. Here they are. Keep an eye on the orange and blue kart, the Predator Racing Kart of Leonidas Peruzzi, just behind this train. Down towards turn 2. Sweeping in, doesn't throw it down the inside there. Chopra enters the 54s. Fastest lap, 54.9 for Veer Chopra, 1.1 second lead now. Down into turn 4, Peruzzi doesn't go there. Holds behind, down the hill into 6. There it is, caught him sleeping. Down into the left-hander. Peruzzi up into 3rd, and it looks like Kappen followed him through actually to get Qureshi there. And the J&KD car of Leo Aina goes past both of them into turn 9. 202. Leo Aina. We'll see it change as they exit sector 2. Ahead of Qureshi and Jane. Kappen in between. So Arhan Qureshi really getting hindered there by the overtake from Peruzzi. Nathan Joseph Kappen holds on to P4, a 54.9 for Veer Chopra. Again, another fastest lap for your leader, 1.3 seconds. He's just throwing him out there like Oprah Winfrey. You get a fastest lap, you get a fastest lap. Lap after lap, can he do it again? 3rd time in a row. Anyway, Leo Aina, opportunistic move into turn 9. I love seeing an overtake into that chicane, to be honest, because I know it's just extremely risky, but when it's successful, it looks and probably feels amazing from Aina's perspective. But Peruzzi now hunting down Connor Clancy in 2nd place. And there they are, exiting the final turn. We've also got 217 Singh ahead of Stevens now. P8, P9. Leonidas Peruzzi sets the fastest lap, 54.9. He ruins Veer Chopra's fastest lap streak. And watch this. Can he do it again down the inside of 6? Watch it. Oh, he's not close enough this time. Didn't do it. So he thinks he has to be a little bit smarter for Connor Clancy as he goes through 8. Down towards turn 9 then. Where is Peruzzi going to throw a send? He's close enough to send and overtake somewhere. 2 tenths of gap. This is what a 2/10 gap looks like. Bumper to bumper, pretty much. The Predator Motorsport driver chasing down the Mumbai Falcons' Connor Clancy. Gains 100th of a second in sector 2 into 14. So, was that a reconnaissance lap? Did he just sit behind Connor Clancy to work out where he's weak and where he's going to throw an overtake? Down towards turn 1. Is he going to attack turn 2? He goes down the inside of turn 2. Leonidas Peruzzi looks over his shoulder, defends 3. Runs wide on the exit, looks over again, confirms that he's made the move up into 2nd place, down into 4 and 5. Holds on to it into 6. And that's a done deal, but Clancy is still close enough to attack. Actually, Clancy says, no, let's look ahead. We've got a 2-second gap to close in 3 laps. Peruzzi defends turn 9, says, I don't trust you. I know you're pointing to just focus and work together to go ahead. But actually, I don't think we're going to be able to do that. So I'm just going to try and hold on to P2 for the next couple of laps. I mean, they could try and close the gap. Peruzzi is the fastest on circuit at the moment. Not by much, only by 100th of a second. And I mean, if that on your screens is a 3/10 gap, 100th of a second is minimal. So they are really only closing millimeters at a time per lap. And there's only a couple laps remaining. Veer Chopra finding out what it is to be to have success bias from like they're not getting shown on the camera. Veer's just driving off into the distance. Peruzzi getting all the screen time because he's fighting his way through. Connor Clancy now in third. Kappen holds on to fourth. Leo Aina still in fifth, with Qureshi for company in sixth. You got Singh seventh. Stevens in P8, Jane in P9, Senaniaki in P10. Rivera, Kage, Barakordi, Mason and King rounding off your top 15. Doe, Potaro, Kallenberg, Seigel, Patish in the top 20. Getting a result now after not finishing or taking part in the earlier two sessions. Kalyani Patish up 8 places now that the car is up and running. Oh, look at this! Side by side, there's contact on the left there. Over the bridge, I'm sure of it, as they went down into turn 4. He just cut away, so I'm not sure if they're still there, if they managed to continue, but that was a harsh defense from someone as they went across the bridge there, down towards turn 4. Now, Matanch Jain versus 281 Senaniaki in Mumbai Falcons and GGM. Down towards 13. I think we're approaching, there's an overtake down into 13. It always catches me off guard when they throw one down the inside of this, because it's such a short run to the left-hander of turn 14. And here's a replay of who it was. It's 217 and 228 down towards turn 4. And yeah, to me, 217 and 228, is that what I said? Aryan Singh and Harrison Stevens. Aryan Singh is way down the order, so yeah, I don't think he ended up facing in the right direction after that contact, because he's dropped right down the order. 10 places lost, but we're on the final lap, and here is your leader, Veer Chopra, one of the fastest on circuit, but Leonidas Peruzzi has the fastest lap. He closed 1/10 in all of those laps. Veer Chopra has done everything he needs to do. Around the final turn for MN Motorsport, Veer Chopra wins the pre-final for the juniors, and Peruzzi, Leonidas Peruzzi, I should clarify, finishes P2, up 3 places, 2 seconds back. Connor Clancy holds on to the final podium spot, with Nathan Joseph Kappen in 4th, Leo Aina in 5th, Qureshi, Stevens, Senaniaki, Rivera and Jane rounding off your top 10. Heart goes out to Aryan Singh as a result of that contact, but he did, if we think about it, come across. Oh no, Hive Academy driver, is that Kalyani holding a wrist there? Hopefully okay. And it is showing down in 28th after a really strong race. She was up 8 places in 20th last we checked. So Kalyani Patish out. Oh, and there you go, there's why. One of the karts going up and over in turn 14, and definitely the rear wheel would have made contact with her there. So hopefully she's okay. I'm sure she'll go get checked, and we'll look forward to hearing how she is. 227, Peruzzi looks at the timing screen, all the weight, thinks, yeah, okay, I did a good enough job in the pre-final, on to the final then later in the day. It's Veer Chopra with another victory, Peruzzi with 2nd place, and Clancy in 3rd for your junior pre-final. I'm sure the highlights reel is going to be pretty exciting, so get ready for that from the director. There's Leo Aina in the JNKD car, pulling off the weighbridge. 251. That is Kappen. And here is your overall results. Veer Chopra, Leonidas Peruzzi and Clancy. Then it's Kappen, Aina and Qureshi, followed by Stevens, Senaniaki, Rivera and Jane finishing 10th, which I think is where he started. Savali Kage, Gabriel Barakordi, Aaron Mason, Henry King and Ari Kallenberg round off your next 5 down to 15th place. Then it's Luca Portaro, Jack Doe, Anj Seigel, Mohamed Al-Qasemi and Aryan Singh, who we saw tumble down the order at the end there. Ethan Realstone, Giuseppe Montanari, Brando Londono, Rayan Albani, Jasvir Bhatia, Ivan Boranov, Aham Siddiqui, Kalyani Patish rounding off your field with Malik Debussy and Antonio Hasari retiring at the start of the race. Just one lap to the end for Kalyani. Such a shame. But let's have a look at your highlights for your junior pre-final. Well, what an exciting pre-final. That's another one down and one more pre-final to go. Up next will be the senior and the senior 170s, and I'm so glad that you're all joining me here and joining us here as the Iame family to see these young drivers put on this action and try and do their best on the track to entertain you guys, whether you're watching on YouTube or watching in the paddock or listening in Dubai Kartdrome reception, wherever you're hearing my voice. Thank you for watching and supporting. Please feel free to jump into YouTube chat. Do not forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel or any socials related to Iame Series UAE, media friends, or anyone else involved that you are interested in following. As we mentioned earlier, social media is a big part of getting eyes on this talent that you are seeing today. So it all makes sense. There's Matthew in the pit lane. I swear he's changing his hat every shot. I can see him. He was wearing a brown, he can hear me. Hello Matthew, give us a wave. He had a brown hat on earlier, now he's got a Dubai Kartdrome on. I'm wondering if he had to pay for that or if he got given it as part of a sponsorship from Dubai Kartdrome. Or was that Nathan Pope behind him there, giving the bunny ears behind? I learned something else yesterday, actually. Just that hand signal was giving me an idea. Apart from this 6-7 reference that I keep hearing from the drivers that I don't know anything about, I also had clock it. Apparently clock it means that they're doing something good. Anyway, we're going to cut to Joanna in the pit lane, who's hearing from the drivers.
Thanks, Jack. What an incredible race that was for the junior category in the pre-finals. I feel like the tension is rising as we go into the finals, and standing next to me is Leonidas Peruzzi, who's done an incredible job defending his position and moving up all the way to P2. Walk me through what happened there and how did you manage to move up in your position on the grid?
Well, the start was a bit tricky. I got disadvantaged because I left a gap with Connor at the start. But yeah, I fought my way through. Tried to have good pace and catch up to the ones in front.
Do you feel like your mindset is? How is your mindset going into the finals? Are you feeling the pressure?
I'd say the heat is pressuring me a little bit. But no, I think I could do it. I know I can do it. Just need to get my head in.
To the game, awesome. And in terms of your kart setup today, has it been meeting your expectation?
Yeah, it has. Throughout the weekend, it has. Yeah, some faults, I guess, throughout the weekend, but it was fine.
Awesome. My last question to you is: your family and friends are all watching you. Do you want to say anything to them?
I hope you're enjoying the entertainment.
That's right. Thank you very much. Thank you and best of luck into the finals. And next, I do want to speak to our pole position driver, Veer Chopra. You have done an incredible job also leading the races today. How is your mindset now going into the finals?
To have the same start and then lead the whole way through and just keep focused and look forward only.
And in terms of the kart setup, has it been meeting your expectation, or are you having some challenges that we can't see here on the other side of the track?
No, it's been meeting my expectations and I'm really happy.
In terms of your team and your family supporting you online, would you like to say anything to them?
Thank you for all your support and hope to do the same in the final.
One question for you, actually. I want to ask, how long have you been racing for?
3 years.
3 years. And is there someone particular that you one day would wish to race against?
Not really. We'll just have to see.
I love that. All right. Again, one last thing you want to say to your other drivers, let's say, on your team? Any words of wisdom for them going into the finals?
Focus, stay calm, and win.
Awesome. Thank you so much for everything done, and good luck on going into the finals. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the junior category, and they're done with the pre-finals, heading over to the finals. I want to pass it on to Jack to see how are the seniors doing heading into their pre-finals. So back to you, Jack.
Me, not Jack, and here we are now in the pre-grid for the pre-final for the senior drivers. Now this is the last pre-final of the day, again the fastest category, and so we've asked a couple questions to the senior drivers up front, but now let's ask a couple questions to the senior 170 drivers over here. So we've got the 413 Oscar with the Niki Lauda look, it feels like. How's it been so far? What are your hopes for this pre-final?
It's been a bit challenging with the heat, but hopefully I get to push through this final and get that first place.
Get that first place. So yesterday was again a bit of up and down weekend, but it looks like it ended up on a high. What about today? What are the plans for today?
Yeah, I'm looking to build off the success of yesterday, so let's hope for another clean sweep.
Okay, perfect. Well, we wish you the best of luck, as we are told to leave the grid, so we're going to do that and send it back to Jack in the commentary.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Joanna, for that and those interviews. Look at that. That fan is impressive. Look, staying cool out there in the paddock. This will be a true test on whether they can hear me or listening to me. But yeah, the director saying old ways never die. I don't know. I mean, it's such an easy movement, right, to just fan yourself like this. But you see those little propeller ones. I see people with them sometimes. I'm like, come on. Does it look as aesthetically pleasing? No one's fanning themselves to look aesthetically pleasing, though, really. They're just trying to stay cool in this desert heat in Motor City, Dubai, for the Iame Series UAE. In fact, let's have a quick look before these seniors go out and do their race. What is the temperature today so far as we approach 1 p.m. here in the afternoon, which will be peak heat and sun over this last hour? It's 35 degrees today here in Dubai, according to my phone, and this will likely be the highest temperature of the day, actually, before seeing it start to drop again around 2-3 p.m. down to 34 degrees, 33 degrees. Here's the grid for your seniors and your senior 170s. It's Darmadasa and Qureshi on the front row, then Dexter and Dumont, Albacioni and De Troja, Hartman and Haddad, Montgomery Swan and K. Ruse, your top 10. Then it's Volonvicious, then it's Piri, then it's Gut, then it's Mohan, then it's Yamin, then it's Al-Qasemi in 16th place, then it's Pope down in 17th with the Goma in 18th. Bray, Pusanad on row 10 with Curry and Anivas rounding off your field. So Oscar on pole for the senior 170s. What happened to Pope again? He's having a shocking Dubai Kartdrome experience. I don't think he finished that far down, so that will be something with the stewards again. Looks like yesterday, hopefully not another kart or technical issue. Maybe we can find out about that later. But right now, the drivers are coming round to complete their formation lap for the start of their pre-final. After this, there will be a little bit of a window of interviews and things like this before we head to the finals, by the way, which is great stuff. This is the last pre-final, and then we're on to the final races of the day for every category. But here we go then. The last pre-final of the day. The senior and senior 170s side by side at the end of their formation lap. for round 3 of the Iame Series. UAE Dubai Kartdrome is away, and the lights are out, and away they go as they immediately try to cut across. The Telios Racing team goes up into 2nd place and 4th place, as whoever was in 2nd, I think Qureshi, slots into P3. Round turn 2 they go. Big contact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts involved. That's, well, Pope's getting his kart off as quick as he can. That's Nathan Pope on the left-hand side. Not sure on the other 5 karts involved. But wow, that's a lot of drivers in the pre-final costing themselves points. Here's a replay. Where does it start? Mid-pack, racing, Telios Racing Team and XL, and a number of karts just pile in. And the further back it goes, the more unlucky they were as they just end up in a car park. So which Telios Racing Team kart was that? Was it Dexter or was it Dumont? I think it's 366, which is Maximilian Dexter, who might have been involved in that. We'll find out at the end of the first lap when we get the running order. No, Dexter's still in 2nd, so it's not 366. That means it'll be the other driver, or not to Troja. It will be, look at, oh man, there's so many involved. Albacioni, De Troja, Haddad, Piri, Al-Qasemi, and Pope. Dumont is actually only down in P8. So I'm wondering how he got out of that. There is Albacioni out of the race. He'll be frustrated with that. Nathan Pope is back in the race. There's 366 Dexter in 2nd, with Qureshi for company and Darvadasa leading the way. Louis Hartman will be over the moon with that. He's up into P3 with Jeremy Montgomery Swan in P5. Mohan and Dumont P6 and 7. And what about your 170s? Yusuf Busanad is up into P12 with Oscar Bray up into P13. And they're all coming flying through now into turn 2 and 3. They're going to continue. Just wondering if I missed anyone out. No, it's just it's hard to see who else was involved in that. I'm just assuming it's your bottom 5 or 6 that was involved in that first corner crash. Unusual to see when there's so many points on offer. Yes, each position is only worth 1 point. But when you're at the top end and you go to the back, that's a solid 20 points that you lose out on. But Adam Albacioni, there's a meatball flag for Al-Qasemi. The technical flag, I guess, is the technical name. We call it the meatball flag. Sometimes in racing, it's the black flag with the orange circle in the middle, signifying a meatball. What does it mean, ladies and gentlemen? Well, don't worry, I've got you, I will tell you. That means there is a mechanical fault with Al-Qasemi's kart, and he needs to come in within the next 2 or 3 laps or risk getting a black flag. We saw it earlier actually with Amani Kinua. He had a technical flag shown 2 laps in a row, and then the 3rd lap was a black flag that showed up on my timing screens. Nathan Pope sets the fastest sector 2, but Darvadasa sets the fastest lap overall. And now, so Dexter up 1 place, swaps with Qureshi. 3-2-1 is on your screen. That's Rayan Darvadasa for GGM. Entering turn 13, bouncing over the curb. He's got a 0.8 second lead, which is all he needs right now. Montgomery Swan also trying to climb up the order. And Al-Qasemi pulls into the pits then, does receive and obey the technical flag. Darvadasa sets another fastest lap as he tries to extend his lead. 0.8 seconds now from Dexter. Qureshi only half a second behind Dexter. Hartman a little bit further back, and he's got Jeremy Montgomery Swan for company, so the JNKD driver will be looking to claim P4 at some point soon. There they are at the back of the shot, coming through turn 7 and 8. And actually Mohan and Dumont will also be closing in on that fight soon as they go down towards turn 9 and up the hill. Here's Montgomery Swan's on board. Perfect timing, because 347 is going to come under pressure now. Louis Hartman for XL just in front of JNKD driver Jeremy Montgomery Swan over turn 13's curb. That is 347 Hartman. Montgomery Swan just behind. Down the main straight they go. They're coming across the start-finish line. Is he going to make an overtake down into turn 2? I don't think he's close enough. Hartman has got a good speed run down there. Still leading this in towards the left-hander. 3-3-4. Now he's got 3-3-2 for company. Mohan is catching him up for Mumbai Falcons. Down into 4 and 5 they go. And back on board with Jeremy Montgomery Swan then. Through 7. Chasing down Louis Hartmann for XL Motorsport. Down towards turn 9. On the brakes. Flicks it in. A little bit of a loss of the rear. Throws it into 10. All the way over the curb. Into 11. Now into 12. Who gets the best exit out of 12 down to 13? This is a common overtaking place, but Hartmann does enough by the looks of it. In towards 14 they go. And you can see the same battle on your right-hand side. We're following Jeremy Montgomery Swan for J&KD Racing over the final turn. He looks a bit closer this time, but Hartmann has got some speed on the straights, enough speed to keep the gap long enough to force Montgomery Swan. If Montgomery Swan wants this move, it's going to have to be a send and a half, or Hartmann needs to make a mistake, because this 2-10 gap, we've seen it, is a little bit too far back to commit to an overtake. Or it's going to have to be on a corner that Hartmann is not expecting it. Montgomery Swan is no slouch though. He will, I'm sure, pick the right opportunity to attack the XL driver, Louis Hartmann, who did have some fans in the chat earlier actually, waving the Denmark flags. So this is his chance to sign. Look at Montgomery Swan looking over his shoulder. J&KD Racing closing in on XL, and Mumbai Falcons just behind also. It's great to see this onboard shot. You can really see how bumpy the circuit is as they go over the curves. But at the moment, just no opportunity presenting itself. And actually, Qureshi is starting to close in on Dexter in P2, whilst Dharmadasa is running away 1.4 seconds in the lead. So Rehan Qureshi and Max Dexter also bumper to bumper for second and third. Hartmann and Swan, Mohan and Damon, a four-way fight for third, fourth and fifth. Dexter sliding through 9. That might give an opportunity to Qureshi. Right behind him. Down the back straight they go. Into 13. Exit 13, now into 14. Seen a lot of people chucking it down the inside there. Catching the car ahead, sleeping. Looks like Kuri, number 444, is in the pits. Pulling out of the senior 170 race then. Oscar Bray in third, and Anivas and Busanad are in 13th, 14th overall. Alexander Swan down the inside. Qureshi into 4 and 5. Attacks Max Dexter then for P2, but Dexter tries to come back into the left-hander. Down towards 9. Is Dexter going to launch one down the inside of 9? No. Gives him a bump up through 10 and 11. Into 12 they go. Only a few laps remaining. And now down towards 13. Rehan Qureshi, I mentioned his helmet yesterday. It's a very nice, smart-looking design. That dark blue with the white and the gold trim. But Dexter will want to get this place back as he now chases down number 386. Telios versus Mumbai Falcons. And this order at the back also, not at the back, sorry, from fourth downwards. Same order as before, no changes there in the mid-pack. Keep an eye on Dexter, will he return the favour in the same corner? Not this time. Down into turn 6, also not close enough. Tries to focus on the exit here to create an opportunity into 9. Has a quick look. Now he's just trying to force a mistake from Rehan Qureshi. Oscar Bray also in the pits then. Wanted to take victory here, but Yusuf Busanad looks like he is going to come out on top in the senior 170s. Alexandros Anivas deserves a shout out for being in 16th overall, second place in the 170s also. Nathan Pope is now up 3 places from where he started, and after being caught up in that 5-car pile-up at the start, is up into 14th place. But keep an eye on Telios Racing Team, Max Dexter. Dharmadasa just disappears out of shot with a 1.7 second lead. There's Dharmadasa, and there's second and third, not far behind. Hartmann has started to pull away a little bit from Jeremy. Damon and Mohan holding on to 6th and 7th. Colin Vicious up into 8th. Yamin P9. Kose Nagoma up 8 positions from where he started in P10. where is the overtake opportunity going to come, or is it going to come? Because now the gap is 3/10. So I think Rayan Qureshi from Mumbai Falcons might have extended that gap a little bit from Max Dexter. And he's trying, still trying. It's another 1/10 pull away. It's now 4/10 the gap. So Rayan Qureshi extending the gap from Dexter. Hartman still under pressure from Swan and Dumont. And I think there was more fighting further back. It's K. Roos and Goot in 10th and 11th, but pretty much side by side. Well, they were. According to the timing screens when they crossed the line. And now they are no longer. K. Roos and Nagoma pretty close, but this is Rayan Dharmadasa. There goes P4, 5 and 6. Look at the graphics on the bottom. The gap between the three of them pretty much even, 3/10 apiece as they come across the line. And now we're on the last lap. So if there's going to be an opportunity, this is the one. Round turn 2 they go. Keep an eye on Jeremy Montgomery Swan. It's his last attempt to get past Louis Hartman in XL. And keep an eye also on Dumont, but down the hill into turn 6 they go. There's Dharmadasa leading the way. 1.2 seconds leading. Qureshi behind, Dexter behind, but Louis Hartman and Swan were bumper to bumper through sector 1. Is Montgomery Swan on the final lap going to be able to gain one more position? Just for one extra point in this pre-final. Dharmadasa round the final section. 7/10 the gap now, so I think Swan had an attack and then lost out. But here comes Rayan Dharmadasa then. Victory for Dharmadasa in the pre-final. Qureshi and Dexter bring it home, and the Montgomery Swan, yeah, 1.2 seconds back. So maybe he was under threat from Dumont because they were bumper to bumper, but well done to Hartman. He holds on to P4. So it's Dharmadasa, Qureshi, Dexter, Hartman, Swan, Dumont, Mohan, Following Vicious, Yamin and K. Roos in top 10. We'll go through the full order in a bit when the results are provisionally confirmed. But there we have it then. And I think we all know what's going to be featured in that highlights reel. The turn 1 pile-up, turn 2 pile-up, I should say. Too many karts involved in that. Alexandros Anibas crosses the line, second place in the senior 170s. Yusuf Busanad, 4.78, up in 13th place. Overall, up 7 places. Here comes Dharmadasa on the weighbridge. Scrutineers having a look, just checking bumpers and nose codes. Anything standing out as dodgy? Here they go. Approved. Everyone rolling through. So, GGM on top then. Rayan Dharmadasa, Rayan Qureshi for Mumbai Falcons in second. And Max Dexter for Teleos Racing Team 366 in third place. Let's go from your top 3 then into the highlights reel of the senior pre-final. Okay, so there you have it, your highlights for your senior and your senior 170 pre-final. You know what's next? We do it all again one more time for every category. And do not go anywhere, because if you thought that was spicy, it definitely gets spicier throughout the day. We've got Dharmadasa, Qureshi and Dexter, your top 3, then Hartman, Swan, Dumont, Mohan and Following Vicious, your top 8. Then Yamin and K. Roos rounding off your top 10. Kose Nagoma up in P11 with Krishay Goot Yusuf Busanad, Jagrat Tachoja and Nathan Pope rounding off your top 15. Antonios Haddad, Biren Piri, Alexandros Neves, your final finishers. Oscar Bray and Andre Curie coming off in the race 7 laps ago. And Sakir Al-Qasemi was brought in with a technical flag, the number 312, and Mel Bassioni out on lap 1 in the pile-up. And that is just the pre-finals, when there were less points on offer. Now, in the finals this afternoon, there will be more points available for all the drivers in every category, apart from Bambinos. They have the same point system throughout the day. But we'll have mini finals, followed by Bambino Time Trial 3, followed by Junior Final, followed by Senior Final. And honestly, the action just ramped up a little bit. They should all be comfortable with this circuit after having round 2 here just yesterday and having the same amount of races, but maybe fatigue starting to settle in now. And let's cut to Joanna in the paddock and see who she's talking to.
That was quite an intense battle for the senior category for the pre-final. Standing next to me is Ryan Qureshi. You have done an incredible job. I mean, you've had an also serious battle between you and Dexter. How did you manage to keep your position strong?
Well, I just put my head down and drove pretty much. Stayed calm, kept my focus. Yeah.
What do you think is the missing gap that's keeping you between P2 and P1? What are you gonna how will you change your strategy going into the finals?
We'll see. I mean, obviously I wouldn't want to say here, but we'll see.
And do you want to say anything to your team and family that's watching you and supporting you today?
Thank you for everything, like especially over the past 2 days, taking the win yesterday, and let's see what we can do in the final today.
Awesome. Well, wishing you the best of luck. Good luck. I do want to speak to our pole position driver, Rian Dermadasa. You have had a strong lead. I see the confidence on your face. You're like, nothing is fazing me right now. How do you keep that confidence when there's so much pressure behind you? I mean, I'm sure you can see through the rear view of yours the fight between Dexter and Ryan, but how do you keep pushing and maintaining your position?
Yeah, just look back on like lap 3 or 4, saw that I had like quite a big gap. It's just quite easy for the rest of the race, just manage the tires and control the gap.
And what's the mindset going into the finals now that you're leading a strong competitive pack?
Yeah, similar to yesterday, just try to get a good start, see what happens, we'll try to stay clean, and yeah, hopefully.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. I hope to see you back here in the finals and keep going strong. That is it, ladies and gentlemen, for the senior category. We're going to take a quick break to thank our sponsors until we get our senior 170 drivers ready for a quick interview.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. Yeah, as she said, we are going to go through to the sponsorship video and then see what's up next.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
In this case, the minis are any number.
Standing next to me is Mr. Martin Bean, the clerk of the race. I mean, you've done an incredible job keeping everything running smooth this weekend. But I do want to ask, for those who don't know, what are your main responsibilities?
Thank you for that. It's been a difficult 2 days. But first of all, can I say it's really nice to be back in Dubai, Kartdrome. I haven't been here for a while, and the management here and the staff have been excellent. It's a well-presented racetrack for us this weekend, and excellent. My role as a series clerk of the course for the Iames in the UAE is to make sure everything runs smoothly. You could liken it to a football referee. There's lots of things happening, and you have to keep them all going in the same direction. Stay on time, and predominantly be safe. Everybody has to be safe.
And with your experience in the UAE, how are you seeing motorsports evolving from your position?
From my position, I've been here 7 years now, and it's grown exponentially every year. The entries are growing, the professionalism of the drivers and the support and the paddock, the mechanics, the teams, it's all going to a really high standard now. And the drivers are growing in their ability, and the passion that they have is just the same anywhere in Europe.
And for somebody that's wants to be in your position one day, what's kind of the ladder to go up to where you are today? And any advice maybe you have for them from your experience?
It's not easy. It's not easy. You have to gain the experience. You have to understand how a race event works. It's quite complicated, but it's a very rewarding job at times and very unrewarding at other times. You're never going to please everybody, and you will upset most people because they always think they're right. And unfortunately, I have to make a decision which they may not agree with. But it is an excellent job to do, but it's a thankless job as well.
Well, it is a very tough job that you're doing, but we're also grateful for everything that you're doing, for making sure that everyone stays safe on the track as well as keep things running smoothly. So thank you very much for all the insights that you gave us into your role, and I wish you the best of luck for this the end of the race today. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, everybody.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to see if I can have a quick chat with our P1 driver from the senior 170 category. Yusuf, you've done an incredible job. It was a bit of a hectic race out there for you because, again, like I was talking to Oscar, you guys are racing alongside all the other drivers in the senior category. Talk to me through what happened in the pre-finals.
So first lap, there's a massive pile-up. The seniors had all gone into turn one, and because it's the pre-final points for the championship, everyone wants to get ahead of each other. So we had at least a 5-cart pile-up. Thankfully, I was able to go around that pile-up and continue the race and just create a gap. Unfortunately, some of the other 170s had got stuck in the pile-up because starting towards the back of the grid, sometimes we get stuck in those pile-ups.
And in terms of going now into the finals, how is your mindset? Are you feeling more confident about your position?
Yeah, I'm feeling more confident. I feel like I can push a lot more now. I made a lot of improvements during the pre-final. I learned a lot, actually. I stuck with some of the senior drivers who are a little bit more experienced, a bit more skilled, and I was able to learn a lot off their driving technique for the final.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your insight. I wish you the best of luck going into the finals, Yusuf. Thank you very much. I want to have a quick and final chat with our team, and I'm sure it takes a lot of efforts for what he is doing. And I do want to ask you the most important questions. How do you do it? How do you do after so many years, this strengths you have physically, mentally? Just give us one quick advice on how to stay strong the way you are.
Hi. No, basically it's the love of sport, it came from my father. He used to race back in the 80s go-kart, so this is what introduced me when I was like very, very young. And then he started racing cars, so I started racing cars, of course. Then we went higher and higher, and then now slowly we are getting back to the grassroots motorsport, which is enjoyable.
And now going into the finals, are you feeling more confident? You're excited to potentially make it on the podium this evening?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to give my best as always and never give up, no matter what would be the issue on hand. Shout out to my engineer. He made an amazing setup on the chassis, which for my age, it's a little bit undrivable due to the too much grip. Everybody were lifting one wheel. I was always on two due to the too much grip. And Jimmy for the rocket engine that he lent me for this race.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much, Alexandros. Thank you. That is it from my side, ladies and gentlemen. We can't wait to see what's going to happen in the finals.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
We're back here standing with Mohammed Alam, part of the Iame scrutineering team. I want to ask you, for those who don't know, what are your main responsibilities?
As a scrutineer, what we have to do is to make sure that everyone is having a fair fighting chance by making sure that all ports are proper Iame ports. Everyone is following the rules and regulations. Engines, body, and everything related to the court is proper. Everything related to the court is actually legal. And as long as they are following these regulations, then that's it. That's our main responsibility. Also, before the race, we do safety checkups to make sure that the cars are safe for our drivers. And these are our two main types of work.
My question to you is, how crucial, we know these checks are very crucial. What can the drivers do to prepare themselves for better results pre and post race?
Technically, that's the mechanics' jobs, not really the drivers. They just have to follow the rules, follow the regulations, make sure that they're using proper parts, and do not machine or manufacture or mess with the original Iame parts, and that's it.
Part of being with Iame Championship for so long now, how do you see improving?
The drivers themselves are definitely improving. The atmosphere is improving. We have you guys now as well, and that's amazing. The number of drivers is increasing rapidly, and that's very nice. If that wasn't the case, if there was no improvement, this wouldn't be happening. So it feels nice to see this type of atmosphere, and overall the vibe is becoming better and better race after race.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the insights that you're bringing from your side of the motorsports world, and I wish you the best of luck for this weekend. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it from my side.
Thank you and welcome back after this short break. This allows time for drivers to take a break, eat a bit of food, fuel up for the remainder of the day. But now we have the first final of the day, and this is the mini final. It's been fantastic to watch this huge grid all of today and even all of yesterday. But again, today's a new day. But we've got some similar faces up top, starting with Peruzzi over here. Fantastic start from him. You know, he's been leading almost every single heat basically, and it got quite close last time out, but he managed to keep that first place. But now this is where it all counts. We've got Atika, fantastic recovery drive from her, and she's now starting second for this final. So obviously we know what she's going to be aiming for. And then behind us on the second row of the grid, we've got Iame Uae in third place, followed by Benjamin Karakovic, who was sick yesterday, had to leave right away and was driving with a bit of a flu, but now has made a fantastic comeback to be fourth on the grid. Now, if we keep going further along, we've got Baptiste Augustin, who's been really quick throughout the entire day, and yesterday as well, as he's starting here. So don't disregard him. He can easily make his way up the grid as well. Francesco Lisinoli as well, the same. These guys have been really, really fast this entire weekend, and so they've got the longest race for them right now, where they need to make sure the tires stay, you know, not just for the first 5 laps and they're able to pull a gap, but equally for the entire duration of this race. And so it's going to be, you know, very demanding on the drivers themselves. They've been racing since yesterday, but they've been practicing for the past, you know, 4 or 5 days, and so it's all come down to this moment right now. In just a couple of minutes, they will be out on track and ready to hit the ground running. Now we're going to pass you back to Jack in the commentary box for some more introductions on the grid.
Thank you, Matt, in your Dubai Kartdrome hat, down in the paddock, speaking to some of the mini drivers, or about some of the mini drivers ahead of their final race of the day. It's the Iame Series Round 3 UAE. I keep rhyming. I don't know why. This must be something in the food that I just ate. I can't help it. It's just happening. But round 3 in the Iame Series UAE is not far away from finishing. We've got final races for everybody now. The minis up first, then Bambinos, then juniors, then seniors. And I'm sure that they're ready to provide the action. Peruzzi will be starting on the front row alongside that lady there, 113 Atika Mir. Karashkovic up there also. Iame Uae, a great podium earlier in the pre-final. Number 122. And to be honest, I can't call it. I do not know. Oh, say hello to the JNKD gang. Up on the side there, watching and waiting for the racing to start. I think a quick shout out one more time to our sponsors before these guys go and do their formation lap. So thank you, Iame, Emso, Rack Track, Media Friends and Media Mania for the technical support. Here is the overall grid then for your mini category. Peruzzi and Mir, Hanlon and Karashkovic, Augustin and Lisignoli, names we regularly see up there. Stubbs and Schutzman in P7 and P8. Page and Theocaris in P9 and P10. Then it's Preetham, Koromifa, Dazani Jr. and Rashid on the 7th row, followed by Mazzali and Ilyas Sami down there in 16th place. Chopra and Voronins in 17th and 18th. Patton and Kumar round off your 10th row. Bataille and Pajamaki 21st and 22nd, and Alo Bively and Al Khalifa in 23rd and 24th. Then it's Bagger and Garushk in 25th and 26th, 27th for Tabaza, Freenstein in 28th, Gray 29th, Kumar in 30th, and then Falzerano and Suka in 31st and 32nd. Just realised there's 2 Kumars out there, so should elaborate. Ridan and Neil Kumar further up the order than Kshagra Kumar, who's closer to the back. Okay, longest race of the day for these guys. Another quick mention to 800 Sport and Align Pilates sports equipment and Pilates classes provided by them, a sponsor of this event. Do not forget Almeida Racing Academy, where sim racing courses are available. on how to get into real-world racing. Speaking of real-world racing, don't forget Drivers Lab, who are run and co-owned by real drivers to train you on your driving journey. You've also got Dan Wells Driver Management, helping manage drivers in all of their daily needs, whether it's fitness, nutrition, contract negotiations, or PR training. I believe cart number 115. Is it 115? Let me have a look at my list. I don't have a 115 there, but there is an accident here in the pit lane. Is that Atika 113? I think it might be. She was starting on the front row, so Atika Mer, drama for the 113 driver. Saif Al Khalifa and Falzarano, I think, also in the pits. Oh no, this is terrible. I don't know how that happened, or whether the pit lane actually would have been caught on camera, to be honest, but Peruzzi has just lost a main rival in this final race as they come round the final turn then, and the formation lap is about to come to an end. Here we go, the final race for the minis, around the final turn, the lights are out, and it looks like a false start, the twiddle of the fingers, and away they go for one more go round. This could play into the hands of any of those drivers that were in the pits. As you see the green and yellow flag I mentioned earlier in the background, whilst we wait for them to do their extra formation lap. I should go through the rest, like Keysol, K-Roos Associates also sponsoring, then Dia Designs, Drake Kart, and MVA Academy, or Minerva School Online. Well worth looking into for any of the young athletes out there who want to continue education easily around the world whilst pursuing their dream and sports career. But here we go again then. Take two of the mini final. I think Atika is on track, but I think also according to the rules, she has to start from the back. If my brush up on the technical regulations yesterday was correct, you might see 113 near the back. There she is, joining the back of the field right at the last second, and the lights are out and away they go, and the final is underway. So the last few drivers a little bit far away from that grid start, but the lights are out and the racing has begun. Peruzzi leads then. Oh, there's a wheel off. Oh no, someone's wheels come off. That's not Peruzzi. 116. Is that Achilles Peruzzi out of the race? He's out. There's 3 wheels. There's more drivers out here. I have not seen that yet in my years of commentary here in the UAE. To be honest, a lead driver dominant throughout the whole season. Watch this as he turns in to turn 3. The rear wheel comes off the car and out he goes on the exit of the corner through no fault of his own. And there's more contact, 109 and 171 joining him. And there's another one, 103. Oh, I think we should replay that again if you can at some point, because there was another 2 accidents after the initial one. Oh no, I feel for Achilles Peruzzi. That's a real shame there. He has won every single point scoring race so far. And now out of the race with a wheel coming off. There's another replay, 109 and 171. 182 and 103. 103 is Anil Kumar, 182 is Saif Al-Balevi, 109 and 171, that's Khan Rashid and William Mazzali, all out of this race. Who should be the most angry out of these 5? It's Achilles Peruzzi there on the right-hand side of your screen. Unreal stuff, but that plays into the hands of the karts that you see on your screen right now. It's a full course yellow. We don't often see this. But it's Baptiste Augustin. First place from Liam O'Hanlon. Benjamin Karajkovic Liz Ignoli, Page, Schutzman, Prefen, Theocaris, Stubbs and Desani Jr. are your top 10. Sammy up 5 places in 11th. Where is Atika Mur? Can't see her on the timing screen. Or am I just blind? No, she's 16th place. My bad. She's in 16th, 4.5 seconds back. And I wonder, I can hear the engines get a bit louder, but the yellows are still being waved. I think that's just because they were driving past my commentary box. My bad, I was being silly there. But yeah, they continue to go around with the yellows. There's Achilles Peruzzi in the Marshall post, number 3 in the background. Watching on. Reminiscent a little bit of Charles Leclerc watching the Dutch Grand Prix on the sand dunes. There he is. And he gets to watch the whole final from inside the circuit. I always wonder, from a driver's perspective now, obviously his main thoughts will be frustration from how this race could have been. But I also wonder, do they now support one of the other drivers on track? Since he's got nothing to do, is he now there watching from Marshall Post 3 and rooting for somebody else? Or is he helping the stewards? Maybe he can pick up a flag. We often see people like Alonso getting involved with the camera operators, actually, so maybe the director will get Peruzzi to help them film turn 2 if there's a camera nearby. I'm not sure, actually, but I'm sure I'll find out in my ear in the next few minutes. Right, anyway, I think we're done with this full course yellow. When's the racing going to begin again? I can still see the yellow flag being held out, so maybe we've got another lap of this, just while they're clearing the karts and the track. They're getting plenty of time to warm up their tyres, but it does mean less laps and less opportunity for people to climb up the order that are maybe out of position, namely Ilyas Sami in 11th place and Atika Mur in 16th. But actually, from Augustin and O'Hanlon's perspective, and Karajkovic, they'll be like, let's extend this safety car period, let's call it VSC, whatever you want to call it these days. Just a full lap, full course yellow, up through 9, 10 and 11 then. I'm still in shock. I'm not sure of a team dynamic in this scenario, to be honest. I'm wondering if anyone gets a portion of blame or they just accept it as a racing incident, as a team, and go through the highs and lows together, as is often shown in motorsport. It's not just a driver's game, it is a team game, as we've seen, even with staying within the technical regulations also. Any funny business with the carts getting picked up by your scrutineers. And this looks like they're racing again. Green flags are off, and Augustin's being attacked by Charlie Page, who goes up from 4th to 5th even to 1st place in a matter of one straight. Karajkovic up into 2nd place. Round through turn 3 they go. Now down into turn 4. Lap 4 of 13, so we are back now continuing to watch this race. And look at that, feisty. Was that Ilyas Sami in the mid-pack there throwing an overtake down that hill? Actually, no, Ilyas Sami's up there nice and clear. So it's another GGM driver making moves in that mid-pack. Augustin now defending from someone in 3rd place. Hanlon, I think, is the loser on that restart. He's now down in 6th, according to the timing screens. As they exit Sector 2, it should all update down towards 13. And keep an eye on 113 mid-pack. Atika Mur, she will be climbing up there. She is in turn 14 already, I think, entering near to the top 10. It's 14th on your screens. Wait till they cross the line. How many places? She's up to 13th, sorry, so not far away, 3 places away. Augustin 1/10 behind Charlie Page. Karajkovic 2/10 off the lead also, as they throw it into turn 3. It's still very feisty up here. Down 128, Theocaris is defending in P10. Down into turn 6 they go. Still side-by-side fighting. This is the final action that we wanted to see. Wheel-to-wheel fights all round. Look at this. Nearly 3 wide through 7 and 8, which is full speed. 148, Giovanni Jr. Desani coming under attack from Atika Mur, who's now up into 11th. Who's going to come out on top through this chicane? I think the Axel driver has done it and passed Giovanni Jr. in 1:48. And then down the inside goes the Axel driver driving number 100. That's Preetham defending from Atika Mose around the outside of 16. That's an optimistic move. She's going to lose a position to Giovanni Jr. Dazani on the inside of 17. That'll be frustrating. There's 133. That's Lizignoli attacking. I think Schutzman or Karajkovic. It was a JNKD driver. And there's Atika Mose also making moves. So now Karajkovic in third. Lizignoli has passed Schutzman. Down the hill into 6. It's Augustin back in the lead by half a second. He passed Charlie Page. Karajkovic in third. Lizignoli now back up into 4th place. And Schutzman and Sami is up 10 positions in this final. Falzerano and Suka up 13 and 12 positions lower on the grid. 1-2-2. Liam O'Hanlon will be defending from Schutzman down into 13. I think he's just passed him into the turn 9 chicane, and that creates an opportunity for Stubbs, who looked down the inside of 14. And there is your lead train then. Lizignoli 133 in the Alonso liveried car, chasing down Benjamin Karajkovic in the JNKD car. And we're about halfway through this race. It's not too long a race. Karajkovic defending from Lizignoli inside of 4. And single file by the time they make it into 5. Down into 6. Lizignoli really putting on the pressure. And 1-2-6, Ilyas Sami behind. Will also be trying to get involved in this fight. Will they attack into turn 9 or work together, continue to work together to catch your top 2 XL drivers? Augustin and Charlie Page, an XL 1-2 right now. Karajkovic holding on to third from Lizignoli into turn 13. Ilyas Sami right behind, and Liam O'Hanlon still in this fight. Schutzman a little bit back with Stubbs for company, and then it's Preetham, Theocaris and Burr, who you'll see in the background. All the similar coloured helmets, this lot, a luminous yellow, throwing it into turn 1. Easily spottable until they've all got the same colour helmet. That's Ilyas Sami going through past Francesco Lizignoli. He says, let's go, next one. Push me, Lizignoli, push me, Francesco. Frankie, let's go, up through 6. Chasing down Karajkovic in third. Liam O'Hanlon will want a little bit of this as well. He's right on the bumper of this train. He's the last car in that train of 4. Karajkovic at the moment soaking up the pressure in third place into 12. Nothing doing through there. Now down the back straight towards turn 13. Is anyone going to lunge on the brakes? Not this time. Following them through. Charlie Page half a second back from Augustin. Whilst all the others try and sort themselves out. There's a little bit of a gap from Schutzman to Preetham. Atika Mose about to try and pass Preetham in the number 100 car. Teammate, both Axel drivers, I believe. Into turn 2, there's your leaders. And look at this, round the outside of turn 2, Karajkovic under pressure from Sami, but holds on. At the outside of 2 would have been fantastic to get the inside of 3. He wasn't quite far enough ahead. As we see more drivers there watching on in the marshal posts. Karajkovic really doing well so far to hold on, but I fear the toughest attack attempt is yet to come, as there's only a few laps left. Benjamin will have to have his wits about him as he goes into turn 12 on the back straight. Here they go. Train, bumper train, DRS train, whatever you want to call it. I mean, they don't have DRS. Look at the rear wheel of Karajkovic's car lift up there as he threw it into 14. And now Stubbs is joining in on the action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. Schutzman not far back also. There they go into turn 1, throwing it into turn 2. Defending in the background there is Lizignoli from O'Hanlon. And that might let these two break away a little bit. I mean, look at the pace of 1-2-6, Ilyas Sami. He looks really keen to get past Karajkovic. Look at Stubbs down the inside of O'Hanlon on 6. O'Hanlon round the outside. gets the better run and the exit down towards 9. There's another move into turn 9, laying on the brakes. It's Ilyas Sami down the inside of Karajkovic. And now, can Karajkovic fight back into 12 or 13? Or will Sami pull ahead? He says, look forward. There's too many karts behind us for me to focus on this fight. But I don't know if they must know how many laps are remaining with new digital boards outside in the Kartdrome. And do they really think they can close a 2-second gap to your top 2 in 2 laps? Or will Karajkovic go down the inside of turn 2? He does, and he retakes P2. And now they're side by side behind. Lizignoli versus Sami. And O'Hanlon back up into P4 then. O'Hanlon comes through them both. Liam O'Hanlon up into P4. Whoa, they're wide! Through 5, off the circuit. Liam O'Hanlon run off at turn 5. Ilyas Sami now down in, and look at Stubbs trying to come through as well. Liam O'Hanlon lost out the most again. He's been forced down to the back of this train as Lizignoli holds on to P4 now. 1-2-6, Ilyas Sami just behind, looking for an overtake attempt, down to 13. And we are approaching our final lap. We're not on it just yet, but when they see that board, this is when they start getting a little bit more boisterous. Liam O'Hanlon back through, up past Stubbs. Schutesman is next as they cross the line to start the final lap of the race, I think. No, they're on lap 11. It's not the final lap, there's another lap after this. So the leaders have started the lap, saying lap 11 of 13. Normally the last lap board will come out -1 from what it says the total is. So we get this action for another lap. Oh, 109 and 146, contact as they go down towards turn 4. But keep an eye on these guys. Karajkovic holding on to that podium spot. Will Lizignoli launch one down the inside? It's Ilyas Sami behind him again, and he already knows where to make the overtake. There's Baptiste Augustin leading by half a second and controlling the pace. Charlie Page in second. This will be our first new winner in the mini category this season, scoring points. And the checkered flag is waving. Here it comes. So it was the last lap. Augustin wins then, so the lap counter was stuck. Charlie Page, second place. Augustin is the first driver other than Achilles Peruzzi to score points and take victory this season on round 3 of the Iame Series UAE. It was Page and Karajkovic on the rest of the podium. Shout out to Benjamin Karajkovic. Augustin and Page pretty much held their positions for the whole race, but Karajkovic really had to fight against multiple strong drivers at once. Ilyas Sami, Francesco Lizignoli, LBJ Stubbs getting involved, Schutesman, Liam O'Hanlon was involved in the fight. Atika Mer got up to P9 after starting last. I don't know if she'll be happy or disappointed with that, because she was meant to start on the front row. So a bit of a curse for the front row runners today. Atika Mer not making it out of the pit lane, starting last. And Achilles Peruzzi, there's the shot, chucking it into turn 3, and the rear wheel coming off the go-kart. They might be mini in category, but they certainly put up a big fight. I'm not going to take responsibility for that one. I will hand that to the director in my ear. He deserves credit for that line. He's not been talking much, just the occasional countdown, but when he does, he comes out with a golden phrase. So 114, Charlie Page on the weighbridge, and Ilyas Sami behind. We'll get confirmation shortly of your top 3. Here we go. Baptiste Augustin, XL Motorsport, first place. Charlie Page, half a second behind. XL Motorsport, it's a 1-2. And then perhaps my driver of the day after that defense, Benjamin Karajkovic for J&KD Racing in third place. The driver of that race, I should say. Yeah, well, let's see the highlights then of our mini category. Okay, there we go then. An action-packed finale for the minis for round 3 of the Iame Series UAE here at Dubai Kartdrome. And confirmation then of your full results. Augustin, Page, Karajkovic, Lizignoli, Sami, Stubbs, Schutzman and O'Hanlon, your top 8. Atika Mer deserves a shout out for starting last and making it to the top 10. Not unheard of in karting though. She has put on a strong performance. Gray and Chopra the positions behind. Hamad Koramifa and Giovanni Junior Dazani, who was in the top 10 at one point, finishes 13th. Ivan Zvorinins, Rehan Khan Rashid, Maximilian Patton, Rivan Preetham, Amar Tabaza, William Mazzali and Enzo Falzarano round off your top 20. Mazzali, I'm sure, involved in that earlier crash. Suka, Pajamaki, Freenstein, Ella Bavely, Thea Karras, Bhagat, Patel and Kumar round off your field. And then your non-finishers: Achilles Peruzzi, Ridan Anil Kumar, Saif Al Khalifa and Jacques Garushk. Wow, I don't know what to say. I need a bit of a cool down. There's a beautiful shot of the Yas Heat helmet of Yusuf Al Khayat with his rival. That deserves some like cinematic music from like F1. This kind of shot. You see the depth of field. Who's this cameraman? Give this cameraman a shout out. Whoever's telling him to do that. And you see Yusuf rolling forward. You know that scene from Rush, the Formula 1 movie about the 1976 rivalry of James Hunt and Niki Lauda? That's what that reminded me of, where they're just psyching each other out. And actually, we see it in real life. I think there's shots of Vettel and Webber doing a similar sort of thing. But this is Bambinos. They're only 5 to 8 years old, so I'm pretty sure they're just chilling and waiting for their third time trial of the day. Yusuf Al Khayat has got it all to play for. And Sam Tester, as it was first and second, one each earlier in the day. 1:10.5 seems to be the lap to beat if they want to be the fastest of the day just on pride. But results-wise, whichever one of those finishes ahead of the other, I believe they will take victory overall today. Oh, bit of a hand gesture. Look at this. Oh, this is dad talk of what's happening in the race. Let's try and work this one out. Yeah, he just kind of turned in. Yeah, through there, that corner. That's what they were saying. Guaranteed. Promise. Number 6 here. The other Yas Heat kart of Al Ansari. Number 44 behind in the JNKD kart. There's Yeshwin on the left in number 10, sorry. What am I doing? Am I blind? I need glasses. Number 10, Synergy on the left-hand side. 88, Mark Ristic in the background in the Red Bull kart. All the mechanics in the background talking and discussing on strategy for the final Bambino time trial of the day. I still cannot get over the mini finals, to be honest. And I'm sure we're going to see much more. That's another thing I should say. Don't go anywhere. That was the first final of the day, and I told you there would be some action. And we've got, after the Bambinos, don't forget we've got the junior final and the senior final, where we may see similar amounts of action and wheel-to-wheel fighting. Let's go to Joanna. I believe she's got somebody to speak to. So cutting to the paddock.
Now that was a dramatic mini finals with an early crash in the beginning that completely shook the track. We're still figuring out finalizing the P3 position, but next to me is standing Charlie Page, our P2 driver in the finals for the mini category. Congratulations and well done on such a good job holding your position and actually moving up from what you're saying P9 to P2. How does it feel? How did you feel in the beginning of the race and how do you feel now?
Yeah, it feels good really. Like the kart felt good, the engine felt good, and like yeah, that when Peruzzi spun, it just shook up the whole race. Like, and then because that Battenberg was out for I think 6 laps, it just shook the whole race up really.
Yeah, it was incredibly crazy what happened. But did you have a winning mentality coming into this weekend?
Yeah, like you always need to. Like you always need to have the confidence, and yeah, so. And I came P2, so it's close.
That's awesome. Do you want to say anything to your family and friends and your team that was supporting you today?
Yeah, I say thanks to my mum, my sister, my abuela supporting me, and my abuelo, and yeah, and my dad watching from back at my house, and yeah, just everyone really, and my mechanic, and just everyone who was supporting me really.
That's incredible. Congratulations again. I can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. Congrats. All right, I do want to speak to our final winner for the mini category, Baptiste Augustin. You have done an incredible job yesterday, ending in P2 position, and today taking that big win. How does it feel? Walk me through that.
It feels amazing. I just feel so happy. I don't know what to say.
You're speechless happy. That's always a good thing. Did you expect to be where you are to this weekend? I mean, I'm sure you trained really hard, and how does it feel? How is the team feeling behind the scenes?
I expected this weekend, and my team is so happy.
Do you want to say anything final to your family and friends watching you and your team?
I'd like to say thank you to my dad, my brother, Jamie, Paul, Khalifa, and it's my uncle's birthday, so joyeux anniversaire, tonton.
Congratulations, Baptiste, wishing you the best of luck. Love that team support. Congratulating you there. We can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. Good luck, no problem. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with our P3 driver in a few moments, but for now, we're sending it back to you.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah, up next, we've got the Bambino Time Trial 3. They're already on circuit, so this has begun. Just 1 minute in. We've got 8.5 minutes remaining of this final time trial. Then today, there's number 10. That is Yeshwin Kishore Kumar, who got a 3rd place earlier today. Flying through up the hill on the chicane. Easily spottable because of the luminous yellow on the cart, this one. Synergy livery. And then you've got the 2 Yas Heat carts out there. We didn't ever get an answer about the Yas Heat carts. There's Yusuf Al-Kaya in the Yas Heat cart. I'm going to throw it out there again for the YouTube chat and the paddock, if they can hear me. I'll throw it out to everyone. I'm going to ask everybody a question, and I need you to answer in the YouTube chat so that I can see it, because no one can talk to me whilst I'm in here apart from the director. What colour is that? The Yas Marina colour. Do you class that as green or blue? Is it Yas blue or is it Yas green? I'll leave it open to the floor. You can vote. Let me go and have a look at YouTube chat. It's been a while since I've read your comments on the live, so let's see what I missed. The director has put his 2 cents in and said it's cyan. Now you're just going to get people go on your side, I think, by saying that. Let's have a look. What have I missed? Good luck. Good job, Louis Hartman. Good luck, Hamad. Good luck, my love. Not sure which driver that was aimed at, but it says God bless from Nana. Come on, Bub, says Dawn to Liam O'Hanlon. Liam. Kart Class says thank you for the support at Junior PC419. Go 88 says DB. Marina, oh, I am being listened to. We have an answer for the Yas Heat colour, and Marina says turquoise. Now turquoise, in my opinion, is more of a blue. Like, if you had to pick blue or green, I know it's. Why is it so confusing? I don't know what to say. Who else is out there? Give us some more opinions. Marina, I am inclined to agree with you. It's a turquoisey colour, but is it blue or is it green? If those are your 2 choices, what colour is the Yas Heat kart? 44, JNKD kart, as Gomi. He's the one with the clear visor. Look at the focus on his eyes as his head bounces around through the turn. 14, 15 and 16. Chicane S section of Dubai Kartdrome in Sector 3. There's number 95, Oganyan, and the number 6, Yas Heat kart of Al Ansari. Down the hill they go into 6. And I think we heard, when we were speaking to Yusuf Al-Kaya earlier, we heard from him talking about racing lines. It's always funny talking to Yusuf, actually, because you never know what he's going to say next. He's going to change the side. I was talking to him yesterday, I think, and he started off by telling me how his race went. I didn't ask him a question. He just, obviously, it's fine. He wanted to tell me how it went. I was listening. And then midway through the story about his race, he just started talking about Formula 1. But not like last week's Formula 1 or this week's Formula 1. Formula 1 3 years ago. Like 2021 Formula 1. I was like, okay. We have a great story. Oh, number 6, going down the inside. Don't often get to see some overtakes in Bambinos, but when you do, comes out of nowhere. Number 6 then, Al Ansari passes Aganyang. Remember, these guys are between the ages of 5 and 8 years old. So they are learning the craft, fully learning the craft. And actually, I don't feel like this is spoken enough. Even on, I mean, we're live on YouTube. I was about to say even on TV, but maybe one day we'll be on TV. Hey guys, for this Iame Series UAE, it's great exposure nonetheless. And socials will be pushing it forward for sure across this season. But I think it's one thing that's not focused enough from both maybe presenters and also fans of motorsport, right? So we've got a lot of families and teams here. They understand a little bit of what goes in and out of motorsport because they're dealing with it every day. They're taking the kids to the track, the teams are preparing the karts, the drivers, the kids turn up, they race, blah, blah, blah. They all know the ins and outs of what's going in for a weekend. But as fans, for the fans watching, for the people that are just generally supporting on the chat, but maybe don't have a direct link, but like they're not getting involved setting anything up, I think it's often forgotten how young these drivers are. And like now you can see it. The Bambino is clear. They're children, 5 to 8 years old. You can see the size of the karts, and obviously they're learning. But I'm specifically talking about the teenage years. So when you get to the sort of the junior area and the senior area, they're not far away from F4, Formula 4 cars, or touring cars and things like this. Like they literally jump from this series into cars. There's no midway section. They go from this into cars once they reach that certain age, and that age is these days is around 14 years old. 14 years old, they'll jump into a Formula 4 car, throw it round a larger scale race circuit, one that they've probably only ever driven in sim. Of course, they can do their preparations with people like sponsors like Drivers Lab, or any sim racing venues around, or a sim at home. They can have sims at home to practice these sorts of things, but it doesn't really prepare you for getting in the car. But my main point of all of this is, as fans, you just see the cars going around. Yeah, like you would watch Formula 4 and you would see, like, you would understand that they're young, but they might, the adrenaline sets in, they might do something like a little bit naughty, maybe they crash out a couple times in one season, in their first season in Formula 4, they'll have a few spins. And some people, there's like, that's it, I've made my judgment, that driver is not that good. They've spun too many times. And that's not a fair judgment to make as a fan watching, because that kid is probably 14, 15 years old and their first time in a racing car. I think it's really important to talk about that in general. I think people should talk about that more. A prime example of this actually is F1 Academy. Those girls, as much as they're doing a great thing for women in motorsport, as is some of our young drivers here today, like Atika Mer or Kalyani Pratish, who are racing in the round today. We saw even Daria Salome in round 1. So we have got female representation on the grid, but Formula 1 Academy, those girls are between the age of 17 and 22, and they are being put in the limelight of Formula 1 with hundreds of millions of fans, judging their every micro maneuver on circuit. This is the downside of getting exposure, but the good side is at least people get to watch from the beginning, thanks to Media Friends and Media Mania for their technical support. This is where it begins. From the age of 5 years old, Sam Tester smashes the fastest lap of the day with a 1:10.3. Yusuf Al-Kayat currently 6 tenths off, and we're approaching the final 40 seconds of the Bambino time trial. Time trial number 3, the final one of the day for these young guns on the circuit. Number 7 is attacking number 10 there in the distance, but this man, Sam Tester, comes round turn 6. There's Yusuf Al-Kayat still scrapping with number 10. So I don't think he's going to improve his lap, to be honest, because he's fighting with Mr. Kumar. This is going to play into the hands of Tester, who's just gone fastest again in Sector 1. Sam Tester from Malta. His fans will be watching at home He's set a purple sector 1. Can he improve on his time? Ristic goes up into 5th place. We're awaiting to see sector 2. It's a 22.2. It's showing yellow, so it wasn't a faster sector 2. He's catching up to Al Kayat and Kumar. Coming around the final turn then, Sam Tester enters turn 17 down the main straight. Will he improve? 110.351. He does it, a 110.3, the fastest time of the day. Sam Tester wins the time trial 3. Yusuf Al Kayat 0.6 behind, and wow, was it close between Al Kayat and Kumar. So they were fighting on circuit for position, effectively, even though they were racing for the fastest lap. But Al Kayat and Kumar then very, very close between. That's 0.5 of a second. If you measured those laps side by side, they would cross the line at pretty much the same time. Very impressive stuff. Al Ansari was 4th, ahead of Mark Ristic for Yas Heat Racing. Asgomi in 6th and Oganyan in 7th. Just see Mark Ristic crossing the line there. And now the drivers slowly make their way back to the pits. Raise of the hand to show anyone behind, I'm coming in this time. And there goes Sam Tester with his multiple signatured helmet, as we've seen it a couple times on the dummy grid before they go on track. Signatures from all sorts of drivers on there. And it's working, because Tester, I think again for round 3, is going to come out on top. Sam Tester first, Yusuf Al Kayat 2nd, and Kumar in 3rd. That's Yeshwin Vinay Kumar in number 10 for Synergy. Yas Heat Racing in 2nd and Synergy on 1st as well. Let's have a look at the highlights then of your Bambino Time Trial 3.
I'm standing right here with Alfonso Skriska, the team principal of JNKD. How has it been going this weekend for your team?
Yeah, it's been a busy weekend, especially with it being a double header. It makes things a lot tougher. Obviously preparing for the races, obviously you haven't got that extra day of testing where you'd like to try stuff. But yeah, I think overall it's been a really good weekend. Qualifying on the Saturday didn't go to plan, so unfortunately we had to start from the mid-pack to the back of the grid, but we all come back with some really good, strong results inside the top 10. And then today, yeah, we had a good qualifying. Heats and pre-final a bit tricky, but should have had a podium, but unfortunately one of the drivers left the door open. So yeah, so that's on him. But you live and you learn with racing, and that's the best part.
100%, and what's most important is to have a team that supports them, and I can see all the support that you guys are giving your drivers. And speaking of support, what sets your drivers and what you do to help prepare the team mentally, physically before races?
So the main one for me, especially with the younger drivers, it's always mind over anything. So as long as you keep them in a cool place and you're always keeping them relaxed before the race, telling them what they can do, how they can stay calm on like the starts and the formation lap. And then never to, when you do lose a position, don't lose your head. You can always come back stronger, and the race isn't over till the checkered flag.
Love that. And finally, I just want to tell everybody how they can find you, and probably, if they want, join the team.
Yeah, well, we've got the Instagram page, which is obviously JNKD_racing. So yeah, if you want to follow that, and then have a little look through it, and then a message if you do want to join the team.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alfonso. Best of luck for your team, and congratulations on all the achievements you've made. Thank you very much. All right, the Bambino category just completed their final session. Standing next to me is our P3 driver on the podium today. His name is Yeshwin Vinay Kumar. Congratulations, well done. You did an incredible job. Are you happy with the results today?
Yes,
And are you excited to celebrate with your family?
Yes, I will celebrate with my family, with my grandparents and my mom and dad.
Do you want to say anything to the camera, to everybody that's watching you from home?
Yes, I thank my parents for bringing me still Chennai to Dubai, and I thank Synergy and Peregrine team and thank Peregrine team for seeing from Chennai to Dubai, and I thank Synergy for giving me a nice cut.
A nice car, and it's definitely a nice car. I mean, you're doing such an incredible job out there. Can I ask how old you are?
What?
How old are you?
I'm 8 years old.
8 years old, and how long have you been racing?
Still 2 years old.
2 years, but you're doing such an amazing job, and I'm so proud of you. You're honestly killing it today, this weekend, and I wish you the best of luck, and I can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. Give me a high five. All right, I just have our winner for the Bambino category. Show me that dance again. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Sam Testa has been absolutely killing it this weekend. Again, winning here in the first position for round 3 of Iame Championship. Tell me how you feel.
Not bad. I'm very happy and proud of myself. I kept pushing. At heat 1, I lost it, but then I pushed and I got it.
What are you going to do with the family to celebrate this win after the podium?
I'm going to go next to my baby.
Oh, you have a young sister?
One of my friends has a baby.
Oh, that's
going to go visit her.
That's awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Anything final you want to say to your family and to your team? Just look at the camera and say it.
Thank you of the team, of my uncles who are supporting me, and thank you for the team for doing my card, and my parents.
Awesome, Sam. Well, incredible job this weekend. I can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. Give me a final high five. There you go. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. The Bambino category is now over. I can't wait to see what's happening out there for the juniors.
Thank you, Joanna. So, yeah, on to the grid of the juniors then as they complete their formation lap. It's Chopra, Peruzzi, Clancy, Kappan, Leo Aina, Qureshi, Senaniaki, Rivera, Jane, Barracordi, Mason, King, Stevens, Kagay, Kallenberg and Pataro. Then it's Doe, Seigel, Alcasemi, Singh, Rilstone, Montanari, Londono, Albani, Borinov, Siddiqui, Bhatia, Pratish, Debussy and Hasari. Thank you, whoever sped that up, for giving me some tongue twisters, but it's okay. We managed. We're professionals. We can do it. And now look, perfect timing, because the formation lap is about to come to a close as they now back each other up, ready to start the final race for the juniors here for Iame Series UAE at Dubai Kartdrome. The 200 numbers are about to battle it out for their final race of the day. There's only one more race after this, so get ready for that. But can Veer Chopra continue today's dominance, or will Leonidas Peruzzi reverse favours for the Peruzzi brothers and take victory here in the final? Let's have a look. Lights are out and away they go down towards turn 1, and Veer Chopra swoops into the lead with Peruzzi in second, and the Mumbai Falcons pair of Clancy and Kappan side by side into turn 1. And look at this, JNKD. Is that Montgomery Swan around the outside? I think it might be Leo Aina actually, who started near the front, who was trying to gain some positions there. And down through turn 6 now as they go through the flat out turn 7 along the long left-hander. A few side-by-side fights through this flat out section. Remember, these guys are reaching speeds of over 100 kilometers an hour, wheel to wheel, 1 inch off of the floor, throwing it down the inside of any corner they can to gain a position. But it's a long race, the final. It's 14 laps. Oh, that is a big crash for 207 and 211. That is, no, it's not 207, because there isn't a 207, but 211 is Malik Debussy. And maybe 287 because it's a novice. That would be Antonio Hasari. Big crash in the tunnel. Not sure how that happened. Maybe through 7 and 8, the flat out left-hander. I reckon they've made contact there and ended up heading off in the direction of the exit of the corner. There's another driver 2.97 for JNKD. That is Giuseppe Montanari going down the order. He was facing the wrong way into turn 5. Green flags are waved and the battle continues. It's still Chopra and Peruzzi leading. Clancy, then Kappen, then Leo Aina in P5, then Qureshi. Barracordi and King are up 3 and 4 places, respectively. Leo Aina under pressure. Not sure if that was defence or an overtake for Leo Aina and Mumbai Falcons there. It was a defence, actually, from Nathan Joseph Kappen. Leo Aina still in 5th place. Barracordi, the fastest lap so far. Confirmation at the top, 56.5. Looking over his shoulder was Peruzzi, who's now in the lead. Leonidas Peruzzi then up into P1 ahead of Via Chopra as they go down towards turn 7 through the flat out left. Confirmation the Predator car ahead of the MN Motorsport car as they exit sector 1. The timing screen updates. Connor Clancy still in 3rd. Kappen 4th. Leo Aina in 5th. Qureshi, Barracordi, King. Singh is up 11 positions in P9. Mason rounding off your top 10. Strong performance from 217. Aryan Singh up into the top 10 from 20th place. And now we're watching some fighting go. Look at this. Peruzzi, Chopra into turn 1. And we got more people going down the order. I think it's Barracordi and King and Qureshi. Barracordi, King and Qureshi down the order on the timing screens. I can hear the audience shouting, oh no, but I couldn't see what it was on the screen. I'm not sure what happened, but they've lost position. Via Chopra goes down into 3rd place as Connor Clancy, yesterday's winner for round 2, makes a move up into 2nd place. Via Chopra sweeping through the S's into the left of 11, now into 12, and keep an eye on Kappen. He's going to try and take Chopra as well. Could we be seeing an effect of using too much tyre earlier on in the day? Yellow flags waving in that sector 3. The reason I mention the tyres, they get 1 set for the day, and Via Chopra dominated the first 2 races. So did he use too much grip, extending that lead in the earlier 2 races, because he had no threats? He was just pulling away a 10th at a lap. And now Leo Aina sets the fastest lap in 5th place. But now he looks like he's struggling for pace a little bit in the MN Motorsport car. Round through 7 and 8. There's some of the carts on the exit of the tunnel, pushed out the way, so the race continues down the inside. Wow, Via Chopra down the inside on Clancy into turn 9. You see the wiggle on the car as he threw it down the inside. That was right on the limit of braking. Right on the limit. The rear wobbling around as he sent one down the inside. That is how you pull that move off in turn 9 without contact. We saw contact yesterday, but Via Chopra successfully gets back up to P2, gives Peruzzi a bit of breathing room and an 8/10 gap. And now maybe the Mumbai Falcons pair will work together to catch up to the leaders. 237, Ivan Boranov out of the race. Mechanical reason, I believe. So no accident. Qureshi, Barracordi and Montanari are all out of the race. So that was definitely a big impact involving those 3, because they are not continuing. Anyway, I'll tell you who is continuing. Aryan Singh up 13 places. He's in P7, and we're seeing him on your screen chase down 264, Mr. Mason. And I don't think his charge is finished just yet. Aryan Singh will continue to climb. Once he gets past Mason, the next train is your top 5 leaders that we've been watching. So he needs to dispatch of Mason as quick as he can. Is he going to do it now into turn 2? Not quite just yet. Into 3 they go, down towards 5. I'll tell you who else has gained double-digit positions. Kalyani Pratish, I mentioned her earlier, represented women in motorsport. She hasn't had a good day so far. She was about to have a good day in the pre-final. But unfortunate contact on the last lap. I don't think from the replay it was any fault of her own. Ended up putting her back down to the back of the grid, but now, doesn't matter, she's gained the 10 places back. She's up in 18th. Can she chase down Londono? And will Singh, who we're watching now, go down the inside of 14. He thought about it. He went to have a look. He wasn't quite committed enough to be able to do it there. 2.64 Mason having enough speed to get away with not being attacked in turn 14. It's often a surprising overtake. I was completely wrong about Chopra and his grip because he's setting fastest laps, so he did not use all of his tyres. 55.2. He's back up into second place, and now he can hunt down Leonidas Peruzzi, who's only half a second ahead. So Chopra back in it, back with the focus, head down, thumbs up. It's a throwback. I don't know if that's a British thing or not. An old primary school game, head down, thumbs up for those that want to know the reference, but there we go. 2.64, still under pressure from 2.17, and look who's joining in. Sabalay Kage, 2.60. And actually, Mr. Stevens in 2.28. So now we've got a 4-kart fight, and Ayan Singh not quite having enough to get past Mason just yet, so Mason is holding off well. Oh, look at that, Leo Aina down the inside of Kappen into turn 3. He's moved up into P4 then. Leo Aina for JNKD Racing. Down the inside, holds on to it into turn 6. Great overtake. Such a short run. I cannot stress enough, turn 3 and turn 14, the overtakes that are happening there, there's minimal straight before those corners. There's really no time at all. And 12 actually, which we've just gone through. There's no time at all to set up an overtake. You have to commit to it like on the exit of the previous corner. You have to be like, do you know what, I'm going for it this time. And then, I mean, so many of these drivers are just proving that you can do it. And I love that from my perspective with the driving that I've done. I was always an advocate. People would say this is an overtaking corner, this isn't an overtaking corner, you can't overtake through there, you should overtake here. And for me, and my perspective, I was one that was always against that sort of attitude, and I think any corner is an overtaking corner. And honestly, the driving over this weekend, round 2 and 3 of the Iame Series UAE here at Dubai Kartdrome, has made me feel proud that I think that philosophy still exists, because you would say that turn 2, turn 13 are the overtaking corners. But we have seen, and turn 9 mean like a risky one, but still possible, because there's long straights before these corners. There's high speed sections giving you enough time to draft, focus on your exit and send one down the inside. Turn 2, turn 9, turn 13. We have seen moves in turn 4, which is a quick left-right into 5. We've seen moves into 6, where there's no time at all to set the move up. We've seen moves into 12 and 14, and now turn 3, and it's great to see. So, shout out to the drivers for putting on a show. This is a few laps left. There are a few laps left, I should say, with Chopra now 4 tenths behind Peruzzi. Clancy taking a very nice ride of the curve on the inside of 11. Leo Aina holds on to P4, ahead of Kappen. Mason still ahead of Ayan Singh. And then Kage and Stevens in the same order. Jack Doe has entered the top 10. He's up 7 places from where he started. Ethan Realstone in 13th is up 8 places. Stevens has just passed Kappen. Kappen's going down the order. What has happened to Kappen? He's in the pits. Nathan Joseph Kappen for Mumbai Falcons is out of the race with a couple laps to go. With potentially, it's a meatball flag. It was a meatball flag for 251 Kappen. Already mentioned the meatball flag earlier. That is a kart fault that is deemed unsafe to continue. So they have to call the driver in. That's a shame for Kappen. That was a top 4 finish on the cards, but it's good for Mason and it's good for Singh. Everyone's been promoted by 1 position. Peruzzi will be coming under pressure from Chopra now, and I'll tell you what he'll be waiting for, and it's that magical last lap board. Round turn 1 into turn 2. This is not the last lap. There's one more after this. Peruzzi still leading. He looks around, he knows that he's under pressure. Will it come into 4? No, Chopra waits for it. Into 5 and 6 they go. He looks around the outside of 6. Can he get a switch back into 7? Nothing doing through there. Peruzzi enters full defense mode then for Predator Motorsport. Defends the inside of 9. Sends Chopra around the outside. Parks it on the apex of 10. Parks it on the apex of 11. And now look at 3rd place, Connor Clancy. Down the inside of 12. Peruzzi defends. We've seen this tactic before, trying to force a fight with the carts behind. This is not the lap. He's got to do it another lap and defend for another 17 turns after this. Into the final corner they go, and onto the main straight. It's Peruzzi versus Chopra versus Clancy, and look at Aina in the background for P4. The last lap board is out, down towards turn 2. Peruzzi holds the inside for 3. They're all on the inside. Watch Leo Aina. He's going to come past, up 3rd, up into 2nd through 4. Leo Aina for JNKD Racing takes advantage of the fight and moves up into 2nd place. Peruzzi might have done enough here through 7, through 8. It's flat out through here, and look at the gap. Is there going to be an overtake attempt in 9? Defense from JNKD into 9. Veer Chopra can't do anything. Is that Mason that's come through and past Connor Clancy? It is. Up through 12, down towards 13. Leo Aina still holding on to 2nd place. On the brakes into 13. Watch out in 14. Can't do anything. Leonidas Peruzzi, a stern defence with 2 laps remaining. And Leo Aina, opportunistic for JNKD Racing. The checkered flag waves. Leonidas Peruzzi wins. Leo Aina in 2nd place with Veer Chopra. A good day, but ending in 3rd place. Mason in 4th and Clancy down to 5th. What a finish. Great racing from your top 3. We're going to need some water after that, I think. What a battle. I am astonished, amazed, impressed. Actually, do you know what? I don't like saying it because it makes you sound a bit, I don't know, makes you sound a bit up there. But I'm not easily, despite my voice, not easily impressed, to be honest. But I'll tell you what does impress me, and that is a solid defense against multiple carts who, when there's so many carts behind you, you can't hold them all off. But somehow, I don't know who's training the Peruzzi brothers, but they do it in almost every race. They defend in such a way where it creates a battle behind them for 2nd place. They know the egos of the other drivers are going to fight behind them. And then as soon as that happens, they create enough of a space to just take the victory, whilst everyone else is scrapping for 2nd and below. 1st place then, confirmation for Peruzzi in Predator Motorsport. Leo Aina for JNKD Racing, a great comeback in 2nd, and Veer Chopra 3rd overall. Let's cut to the highlights of the junior final. The highlights from your junior final, and actually during that replay I did see Arhan Qureshi getting out of the kart in sector 3, but here's a confirmation of your order. Peruzzi, Aina, Chopra, Mason, Clancy, Singh, Stevens, Kage, Rivera and Realstone entering the top 10 at the end there. Ethan Realstone for MN Motorsport. And Scheigel, Mohamed Al-Qasemi, Ari Kallenberg, Jack Doe and Johansa Senanayaki are your next 5. Then it's Brando Londono, Henry King, Luca Portaro and Matanch Jain and Jasfir Bhatia at the top 20. A bad day for Tanstrain, and maybe looking to improve next time out at Sharjah. Rayan Albani, Ahab Siddiqui, Nathan Joseph Kappen, Kalyani Pratish, another low finish out of the race. Ivan Boranov, Arhan Qureshi, Gabriel Baracordi, Giuseppe Montanari, Malik Debussy, and Antonio Hussari. Some wretched luck this weekend so far for some drivers, and also the opposite end of the scale for some of the other drivers. And that is the roller coaster of racing. Good luck, bad luck, good chances, bad chances. As long as they pick themselves up and come back again for round 4 and 5. Smile, smile. Anyway, let's cut to Joanna in the pit lane.
Thank you, Jack. Before we start interviewing the junior drivers for their final session, I have with me here our P2 winner, Yusuf Al Khayyat from the Bambino category. You've done an incredible job. I just want to see how you're feeling right now.
I'm just sad, angry, because I was just pushing and someone like number 10, he was driving good, but he's in front of me, so I was distracted with number 10, so that's why.
Well, we're all gonna have a bad day, but the most important thing is that you did your best. Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you want to say anything final to your family and your team for always supporting you?
I just want to say to my friend Faisal Azabi, I want him to come back, because he didn't race this race, and even also came on, so that's why.
Yusuf, I have a quick question. What age did you start racing?
I started racing in July 2023.
2023. So you've only been doing this for a short while, right?
Yeah.
And you're this good at it?
Yeah, for 2 years.
2 years only, and you're already getting P2. So shouldn't you be happy with all that?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I like to see. These are all accomplishments, and you're only going to get better from here.
Now, I came first last time, so I have 14 trophies, now 15 trophies.
Wow. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations again, and I can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium.
Yeah. Congrats to Sam, because he did excellent job. Because he was just flying. He was good.
Hey, you're both very good, and I'm so happy to see that you're also supporting your team.
Surprise for him. Guys, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring some water and I'm gonna splash him on him, because he did the excellent job.
Well, I hope you know that this is all being blasted all over the radio speakers, okay? So maybe Sam has already heard you, but I can't wait to see that happening. Congrats again, and we can't wait to see you on the podium. Give me a big high five. That's right. Good job. Okay. One more thing to say.
Max Verstappen.
All right, I guess we can see who his role model is, Max Verstappen. They're going to be also racing tonight in the US, and I'm also looking forward to seeing that race. For now, the junior drivers just completed the final race. What a race it was. Honestly, so many changes happening there last minute. Hello. How are you feeling?
Good. It was really good battle. Started P5. On the last lap, did a really good switchback, 2 overtakes in 1 corner. It was a really good end to the race.
So you're happy overall with everything that is going?
Overall, with the weekend, like a double podium, it feels really good. And big thank you to my team and my coach and everyone in JNKT.
That's awesome. Were you expecting the win or the results today?
I mean, I tried to go for the win. It didn't work, but I did as many overtakes as I could. Same as yesterday, arrived to their bumper, went straight in, like no waiting.
It was in the last lap or the second last lap that you got?
On the last lap, they were all defending. I opened up and switched back to 2 overtakes there to get to P2.
That's incredible. Congratulations. I can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium, Leah. No problem. We'll see you soon, and I would love to speak to our P3 driver, Veer Chopra. You've done an excellent job. You came back from yesterday, and you're going to be standing on the podium today. How do you feel so far?
It feels good, but pretty unlucky. I was covering, and then yeah, an unfortunate incident happened, which made me lose positions. I tried to catch up, but couldn't really pull the move.
Any lesson learned from today?
Just probably like be a bit smarter.
That's honestly a really good takeaway. Be smarter, think through your strategy before just jumping to try to take over the next person. But you've done an excellent job. Congratulations again. And any final words to your team and family watching you?
Thank you to everyone for this result.
That's awesome. Congratulations again. We can't wait to see you on the podium. Well done. And right now I want to speak to our junior winner for round 3 of the Iame Championship, Leonidas Peruzzi. Congrats. I'm so happy for you. You've done an excellent job defending your position. How does it feel standing on top on the podium?
Yeah, it feels great. Yeah, especially after what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, how did you do anything differently with your strategy today and the mindset? How did that change today?
Well, what changed from yesterday is just I just overtook earlier and you know, just had to get away from the ones behind.
I love that you look back at the races in the previous ones to learn from them. So that's already a quality of an incredible driver. Any final words that you want to say to your team and family?
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone supporting me, Predator, my parents, brother, Jimmy. And as my brother said yesterday, I would like to dedicate this win to Christos and Georgia. Yeah, when we missed their wedding yesterday. And I hope they're watching. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Leonidas, and congratulations. We'll see you on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to our P3 driver from the mini category. It has now been finalized as Ilyas Sami. You've done an incredible job. How do you feel about this result?
Amazing.
Were you expecting it?
Not really, because I was starting 16th, so I thought it was going to be hard and then just try and get like in the top 10 or something. So yeah.
There was a massive crash in the beginning and that definitely shook things up for everybody on the track. How did you keep your focus?
So, I just kept my focus, like just do the same thing as every heat as before.
I love that. And after winning a race, what's usually your celebratory meal?
Steak.
Oh yeah, that's right. I hope his family heard that, right? Do you want to say anything final to your team and family for the support that they've given you this weekend?
Yeah, my mum and my dad and my sister, my uncle, my mechanic, and my brother, and my Anisha, and my team, George Gibson.
Look at your teammates, they're supporting you. Congratulations again. I can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium, and I hope you enjoy that steak.
Thank you.
All right. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to forward it back to Jack to see what's happening on his side.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah, another update on a racing driver's dinner mindset just there was the steak for Ilyas tonight. Baptiste Augustin, Charlie Page and Ilyas Sami then your top 3 with Lizignoli, Karajkovic, Schutzman, O'Hanlon, Stubbs, Mir, Gray, your top 10. Then it's Hamad Korami for Giovanni Desani Jr., Ivan Zvorinins, Rehan Khan Rashid, Ridhan Preetham, Amar Tabaza, William Mazzali, Samar Chopra, Enzo Falzerano and Lucas Sukar in the 20th place. Then it's Vaiko Pajamaki, Maximilian Patton, Alexander Freenstein and Saif Alabaibli in 24th. Then Ivan Bagat, Louis Bataille, Alex Theocaris, Kushagra Kumar in 28th place. Then we have Achilles Peruzzi, Ridan Anil Kumar, Saif Al Khalifa and Jacques Garouche are retirees for the mini final. Just confirmation there of the results. So yeah, steak for dinner for Ilyas Sami. Yesterday we had chicken nuggets as the dinner of champions. Winner chicken dinner. Today is steak day. I don't know if there's any winning rhymes for steak and chips or fries, I guess, for those non-British out there. Do we still have that confusion in the world about chips and fries and crisps? Anyway, we're going off on a tangent. I should go on the chat before this next race starts because I did spot something that I wanted to mention earlier on and I haven't had the chance to yet, so let me go back. Rona says from P20 to P6 is a great one. Ian, Mark, strive for excellent 88. Ethan Realstone top 10 says Joy. Congrats, Ethan Realstone, so proud. Mark's unstoppable. Mark, you've got this. A lot of Mark fans in the chat still. Congrats to Ethan, says Faith. Back to work. Louis Hartman, looking forward to cool and clean racing from you in the finals, and the seniors are about to begin. I actually lost the comment I wanted to read. It was something about Yasmarina Blue. Let's have a look at the grid first for the seniors and the senior 170s. 15 laps, this final race of the day. Rayan Dharmadasa and Rayan Qureshi on the front row. Then it's Dexter and Hartman on row 2, with Montgomery Swan and Dumont on row 3, and Mohan and Following Vicious, Yamin and K-Ruse rounding off your top 10. And Kose Nagoma and Gut on row 6. Then De Troja and Nathan Pope in 13th and 14th place. Then it's Haddad and Piri in 15th and 16th, with Al-Qasemi and El Bassioni in 17th and 18th place. Busanad and Anivas 1st and 2nd in the senior 170 class, with Oscar Bray and Andre Curie in on row 11 for 21st and 22nd place, or 3rd and 4th in class. Now, the comment I wanted to read was from Psychoid on YouTube. It says, Yasmarina color code is B68, which means it's a shade of blue. Confirmation for the world's most important questions by Jack Johns here at the Iame Series UAE. Round 3 at Dubai Kartdrome. Said he worked on the colour with them. Make of that what you will. I will believe it, since I don't know any better for now. And it's time. Can you believe we're here again already, ladies and gentlemen? Those watching the stream, those out in the paddock, and those supporting from wherever you are around the world. We are on our final race of the day. Seniors, senior 170s, one more race to go, and we've seen plenty of action over the last 2 days. And perhaps even more impressive, just about, is that this time my voice has lasted 2 days in a row, rather than being gone after just the one. Some people said it was due to the heat, but I think I was just a little bit sick. Anyway, here we go. The formation lap begins. The tyres get warmed up. Who are you supporting for this final? Round 3 is about to come to a close. We've got one last race to do, then a bit of fun and games, and then, of course, the podium presentations to see if there's been any penalties that have affected the race results as we know them from this point, which is definitely likely if we base it on yesterday. In fact, yesterday I can tell you that after the podium presentation there was another penalty given out in the senior class, which promoted Max Dexter up to first place, with Qureshi getting a 10-second penalty for the aggressive move into turn 9. So that's that. Hopefully we don't see races decided by penalties too often. We'd much rather see it handled on track, wheel to wheel, with some tough within the limits racing. It's Dharmadasa versus Qureshi. Dexter and Hartman on row 2. Keep an eye on row 2, because they often get the jump at the start. In the tram lines they go, the green lights are on, and the final race of the day begins. It's the senior final, down towards turn 1, and it's Mumbai Falcons who lead into the first corner, into the braking zone of turn 2. Round the corner they go, into the left-hander of 3, still side by side. Look at that, Telios Racing Team and JNKD side by side. Harsh defence, but a successful defence down towards turn 4. He's still holding on to it. The JNKD car, I think that is Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who was holding off from Jules Dumont. So great driving from Jeremy Montgomery Swan there in P5. He can now continue to chase down the carts ahead. I think Maximilian Dexter has also lost out on a position at the top, and we'll find out at the end of this lap the exact order of your drivers. After the first lap, the timing screens will come on, but it's Mumbai Falcons leading. And then I think Dharmadasa in second place. Then we'll see them come around the final turn to confirm. Yeah, it's Qureshi lead, Dharmadasa, then Dexter and Hartman, so they did stay in the same position. Swan and Dumont also holding the same position. Following Vicious and Pope was up 6 places at the start, and Adam El Bassioni also up 5 places on lap 1. So this will definitely cheer up Nathan Pope a little bit after being involved in a crash earlier on and a disqualification yesterday. He's up into 7th place, up 7 places, and Louis Hartmann is next on his list. So Hartmann down the order then for Louis. Max Dexter, Swan and Dumont all up 1. Here is 3-2-1 Damadasa putting pressure under Qureshi. He's saying, look forward, I'm not going to attack. Qureshi defends anyway. Into 13, into 14, also defending. Is he adapting the Peruzzi tactic of trying to back up Damadasa into the drivers behind to make them fight for P2? There's quite a big gap behind, to be honest, so he's going to have to hold him up quite a little bit if he wants to employ that tactic. Or even just force a little bit of side-by-side action if he wants to take the risk. But you do have to trust the other drivers quite a lot if you're going to do that. He is forcing side-by-side action. He defends turn 6. 3-2-1 Damadasa on the inside of 7. Couldn't get it done. And what? Look at that. In one corner, one side-by-side fight. Max Dexter is brought straight into the fight for the lead. Into 11, into 12. One more of those, and Max Dexter will have an opportunity to take P2. And Qureshi will hope that he can then just pull away and take victory. But it's so early days. We're only on lap 2 of 15. Dumont is up into 4th past Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Oh, crash! They're off. 3:04 and 3:67. That's Linus Vollenvicius, who was having a great race. And Krishay Goot will now go down the order. They were in P8 and 9. And they will now go down to last place. Oscar Bray leads the senior 170s. Here's a replay of that then, into 14. Yeah, that was Goot's mistake from my perspective, and 304 has the right to wave their hand. To be honest, from that angle, I'm not the stewards, I can't make the call, but it looked like 367 just went straight into the back and over the top to take them both out of that in turn 14. Max Dexter is now up into 2nd, which means Qureshi's tactic was working, except he hasn't pulled away. So Damadasa down into 3rd. Start is under investigation. El Bassioni is somehow up 11 places, whilst Pope is down 7. So and he's 2 laps down. I don't know if he's in the pits. He is in the pits. So he's had an issue and out of this race. Terrible weekend for 354. As we see more people go in. But Oscar Bray leads the 170s from Busanad, Anivas and Curry. That is your order for your 170s. They're all up in 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th place because of all the issues in the senior category. But Qureshi still leads now from Damadasa, who's back past Maximilian Dexter. This is on board with Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who is currently in P5, chasing down Jules Dumont in 337. Into turn 14, 15, 16, 17, one after the other. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Jeremy will be looking to try and get back past and up into P4. You can see the lead, so it's not out of the question that Jeremy could get a podium here in the final. You've got everybody backed up behind Qureshi. Now, he's tried it once already. Qureshi forced the fight behind, but he didn't pull away, so he needs to continue trying this tactic or just pull away, dig deep and start putting in the lap times. But I have a feeling he will more than likely try the other one and to just try and back up Damadasa back into Dexter once again as they go in towards turn 12. It's very risky to do it though, because the most effective way to do it is to effectively be half side by side, so to cause yourself to be in a fight, but you have to know that you're still going to come out on top in that 1v1 fight and hope that the guy behind, in this case Max Dexter, takes advantage and tries to throw one down the inside of P2 whilst you create the opportunity for them. 1/10 the gap, and it looks like Andre Curry was walking on the side of the track there. He's going to be out of this race as he was going for a casual stroll between turn 2 and 3. Didn't see the kart, but we did see him round the outside of turn 6. This is the type of fighting that he needed, and now Dexter will be down the inside and takes it back from Damadasa, but he's just not pulling away. Qureshi's giving it a go. He's still leading from Dexter, from Damadasa, from Dumont, and now Montgomery Swan right on the back of the train. He needs to do a little bit of a better job to get these guys to fight, or maybe just because they're a little bit older, they're not that stupid. Down the inside, Dexter takes the lead. Qureshi down to second, just about holds on. Dexter then, his favourite overtaking opportunity, turn 14. I think he's overtaken at least 4 people there this weekend in round 2 and 3. Maximilian Dexter takes the lead and might be on for his second victory here at Dubai Kartdrome overall, as he takes P1 from Qureshi. Now, Qureshi's got another choice. He can either try and work with Dharmadasa, who he's been backing up this entire race, to catch Dexter, or he can fight for his life for the second half of this race to hold on to P2. Into the next left-hander they go, now into the right. Dharmadasa also has 50% of this choice. Will he push Qureshi to try and catch Dexter? No, he goes down the inside at 13. 3, 2, 1. Dharmadasa back up into P2. And that shows the faith of the man who believes that he can catch Dexter by himself without help. And keep an eye on El Bassioni behind, who's up 13 places behind Montgomery Swan for P4. Trying to get involved in your podium fight, that'll be a comeback drive of the weekend. He started this race in around 17th place. Down the hill into 6. Dharmadasa now P2. Maximilian Dexter holding on, and Rayan Qureshi vulnerable from behind. I think we've lost Jules Dumont from this fight a little bit. He's been passed by 2 people, Swan and El Bassioni. You got Hartman in P7, K. Roos P8, DeTroja P9. Nkosi Ngoma enters the top 10. And then you have Haddad, Al-Qasemi, Yamin, Mohan, Bray still leading the 170s. Busanad, and look at that, El Bassioni up the inside of 14 again. It's becoming a popular overtaking spot. Not 13, but turn 14. El Bassioni up into P4. And you could see the top 3, and he has got enough laps to do something about it also. I think he just needs to hope that they fight, and Dharmadasa is going to grant that wish soon. Only 3 tenths between Dharmadasa and Maximilian Dexter. Rayan Qureshi, 8 tenths back. El Bassioni about a second behind. But as soon as they start fighting in front, you've seen how quick things can change. Into 9, 10, sorry, 12, that was, exiting 11. Down the back straight towards 13. Dexter on the brakes. Dharmadasa right behind, looks down 14. Dharmadasa gives him a taste of his own medicine. Down the inside of turn 14, retakes the lead. That won't be enough to cause an effect on anyone catching up Dexter, to be honest. The move was so clean that they didn't lose any time. Down into turn 2. And down the inside of 3. Contact! Dexter's off, and Dharmadasa is slow. That's going to be Qureshi back in the lead, and Adam El Bassioni in second place. The nose cone is off of I've forgotten who I'm watching. Dharmadasa. That was optimistic, to be honest, from Dexter. And watch how the rear wheel rides up. Look at this, straight across the nose cone of Dharmadasa into the wall, and away they go. And I don't know if both of them will continue, to be honest, but that'll be in the steward's room for sure. Adam El Bassioni is up 16 places and currently in P2. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, P3, only up 2 places, and Dexter has only lost 1 position overall. He's in P4 still, so he could bring the race home, but it'll be under investigation, that move into turn 3 for sure. It's often the overtaking driver that becomes under scrutiny in the steward's room, but that is up to Emzo, not me today, so luckily I don't have to make that decision. Now, a few laps left. Rayan Qureshi back up in the lead, and it's a 6/10 gap. I can hear a lot of people cheering outside. I think that's XL Motorsport on the pit wall, and why wouldn't they be? 16 places and only 6/10 to a victory. 1 more position to go from Adam El Bassioni. Can he do it? He's got enough laps to do so. It's 4/10 the gap now on the exit of Sector 2. And now I've lost it, but there we go, we're back on it. Into the final sector, down around the final turn. Adam El Bassioni, what's the gap now? When they crossed the line, it was 4/10. It's still 4/10, but he did go 2 tenths quicker overall on that last lap. It's not out of the question. A couple laps remaining. Into turn 3 they go. XL Motorsport versus Mumbai Falcons. Rayan Qureshi versus Adam El Bassioni, opening up turn 5 by exiting turn 4 on the left, throwing it into turn 6, flat out through here, keeping as much traction as they can on that rear end, trying not to slide the kart. In towards sector 2 they go. The gap is now 3/10. I think Adam El Bassioni is going to have a super strong chance here, and Max Dexter is somehow back up into P3. There's people celebrating already. They're really egging him on. Down into turn 13 and 14. That could have been a good opportunity to really throw one down the inside, but I don't think he was close enough. The gap is now 2/10. This is danger zone for Rayan Qureshi. 2/10 tends to be the zone where people start chucking it down the inside. There's another lap to go after this. We're on the second to last lap. We need to find the fight for the lead. Where are they? Adam El Bassioni and Qureshi coming down to 4 and 5. Into the left. Qureshi started defending. Now it's on. Defending 6. Bassioni switch back into 7. Can't get it done there. Little bit dangerous. If he hooked his bumper on the rear bumper there, they both could have ended up out. Into 9 they go. I think Qureshi's going to have to put up the defence of his life, because he's got another lap to do this after this. Or will El Bassioni firmly put himself as driver of the day here with a 17 place rise to take victory in the senior final? Into the final sector. He's going to see the last lap board this time. Round the final turn, onto the main straight. Look at the people clapping on the wall. They're celebrating. Let's go, last lap. Adam El Bassioni, round turn 1 and into turn 2. Is he going to send one on the inside of turn 2? I can't see it. We'll find out as the camera cuts to the next one across. He hasn't made the move yet. Into 4, opens up 5. Qureshi still taking a half defence into 5. Takes the wide line into 6. This didn't work last time, and he knows it. He takes a wider line on the exit to try and maximise the overtaking opportunity into turn 9. Qureshi defends round the outside for El Bassioni. Through 10, through 11, into 12. Can he overtake into 12? He's still defending his Qureshi. This will be the final attempt. Oh, there's contact. Qureshi to the inside of 13. He couldn't get it done. Where's turn 14? Where's El Bassioni and Qureshi? We're waiting. He's held on to it through the final turn. Dexter looks down the inside, and Qureshi defends and holds on to P1. And El Bassioni tries his best. 16 positions gained and finishes P2. Max Dexter almost with a send down the inside of the final turn, but P3 overall. And Jeremy Montgomery Swan P4 with Louis Hartmann. Another top 5 finish for that man. In all that action, we saw 340 get a technical flag. That was Stefan Yamin. 386 was under investigation, which was Rayan Qureshi, actually, who is your winner. So potentially, we still might see a shake-up here. I said we don't want to see results decided in the steward's room, but it's showing on my screen that 306 at 2:53, which was at the start of the race, effectively, about 10 minutes ago, was put under investigation. And here we see then the scrutineers back on the weighbridge. What a day. What a day of racing, guys. Thank you for joining me on the stream and in the paddock. Those of you that have been listening, joining in with chats. It's not over just yet. We do have some fun and games on the way before the podium presentation, and I would stay tuned for that as well, to be honest, because the podium might not be what you think it is. Provisional podium shown then. Rayan Qureshi, Adam El Bassioni and Max Dexter. Cannot believe that comeback. Let's have a look at the highlights for your senior and senior 170 race. a drive from everybody today, to be honest. There's confirmation of your senior 170 class. It's Bray, Busenad and Alexandros Anives then, your top 3 in the senior 170s. Another win for Bray, I think, this season. Qureshi, what a drive. El Bassioni. I said earlier that normally the driver that gains the most positions becomes driver of the day. Here's confirmation. Qureshi, El Bassioni, Dexter, Swan, Hartman, DeMont, De Troja and Rain K-Ruse are your top 8. Then it's Antonius Haddad and then Kose Nagoma into the top 10. Sakir Al-Qasemi, Shivan Kartik Mohan, Stefan Yamin, Oscar Bray in 14th. So nearly another top 13 finish for Oscar. Yusuf Busenad, Yusuf I think was the one that got 13th earlier. Krishay Gut, Alexandros Anives, Rayan Darmadasa out. Andre Curry, Volung Vicious, Pope and Piri also out of the race. Unbelievable scenes. Yeah, I said earlier that often it's the driver that gains the most position that wins driver of the day. That's Jeremy. I don't know what that hand sign meant, to be honest. I don't know who he was signaling, if it was to the camera or one of the mechanics. And to be honest, yeah, normally I hate saying that it's just because they gain the most positions, but let's face it, Adam El Bassioni, what a sterling drive for that young man in the XL Motorsport kart. I look forward to seeing if they get an interview with him actually down in the pit lane. You could hear earlier, throwing back to the earlier interview, Leo Einer from the junior final, you could hear the adrenaline in the interview. They spoke to him so soon after the race. He was still all pumped up from the double overtake that he did with the switchback at turn 3. And if they can grab Qureshi or El Bassioni, then you'll be able to hear the same thing. In fact, let's see who Joanna's got now. We'll cut to Joanna in the paddock.
I'm standing right here with Hugh Viney. He's the founder of MVA. I want to really hear from you. When did this start from you and what was the passion behind it?
Yeah, hi. Good to be here. Hugh Viney from Minerva Virtual Academy, MVA, right on the board. Really proud of that still. Look, this all started, the school started 4.5 years ago when I decided to create a school that suited the child's needs, a school that fitted around the schedule of a child or the schedule of a family. And guess what? That meant we were perfect for athletes. So fast forward 4.5 years, we've got over 200 athletes at the school full-time across all sorts of sports, but we're here because we support motorsport and we've been proud sponsors of the motorsport circuit in Europe for years, sponsoring RGMMC with Champions of the Future and Iame and FIA, but now we're here for the first time in boiling hot Dubai because we're sponsoring Iame UAE, which we're really proud of, and we were so pleased to be here.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the support that you're giving Iame Championship. Honestly, you're helping so many athletes around the world without, I mean, I know you realize it, but I think you don't realize it as much of how grateful the parents are. In terms of the programs you have, I mean, again, you're supporting all types of athletes. So can you talk us through all those different sports that your students are in?
Yeah, sure. We've got champion tennis players, golfers, equestrians, really big for us now, skiing, which seems a bit funny being in this heat in Dubai, but we've got a load of good skiers, downhill racing skiers at the school. And of course, actually our biggest cohort of athletes is in the motorsport world. And that's through our work we've done by sponsoring these championships. So 4.5 years we're sponsoring them proudly across Europe and now in UAE has really meant we've grown the amount of drivers at the school. So at least more than 50 racing drivers at our school across karting, F4 and Formula 3 and now Formula Regional with Freddie Slater doing really well in his championships this year.
That's quite impressive. Any final words to how people can reach out to the academy?
Yeah, cool. Go to minervavirtual.com. Come meet Sol, who represents us here, the tall guy in the cap, hard to miss really, and I'm here for a few more hours too. Hopefully I'm going to be presenting some trophies. Our lad, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, he just P4'd, otherwise I would have been presenting him with his medal, but next time he did really, really well.
Thank you very much. And yes, if you did miss the interview we did yesterday with the business development manager, Sol Royce Tyson, it was an incredible interview that gives you a bit more insight into MVA. Make sure to check that out. And thank you very much again. It was a pleasure. Any final words?
No, lovely to be here. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next, moving on to our senior finals for P3. Max Sexter, I do want to highlight that yesterday, after some penalties and decisions that being made, you actually ended up winning round 2 of Iame Championship. And today you're in P3. How are you feeling? How was the mindset going into the race this evening?
Yeah, it was a good race. I mean, we had more pace for definitely in the final than earlier on in the day. We were able to get into the lead for a long time. Fortunately, I think another driver got a bit desperate. But other than that, it was okay, yeah.
Any changes to the strategy and any goals that you have in the future rounds coming up for Iame Championship?
Well, you just got to keep moving forward. I know we'll see later on in the season how it all goes. I mean, we had a big improvement from rack to here. I think we finished like 18th in rack. So we got a win yesterday and come third today on track. It's yeah, it's okay.
Awesome. Any final words to your team and family?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank them all. The kart was amazing today. Yeah, I'd like to thank Jimmy as well and Andrea and Fiorenzo as well.
We're so happy for you. We can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. Thank you so much, Max. I do want to speak to our P2 driver who's going to be second on the podium, Adam Elbassioni. Adam, it's very nice to see you here again. How are you feeling? How's it been?
I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. Going from last to second in a grid like this, second race in S125, I'm speechless.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen in a race before. And what was going on through your mind? I mean, how did you keep pushing? Did you feel determined from the beginning to come up on top?
I was determined since the start. Since the 5-minute board came out, I just kept pushing. Like, I just kept thinking, push, 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 push. Looking at my coach, Rob, my mechanic, Raheem, following their instructions, keep calm, keep forward, look forward, look forward.
I have a question for you. Being a senior and having the Bambinos look up to all the seniors out there, we had one of the Bambino drivers be slightly upset about his position as a P2 driver. What advice do you have for him? I mean, everybody has those low moments, but how do you get over it and how do you keep pushing?
You can't change the past. Just keep on looking for the future, fix all your mistakes, learn from them. Try harder, try harder, try harder.
That's it. Well, congratulations again. I'm so happy for you, and I can't wait to see you celebrating with the team on the podium. Thank you, Adam. And finally, I want to speak to our winner of the senior category for round 3 of Iame Championship, Ryan Qureshi. Well done. Honestly, you've put up a fight this weekend. It has been not easy with extreme heat and your competitive teammates that have not made it easy for you. How does it feel to be standing on the top at the podium?
Well, it feels great. Definitely a successful weekend, 2 out of 2. Winning on Saturday and winning today. Yeah.
What's the celebration going to be like after the podium?
Well, I don't know, honestly, but I'd like to thank everyone behind this. I'd like to thank Anjum, Luca, Harry Hannam, my mechanic, my family, my brother. Yeah.
Well, I can't wait to see you again celebrating on the podium. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Keep pushing, and I can't wait to see you in round 4. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to speak to our senior 170 drivers. I believe I see here Yusuf in front of me who became in P2. Hello, hello, hello. That was a tough one.
Yeah, really warm, really tiring. The most laps out of today. The final is always longer, so it was very pressuring and very tiring.
What did you do to manage to keep that position? I mean, you've done an incredible job in P2.
So I had started P3 in 170 from the beginning of the race. I managed to get 1 position. I tried to catch up to P1, but I just didn't have enough laps. The gap was too big to catch up.
I can understand that. And any final words you want to say to your team and family watching you today?
I know my grandfather's at home in Ireland watching the live stream, so hello to him. And thanks so much for the mechanical support over the weekend. The mechanics have done a great job, the entire team, and my mom for her support. Thank you.
I'm sure they're all very proud of you. Thank you very much, and I can't wait to see you on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to speak to our P3 driver for the senior 170 category, Alexandros Anivas. We have exhausted you with these interviews as well. I can see that. I mean, how does it feel finishing off this weekend? Are you proud of everything that's been achieved over the weekend for the team?
Finally, the weekend is over. I'm not sure how I'm going to continue doing the double headers, but we'll try. We came here without practice, so Friday I was still in the office. No practice for us, and we changed a lot of stuff on the kart. So we used yesterday mostly for practice and fix the setup. Today the setup was immaculate, especially on the pre-final. So good that we had to loosen it up a little bit for the final. So I will be able to finish all the laps. It started good. I had a blistering start. Led the class and midfield with the seniors as well for about 6 or 7. Then I started getting tired, you know, and started gradually falling back. But it was a nice session with the young boys. They taught me a few things. I taught them another few. So all in all, it's good.
Thank you very much. One final word to the team and everybody watching you.
Thank you very much to the team for providing me the equipment, the Jimmy for the engine, Kostas for the setup, Tina and the rest of the Predator team and the young drivers providing me with a psychological boost, my wife and friends that they came to watch, and the rest of my family back home watching the live now.
Awesome. Congratulations again. I hope you have an incredible celebration with everyone supporting you behind the scenes. Thank you very much. I'm incredibly excited to speak to our winner of the Senior 170 category, Oscar Bray. You have been absolutely killing it this weekend. I know you've had a small setback in the pre-finals, but you've just managed to bring that back up to the P1. How does it feel now finishing off?
Yeah, it feels great. I'll definitely be out of rest now. It was a tough battle in this race, but every gap I saw, I went for the move, so yeah.
And any already celebrations that you're thinking of doing after the podium?
Maybe McDonald's, so yeah.
That's definitely a great plan. And any final words to your family in Australia and everybody watching you, supporting you behind the scenes?
Thanks for all the love and support, my team, my family here, and everyone watching home.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. You have done an excellent job. I wish you the best of luck moving forward in the Iame Championship, and I can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. Congratulations, Oscar. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for me, Joanna Bergen, bringing you exclusive interviews with drivers behind the scenes after each race. This is round 3 of the Iame Championship. It's just getting better and better every round. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the next round, and don't go anywhere today because we're about to celebrate on the podium. Thank you very much, and sending it back to you, Jack.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Yes, we made it, but do not go anywhere because we've got plenty up and coming. We might have a little bit of an activity again, just like we may have had yesterday, and then the podiums coming up. But I think it's only right that at this stage I thank one more time all of the sponsors here. I'll do it verbally and then we'll head to the show reel. So thank you to Emzo, Racktrack, Iame, Media Friends and Media Mania for all of their technical support and organisation of running the series. Comet Tyres, of course, providing the tyres for the Iame series. And then you have 800 Sport, Align Pilates, Almeida Racing Academy, Drivers Lab, Dan Wells Management, and of course MVA, the Minerva Virtual Academy as well. We've heard from many of the owners and organisers of these companies, and it's great to see their support in this series. Don't forget Drake Kart and Dia Designs as well, and Keysol and K-Roos Associates. That is our sponsors for the Iame Series UAE. I'll be heading down to the podium very shortly. What a great day of racing. Thank you for joining us for round 3. We'll see you soon for the podium and some activities, but up next we'll have some sponsor reels and the highlights of the day, so don't go anywhere.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes. Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes. Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
In this case, the minis. Hello everybody and welcome back to the stream for Iame Series UAE Round 3. The racing is done, but the challenges are not. We've got a little bit of fun coming up with this Media Friends punching machine that we have. It's going to give a score, and actually I didn't realize how serious this was going to be until I saw the two teams taking part, practicing, limbering up, and just wanting to get going to prove who's the best. We are going to have the Dubai Kartdrome team, which is where this weekend's racing was held. They are going to take on the Iame Series team. So we'll get to know... We'll get to know some of the team members' names behind the scenes that you may not see on camera or hear on their voice. So we'll give them a quick question and then we'll send them to their glory or embarrassment on the punching machine. Let's just before we start introducing, Dubai Kartdrome is going to go first. So the idea is that they come up to the punching bag, and to be honest, I know everyone's going to be focusing on this score. But my favorite part, watching them practice, was the little dances that they do before limbering up for a punch. So I'll avoid embarrassment because I do that enough on a daily basis. I'm just going to go for a light punch. That's what they'll go for. And then it'll show the score just here, 2-2-4. Okay, so that's what they're going to be doing. Let's start and introduce our first competitor. We're going to be starting with Dubai Kartdrome. Who's up first? What's your name, sir? Atif. Atif. Okay, how was your day today?
A bit hard.
And tell us a little bit what you were doing on track.
I was the assistant clerk of the course.
Assistant clerk of the course. This sounds like an important job, Atif.
It was.
Do the drivers give you stress?
Sometimes, yeah.
What's more stressful, dealing with the drivers or this punching machine?
I'm dealing with the drivers.
Okay, I believe you. If you want to go and line yourself up, Atif, give him a round of applause. Dubai Kartdrome up first. Whenever you're ready, he's limbering up. Here comes the dance. Dubai Kartdrome, first punch. It's a 553 for Dubai Kartdrome, 553. Up next, we're going to move on to, well done, Atif. Look how much support he's got. Who's up first for Iame? Come on over here. Hello, sir. How are you? Look, he's already got his fist clenched ready. Yeah. What's your name, sir? Introduce yourself to the camera.
My name is Yasir Beksh. I am from the organizer side for Iame.
And tell us what you do. What was your job today?
Well, my job was just look at these two cameras and make sure everything is going right on the equipment side.
Okay, so technical professional, Yasir. And do you think you can handle this technology?
Well, I will try, because honestly, he was not good a while ago when he was practicing, but his score did surprise me right now.
Okay, so 553 to beat. Yasir up first for the Iame Series. Up you go. Give him a round of applause. Give him some support. $557. That's 1-0 to Iame. He beat you by 4 points. That was very close between your first two competitors. So 1-0 to the Iame Series. Who's next for Dubai Kartdrome? Here we go. What's your name, sir?
My name is Werner, and I work in the reception and pro shop.
You work in the reception and the pro shop. You've been quite popular this weekend, is that right? You've been selling a lot of items?
Yeah, we're quite selling a lot of items.
I'm sure Mr. Bright will be very happy. Any discounts available?
Sorry, no.
No, that's okay. It's top quality stuff anyway, as you can see from your shirt. So, are you ready? 557 was the top score so far, but you are the start of the next round. They just want you to repeat your name.
Venner.
Venner. Up you go. Give him a round of applause. Dubai Kartdrome up next. It's a 451. Well done. So 451 to beat for the next Iame competitor. And here he is. Hello, sir. Welcome. What's your name? Tell us what you do.
Sabit.
Sabit, and what have you done today?
Here I'm looking administration.
administration. And you've been in and out of, I mean, I've been locked in a box for most of the day. It's not a bad box, but it's I don't get to see outside, so this is great for me. I can see everyone else wanting to go back inside, but I've got some fresh air. But you've been in and out as well. Tell us a little bit about what you have to do.
First, I need to do, this is my first time, I need to do something. After that,
You've been calling the drivers, no, to the steward's room?
yeah.
Yeah, this guy, guys. It's this guy that's been calling you all. No, I'm joking. So, 4-5-1 to beat. Iame round 2. Let's go. Oh! No reruns. No reruns, no reruns. Well, I could put it to a vote, but I think Dubai Kartdrome would say straight away, no reruns. Look. No, the deal's off. It's okay, it's your turn, right? Let's move on to the next one, guys. You missed it. It's 1-1 between Dubai Kartdrome and the Iame series. So, third round. What's your name?
Jake.
Jake, and what have you done this weekend?
So I'm barista in our reception.
So you're in reception. Have you been in the cafe as well?
Yeah.
Ah, so you're the one fueling everyone. I was telling everyone in round 1, it was all about hydration, drinking water. But today, all the parents and everybody upstairs were drinking coffees, so this was you.
Yeah.
Providing everyone with their caffeine. Jake, good luck. Round 3, you're up first. Go and set a score. Oh, it's not a bad start. 500. 518 for the first, for round 4. So 518 to beat. Who's up next for Iame? Where is Iame? Ah, here he goes. Up you go, sir. So from the rack track, he's going straight for a punch. And I think it's a 71. That means Dubai Kartdrome takes the lead. And as you can see, they're very happy about it. It's now 2-1, so it's not over yet. Who's next for Dubai Kartdrome? Hello, sir. How are you? What's your name?
Mohammed Zain.
Mohammed Zain. And what did you do this weekend?
Pit lane marshal and then helping scrutineer.
Helping with the scrutineering and pit lane marshal. Definitely, I think just one more shout out for the Dubai Kartdrome team and all of the tracks that we're going to visit this season. So, round 4, you're already in the lead, so no pressure. Don't mess this up. It's your turn, sir. Up to the punching bag. Give him a round of applause. Here he goes. And it's 486. So 486 to beat for the Iame team. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Hasnan Hassan.
And what did you do this weekend?
Scrutineering.
Scrutineering. How do you remember all the rules?
Yeah, I remember.
You remember? Because I tried reading the rules yesterday, and then I thought I finished, and then I found the technical regulations as well. There was a whole other booklet. So you have to remember everything to make sure none of these guys are cheating.
Yes.
Okay. 486 to beat. Think you can do it?
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Let's go. Up next, Iame. 486 to beat. 316. 316. So Dubai Kartdrome, it's now 3-1. How many do we have left? How many left? I think they might have won already, but we can still go. We're going to keep going. You're going to come back from this. Dubai Kartdrome, who's next? Let's go. What's your name, sir?
Mohammed Ahmed.
And what did you do today?
I'm a coach.
You're a coach for the Marshals?
Yes.
And how to punch? You're a gym coach?
I'll do, no worry.
Okay, let's go. Dubai Kartdrome up next. Good luck, guys. Oh, that was a great punch. 608. Now that is not only a good score, but that is the highest score that we've seen in this competition so far. Up next for Iame, who's got the difficult job? Hello, sir. Name and what did you do this weekend?
Hi there. Yeah, it's definitely fine.
Everything's good?
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Mohammed Shafan.
And what was your role this weekend?
Oh, I'm managing scrutineering section. I was managing on the scales.
Okay, so you are, yes, I recognize the hat. You're on the weighing scales. Go on then, 608 to beat. Up you go. This is going to be a tough one. Give him a cheer. Big run up. Oh! Oh! Wow! I mean, we didn't see it coming because it was a tough score, but that makes it 3-2 to Dubai Kartdrome. 3 wins for Kartdrome, 2 for Iame, and we have the next round ready. Is there not one more? Give Iame a chance for a tiebreaker. Have we got one more?
Me versus him. Me versus him.
And you're gonna decide overall who wins.
Okay, you both. Okay, one man. Okay, one man.
Okay, Yasser, Atif are gonna go for a random tiebreaker between your... Hi there, we're live if you want to look into the camera and say hello. Yasser, go for it. Iame is on your shoulders. 561. Atif, Dubai Kartdrome is relying on you, sir. Oh, look, he's changing it. No. Here he goes. Atif, I think afterwards, personally, we should see David Bright and Giovanni. Hello, Yusuf. Here we go. Atif, he's taking a run up. Oh! Iame! I'll be honest. As a deciding fight, it's hard for me to call it as a victor. Should we not just say everybody wins because they're all running the series? Because technically, in the 5 competitors, Dubai Kartdrome won 3-2. But if you count this tiebreaker as the final, then Iame wins. So maybe just rock, paper, scissors? Between David Bright and Giovanni. David Bright and Giovanni, come on, the managers of Media Friends and Dubai Kartdrome. Let's go. He said he's got a bad shoulder. David Bright. Boom! 3-9-2. Not a bad score with a bad shoulder for David Bright. So now it's Giovanni's turn. CEO of Media Friends. 3-9-2 to beat David with a bad shoulder. He is hindered. Oh! A 5-5-5 for Giovanni Desani, Senior. Well done, sir. So, I guess that means the Iame series wins, and Yasser is very happy about that. Now, we will be going onto the podium eventually, and it's been great fun. I think the director would like one more punch from Giovanni. The director would like you to have one more attempt, sir. Yeah, you, Giovanni. He said you. He said it's you. Come on then. Giovanni's up next. Yeah, from you. I think they missed it. We'll find out. You'll get it again. Reset. 5-5-5 to beat. Oh, it was close to your old score, to be honest. It was 5-4-4, so it's still pretty good. Still pretty good. We got, director, we got plenty of drivers here, I think, looking excited. Shall we move on to them, or shall we move on to highlights? I'll let you choose.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and we really loved it, Giovanni. Thank you very much to Media Friends. Thank you to Dubai Kartdrome. It was fun.
That is the speech of a winner. Unfortunately, we're going to cut to highlights now, Yusuf, and all of you young, excited drivers. I'm sure you can punch it whilst we're off the screen, though, so don't worry about that. Thank you all for watching. Don't go anywhere. We'll be going to the podium after the highlights to see who got their trophies, who maybe got penalties, and giving trophies to your best drivers for this weekend. So we'll see you soon, right back after the highlights.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes. Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes. Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final part of the day. We finally made it to the podium presentation. I've been your host, Jack Johns, and I've been commentating with you from the start of the day, and of course the punching bags, and now it's time for the podium. But before we give out the trophies, I'm just going to wander over here. We are going to give out some special shirts and hats to our qualifiers from last year's Iame World Finals, the ones that succeeded in winning the prizes. So they were going to wish them luck for the Iame World Finals this year, which is coming up in the next couple of weeks. So give a round of applause. I'll list up their names. Hopefully they're here so we can speed through this. First up is Ava Lawrence. Give her a round of applause. Anyone that can collect on Ava Lawrence's behalf? She lives in Italy now. She moved. Are you going to see her or not? You don't know. Not sure. We'll move on. Next up, he's already stood on his 2 feet, ready to go. Achilles Peruzzi. Give him a round of applause. Come on, come grab your shirt and hat. Go stand up on the podium for a group picture. In the number 3 on this list, Ilyas Sami. Give him a round of applause. Qualifying for the World Finals, I think they have gone. Anyone here to collect on Sami's behalf? No. Okay, up next, Arhan Qureshi. Give him a round of applause. He's coming, there he is. Where were you? Miles away. Up on the podium, sir. Aryan Singh, give him a round of applause. He's left already. Anyone can collect on Aryan's behalf? Okay, up next, Veer Chopra. Up next, Derek Rivera. He's gone. Up next, Adam Elbassioni. Here he is. Number 9 on the list, Mohamed Menemna, or anyone that can collect on his behalf. Up to the next one. Rayan Dharmadasa. Is he still here? He's gone as well. Nathan Pope, give him a round of applause. I think he's also left. And then Jeremy Montgomery Swan. And there you go, just a quick group picture of those that are here. So those 12 names, wish them luck, give them one last round of applause for the Iame World Finals in the next couple of weeks. They've got shirts and hats to represent the UAE in the World Finals. And now, without further ado, haven't used that word in a while, we will move on to the Bambino category prizes. Have you got your picture, guys? There we go. Okay, onto the Bambino category, where MVA Business Development Manager Sol Rolls-Tyson will be giving out the medals to all the competitors. Now, I'll start in 7th and go in reverse order, but everyone can jump up on the top step. In 7th place with 100 points, Robert Oganyang. He's gone. 6th place, just 2 points ahead, Zayad Al-Ansari. Stand up on the number 1 step. You can all jump up there together. In 5th place with 106 points, Cheyenne Asgomi. In 4th place, number 88 with 112 points, Mark Ristic. Now into the top 3 with 113 points, just 1 point ahead of Mark. 3rd place, Yeshwin Kishore Kumar. In 2nd place with 140 points, number 7, Yusuf Al-Kayat. And then your winner for today with 145 points, just 5 points ahead of Yusuf. A round of applause for number 31, Sam Tester. And there we have your Bambino category celebrating with bottles of water and a water pistol, whilst Sol Rolls-Tyson gets involved in the wet celebrations. So get a quick picture together, guys. Okay, on to the next category. If you guys want to jump down, we'll move on to the under-10s. The awards being given out by Maxi, manager of Rack Track and organizer of the Iame Series UAE. In 3rd place, a round of applause, please, for Samar Chopra. In 2nd place, joining Samar, a round of applause, please, for Amar Tabaza. And then your winner for the under-10s category, a round of applause, please, for Ivans Voronins. That's it, guys. If you want to jump up on the top step together for one group picture.
Come down.
That's it, guys. Well done. That is your under-10s category. Watch out, photographers. They're on for a water celebration again. Okay, I'll wait for them to grab their helmets, and then we'll try and get the next category up, which is the mini category, where the awards will be given out by Martin Bean. Do you want to say hello to everyone? Oh, no, okay, all right. So, mini category, we'll start with third, second, and first, and then we'll add a novice at the end, and they can jump up on the top step together. In third place, a round of applause for JNKD driver Benjamin Karajkovic. In second place, a round of applause for Francesco Lisignoli for GGM. And your winner of the mini category, the loudest round of applause, please, for Baptiste Augustin for XL Motorsport. Okay, and then joining them on the podium, we've got one novice driver in the mini category. A round of applause for Lucas Sakar. I think he may have gone home, so just jump up on the top step together for one last picture, and then we'll move on to the next category. Okay, they're running off again with the water celebrations. Once you're ready, guys, grab your trophy and helmets, and we'll move on to the junior category. The awards being given out by the MVA CEO. We'll start with the top three, and then on to the novice medal as well. In third place in the junior category, a round of applause for Aaron Mason. In second place, a round of applause for Via Chopra. And with a super strong defense, your victor for today for Predator Motorsport, a round of applause for Leonidas Peruzzi. Yeah. And then joining them, one novice in the junior category, a round of applause for Antonio Husari. I think he's already gone home, so jump up on the top step together for one last picture. And then we'll move on to the senior category. Okay, guys, if you want to jump off, we'll head to the senior 170 class. Two more classes to go. In third place, giving the award, is Martin Bean. Over to Alexandros Anivas. Give him a round of applause. I feel like he's tripped up that step before by the look of that walk up to the podium a couple times, or was it you? Okay, it was close. Oh, and me, behind me. That's karma. In second place, a round of applause for Oscar Bray. wearing his Australian hat, just like yesterday. And then your winner for the 170 class. A round of applause, please, for Yusuf Busanad. That's it, guys. There's your top three for the senior 170s. Jump up on the top step for one photo together. A quick reminder, those that have trophies and medals, don't go too far. We'll have a group picture after this final podium. That's it, guys. So on to the final category then, where the awards will be given out by the MVA CEO. In third place, a round of applause, please, to Louis Hartman. In second place, a round of applause for Jeremy Montgomery Swan. An MVA student being given the trophy by the MVA CEO. And the winner for the senior class, a round of applause, please, for Max Dexter. And there is your top three for the seniors. If you just jump up on the top step together, guys, for one last photo, and then we'll get everybody to come back up after you take your group picture. Okay, everybody that has a trophy and a medal, come up to the podium for one big group picture for round 3, 2 and 3 of the UAE Iame Series this weekend. That's it. Let's see all of you up there. Everyone with a trophy, everyone with a medal, and the novices if you're here. And we'll have one last picture. That's it, guys. Put your trophies up in the air and celebrate. Give them one last round of applause for your winners for round 3, Iame Series UAE. Okay. I'm going to come a bit closer whilst everyone disappears to camera 6, my friend over here in the background, so I can say goodbye to everybody. Thank you to everyone that tuned in on YouTube, following Media Friends TV. A quick shout out to all of the sponsors here today. Of course, Iame, Emzo, Rack Track, Comet Tires, Dubai Kartdrome for hosting round 2 and 3. We'll be seeing you for round 4 and 5, another doubleheader at Sharjah Kart Track. Make sure you subscribe, make sure you follow on socials, and we'll be seeing you for the next round. I've been Jack Johns. This has been the Iame Series UAE. This is Leonidas Peruzzi. He knows he's on camera. There he is. Okay, we'll see you next time. Thank you very much. Don't forget to subscribe. See you soon.